The swordsman called the countless swords Sorcerer ch1-30. Information: sword magic, where a sword is manipulated using magic to freely fly in the air cutting down enemies. Ardis is a user of this new magic art that has never been seen before throughout the entire history of magic. As a mercenary, he undertakes various requests in return for remuneration, including subjugations, escorts and investigations. This is the story of such a swordsman called the Countless Sword Sorcerer. Chapter 1. Burn. The breath of the old dragons. Devour. Flame of purgatory. As a man dressed in a blue robe finished casting, a whirlwind of fire arose. All sight was dyed red instantly as the forest turned into a terrifying, burning hell. You did it, right? I don't know, but he should have been eaten by the flames. Two people voiced their thoughts after seeing the destruction the flames brought. One was the man with the blue robe. The other was a young man in thick leather armor. What was once filled with lush green forest trees had been turned into an unnatural, burnt void by that spell. The burning of the flames that the man had summoned had stained many trees black. Together, they stood amongst the smoldering dust and embers. But the silhouette that should be there could not be found. Only flames remained. There was no sign of human life. They had expected a carbonized person to appear on the ground, but such a thing was not found within the newly created burnt area. Search. The man with the blue robe raised his voice. The battle had not ended yet. The men remained vigilant. If they were not cautious, they may become the hunted rather than the hunters. You're late, a bored voice spoke up. At that moment, the man in the leather armor was suddenly attacked from behind. He quickly turned around and managed to prevent the attack using the broadsword in his hands. The sword that was moved subconsciously managed to catch the enemy's blow before it connected with his body. The sound of colliding metal resonated. After preventing the attack, the man was astonished to see the enemy's appearance. Within a line of sight of the man there was nobody. However, there was proof that an enemy had attacked. The weapon that had attacked him, a short sword, was still there. A strong force was pressing against the man's sword. This is sword magic. Although they had been informed in advance about the target, it was quite different to see it in person rather than hear it through a contact. A sword could leave a person's hands, dance in the air and kill someone ruthlessly. Most people would laugh at the absurdity of such a story. The man himself had been dubious of this until a while ago. However, at this moment, the man understood that the information heard from the client was the truth without a doubt. Quickly, the short sword returned to dancing in the air. As the man with the leather armor breathed out, the sword attacked again with tremendous speed, not giving him chance to catch his breath. He was immediately put on the defensive again. Coward, show yourself. Seeing his friend close to collapse, the man in the blue robe screamed. Coward, I don't want to hear that from someone who attacked so suddenly with flames. The owner of the voice laughed. But, if you want me to come out then I will. At the same time as he said that, a man appeared in the shadow of a big burnt tree. Medium build, with black eyes and hair. A fairly common appearance, excluding the violet-colored cloth wrapped around his head. It was a boy with the atmosphere that you could lose him in a crowd. He was wearing a lightweight purple robe. The light gear made him seem like a magician at first sight, yet for some reason there was a broadsword on the belt at his waist. On the other hand, he didn't seem to possess a cane, so he might not be a magician. You finally show yourself. The blue-robed man raised his cane and began chanting right away. He aimed to finish the boy whilst the man in the leather armor fought the floating shore sword. As long as he was manipulating that sword with magic, he can't use any other magic. Eat this. The blue-robed man released a cluster of fireballs after a short chant. Both hands ablaze, burning fireballs appeared in the space pointed by the cane and rushed towards the boy noiselessly. Since the boy was controlling the shore sword with magic, he could not afford to cast magic to protect himself. The fireball attacked with tremendous speed. It was not something a magician who has never trained in body arts could avoid. I'll receive it. The man was convinced by his victory. However, what he saw next caused his jaw to drop. Just before the fireball collided with him, the boy shook his arm and the fireball immediately disappeared. What is this? It was quite incomprehensible for the blue-robed man. The shore sword was still being operated by the boy, skillfully fighting his companion. Conversely, the boy should not be able to use any other magic whilst controlling the shore sword. Nevertheless, the fireballs released by the blue-robed man had disappeared. No, they were erased. I did not do something particularly extraordinary though. Contrary to the blue-robed man's shocked voice, the boy spoke clearly. Well, whatever. As the boy muttered, a short sword suddenly penetrated the blue-robed man's chest from behind. Why? Ha ha ha. The blue-robed man turned his head towards his companion who was still fighting the short sword, then looked down at his own chest. Blood filled his lungs and spilled out of his mouth. Swords. He did not expect that the boy could control two at the same time. The blue-robed man collapsed as the short sword passed through his defenseless body. Hey, keep it together. His companion spoke up, however there was no reply. The short sword suddenly came out of the body of the blue-robed man and began attacking the man in the leather armor. It was already difficult to defend against one short sword. If another sword was added, it would be impossible to defend against. Damn it. The man in the leather armor realized his disadvantage and rebuked himself. Leaving his companion behind and escaping seemed to be the correct choice in this case. From the beginning of the fight until this point, the initiative had always been in the hands of this boy. He finally understood their overwhelming difference in ability. However, it was too late to notice. Originally the best choice would have been to be non-hostile towards the boy. He had missed his chance to turn back. With the two short swords controlled by the boy, the man was driven into a corner. His state was desperate, like a herbivore being hunted by a carnivorous beast. A short sword immediately appeared at the back of the man. It would seem that the man's life would be extinguished at any moment. Yet all of a sudden, a strong killing intent appeared above the boy. Even if you're a magician, it won't matter as long as I get close. A fellow swordsman who was hiding since the start of the battle within the treetops chose this timing to emerge and struck the short sword away, approaching the boy. The short sword controlled by the boy regained stability and flew towards the man in the leather armor yet again, ignoring the other man. There was no way for a magician who hardly ever learned the arts of self-defense could resist this overhead attack. Even if his magician companion was killed and another driven into a corner, he still saw a great opportunity to attack the boy. It took less than the time of a blink. The man who was convinced of his victory was shocked. How are you planning to sneak attack someone when your bloodthirst leaks so much? The man's eyes reflected the figure of the boy blocking the overhead blow with his broadsword. When did you? He probably did not think his attack would be blocked. The man's eyes were wide open in shock. He could not even tell when the boy took out his sword. Damn it! What can a mage do at this distance? No matter if you're the user of sword magic, as long as we're this close I have the advantage, the man declared, followed by repeated attacks from his sword. These attacks were not standard sword attacks. This man had trained extensively in swordsmanship and had buried several named mercenaries. His attacks were not something a normal swordsman could reach, let alone a magician. Yes, that's how it should be. However, strong. Those words spilled from the man's mouth. Slash from the side to the shoulder, add power, fast stabs, feint to confuse the opponent. The swordsmanship that had been drummed into him during training was showing its full effect. Yet all were received calmly by the boy. Who are you, bastard? The man began to show impatience. From his viewpoint, the ability of the boy who he had exchanged swords with made him feel fear. A cold sweat flowed down his back as he stared at the boy calmly receiving his full power. Magician. There's no way you can have such skill. Seeing the man ceased his attacks, the boy did the same. Even if you say that, it can't be helped. The boy opened his mouth and answered, somewhat annoyed. At that moment, the broadsword shimmered and the man's neck was torn apart horizontally. I don't remember saying I was a magician. As his sight became dark like haze, the voice of the boy sounded out. Those were the last words he ever heard. A quick note about the leather-armored man. It wasn't mentioned if he died or not, and it's only briefly mentioned that he's dead in the second chapter. I've bought the lane, but haven't read it yet, so I can't tell you if this plot point was fixed. Chapter 2. I might post more often until the protagonist meets the twins. I enlisted the help of 3 other translators to get the more tricky parts done, and I'll also have to come back to the gladiator beast part as it was a pretty loose translation. Don't forget you can view the illustrations for Volume 1. Correction. Thank you for pointing out the typographical errors in the comments section. Plus. Hey Ardis. Are you alright? Wow. Ted. The boy who had dispatched the men turned around in response to the voice calling him. A group of 3 men and women came into the boy's vision. When he waved his hand back and forth, relieved sighs could be heard. It got burnt down. Ted, looking around at the part of the forest that had become charred. A burly man at the forefront of the group approached him. His hair had a rosewood color with dark brown eyes. His muscles, which were nearly bursting, gave him a rough impression. Wearing leather armor, his appearance with a bastard sword and a round shield showed he was a swordsman. "It wasn't me, Ardis." "That's right, Ted. Ardis isn't as bad as this." Ophelia, the one who defended the boy, was a young woman who was wearing a dark green hooded robe. She had a short wooden staff in her hands, a very common tool for a magician. Her vivid red hair peeped from the edge of the hood. Her eyes that were directed at the swordsman Ted were a somewhat dark red. "Why do you say it like I'm bad?" "Ardis." "Come now, Ardis, I don't think Ophelia said anything wrong." Norris, the archer next to him, immediately responded. Getting involved was too troublesome. The archer, with steel-colored hair, shut down the conversation quickly. "How many people were there on your end?" "Ardis," the boy in the robe asked the magician girl. "There were 3 people, but they didn't seem very motivated. They quickly scurried away when Norris started shooting at them." Ophelia: "As soon as I took a step towards Ardis, they kept coming and got in the way." Ted finished Ophelia's statement in a somewhat irritated tone. "Well, over the dot, it's as bad as it looks, huh, Ted?" He looked over at the man in blue robes sprawled out on the ground. "There wasn't any reason to go and kill both of them now, was there?" Ted: "It's not just 2, there's another dead one over there, so that makes 3. Norris, looking over at the man in leather armor who hadn't been able to escape, the archer Norris spoke with sudden realization. "You found him, Ardis?" "Well, yeah, I mean the eyes are an archer's life after all, Norris." Norris responded with a proud face. "Whatever, killing them doesn't really change anything, Ardis." Ted was astonished. "It would be easy for you to capture them with your ability, Ted." "They aimed for my life. I won't be merciful, Ardis." The boy got in a bad mood whilst talking about protecting himself. That's true, I guess, Ted." Seeing Ted like that, Ophelia offered a rescue. "I can see Ted's point, but wouldn't it be better to capture them?" Ophelia: "It's a hassle. If they were sent with someone else's instructions, and they might be killed if they talk, do you think they will?" Ardis: "Ahaha." "Ardis, you sounded like an adult when you said that." Norris. Ophelia sighed and agreed with Norris with a dry laugh. "There is no one that would accuse them of robbing the lives of the assailants. The laws exist within the towns, villages, and within the eyes of government officials who are the keepers of the law. Within the confines of this demon and beast-infested forest, the laws do not apply. In this lawless land you are required to protect yourself. If you can't do that, then you will lose your life unknowingly. Of course there are no holdbacks for criminals, and those who do not have the skill to protect themselves are no different than prey in the eyes of a predator. There is neither the attacker nor the attacked. There is only the one who is stronger. If you strike a person stronger than yourself, you will be killed." "Well, whichever we are, we have certainly sought fights for our white star, Ted." The swordsman quieted down after saying that. The archer continued advancing the talks. "Then, Ardis, who were the opponents this time?" Norris: "I don't know, but they knew about sword magic, Ardis." "Well, Ardis, sword magic has become known recently. You don't exactly hide it, do you?" Norris. The boy called Ardis returned I guess to Norris. Well, if he thought about it carefully, he could imagine who it might be, judging by his opponents in the past. Thieves' guilds attacking in the night on the orders of an aristocrat. Magicians pressing me to tell them the secrets of sword magic. The priests of the church. Jealous mercenaries. Ardis. The military has also been annoying. Ophelia. When Ophelia adds this, Ted also speaks up. What does the military have to do with Ardis? Ted. The general wanted to recruit me to teach a sword magic division. I turned it down, Ardis. Besides, sword magic cannot be learned by magicians. We would have just wasted time together. If you had such free time, you may as well spend it sleeping in bed, Ardis. Ardis announced. Even so, it was the way you declined. If you refuse in such an unfriendly way, of course they would be angry. Ted. Ted sent a gaze to the boy as if asking what he's doing. Being humiliated so publicly, it isn't strange he made an enemy of them. Ophelia. Haha. As usual, Ardis has a lot of enemies. Norris. It's not a laughing matter, Norris. As a rule of thumb, aristocrats, churches, magicians, thieves' guilds and the military are bad opponents. We should stop increasing the number of enemies for Ardis. I know your strength, but they are just as dangerous, if not more. Ted. I know, Ted. The nobility and the church are not to be taken lightly, Ardis. To the words of Ardis, Ted replied, 3 coppers. That prudence doesn't last long, Ted. Well, I bet 5 coins, Ophelia. Ahaha, 1 silver coin, Norris. The betting was not done yet. Ardis. It seems that Aldous Prudence was not trusted at all. Well then, will you go back to the city today? Ardis. Have you finished collecting? I want to leave before nighttime, Ted. I'm done, Ardis. Here collecting was used to gather the gold from fallen bodies. It might look like thievery, but this was deep inside the lawless forest. Indeed, the opponent was an enemy who tried to rob Ardis' life. To check their identity, you also need to check their belongings. No one would blame anyone for taking money as a nuisance fee. He did not have many things, Ardis. Well then, do you want me to burn this one? Ted. Please do. I will burn the other guy, Ardis. When Ardis finished burning the enemy's body, he went out of the forest onto the highway and ran towards the city in a hurry. Located in the southeast of the Canavas Mountains in the center of the Robles continent, was the port town Toria where Ardis lived. It is the second city of the Nagras kingdom, which was rich in grains. It prospered due to the close proximity to the forest. The southern part of Thoria's forest contained fuel, food and medicinal herbs which could be traded in the city. It had been supporting the development of the city since long ago. Of course, it is usually a place where people do not enter. Wild beasts and even demons prowl around there. However, the treasures located in the deepest parts of the forest were very attractive to humans. Many entered the forest with the knowledge that they may die. Occasionally, rich merchants organized massive searches of the forest in an attempt to uncover these treasures. But usually it was common to join a party with a smaller number of people and enter the forest together. These small groups would receive quests from the merchants to obtain medicinal plants and rare plants in the forest. It was a valuable source of income for peacetime mercenaries. Even if they are called mercenaries, they do not fight all year round. After all, there is not always a war. If you do not take up your sword, you must inevitably earn income somehow. Escort missions, letter deliveries, surveying unexplored areas, subjugation, harvesting in dangerous places. Those who cannot accept such work eventually become bandits. The work Ardis received this time was a preliminary survey of a potential logging area. The request was issued by multiple timber merchants under a joint name. Apparently the traditional logging area was almost empty and it was necessary to develop a new area by next year. So, how was the place you surveyed this time? Ardis asked the other people. It is not bad. The distance to the highway is short, so it doesn't seem a problem as long as the road is improved. The quality of the trees seem good as well. They may try and secure it, Ted. There are still some gladiator beast nests that need to be cleared out in advance. Norris supplements. NN, Ophelia. Well, let us treat you to a meal first. A party should be one consciousness after all. Ted complained to Ardis. No, I am only temporarily involved, because it is a request I received from White Star. Aren't we unrelated? Ardis. Ted's face deformed at such a reply. Hey Ardis, I asked you before, but why not join our party? Ted. Me? Ardis. That's right. You temporarily party with us all the time. It's almost like you're a member of White Star. Ted. Party. Well. Ardis. Are you going to postpone the answer every time? Ted. Without waiting for Ardis' reply, Ophelia cut in. Did you hear that? Ophelia. Norris' eyes crossed. Ardis. Someone is being attacked. Ardis. In the ears of Ardis, who closed his eyes and concentrated his consciousness, the voice of a human asking for help could be heard. At the same time, the neighing of horses and screams of a death sounded out in the direction that Ardis was facing. A consultation was needed. Ted, what should we do? Ardis asked for his judgment. That was because he was the leader of White Star. Naturally we help them. Ted, which side do we help? Ardis will decide after watching. Ted. Saying so, Ted ran with all his might. Ha. He is such an unconventional person, Norris. It's true he has the personality to thrust his neck into troublesome things. Ophelia. Regardless of his appearance, he cannot help reaching out to those in need. Although complaining about such a party leader should be saved for when they're drunk. From the point of view of Ardis, He did not think Ted's way of living was clever. This world was full of danger. Those who deliberately jump into trouble never live long. However, Ardis did not think Ted was stupid. Ardis could live in this world because Ted was such a person as this, his benefactor. Can't be helped. Ardis threw out 2 short swords from his waist which floated around him as he chased after Ted. Chapter 3 TLN. Sorry, this is a bit late. I went out for Mad Friday, which was interesting. I'd luckily translated this before I went out so I wouldn't have to deal with it when I got back, but I still had to edit it today. So since I couldn't focus, there might be a few issues. Hopefully it doesn't impede your reading in any way. Just a note about this chapter. Ophelia doesn't seem to be mentioned, but she is actually there. I'll be looking into adding buttons, but don't expect these until I fully recover. Enjoy. Plus, as soon as Ted arrived at the location, the surroundings were filled with the thick stench of blood. Robbery? Ardis. With only a glance, Ardis could see the situation. There were 2 carriages on the highway. About 20 rough, dirty and armed men were closing in on them. Beside one of the carriages was a fallen mercenary with blood running down his body. It seems they weren't careless. It could not be predicted that such a large bandit group would appear on this highway. By the time Ardis had arrived, the winner and the loser was already decided. Perhaps the owner of these carriages was a peddler? There was no way to know as these corpses won't ever speak. TCH, we didn't make it in time. Ted clicked his tongue. It seems the bandits had killed everyone already. Although Ardis had no intention of intervening, it wouldn't be possible to just say well then, goodbye once the bandits had seen them. In the excitement of battle, the bandits had in fact noticed Ardis' group and immediately shot arrows without warning. Damn it, I guess they're not going to listen to us. Norris. That's right. They probably think we are here to steal their loot. Ted shouted whilst knocking down an arrow with his sword. On the other side, Norris was fiercely firing his own arrows towards the bandits. Ardis, stay close. I like shooting with a bow, but I don't like getting shot. Norris. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. Ardis. Responding with a joke, Ardis cut down arrows in front of Norris with the 2 shore swords. The shore swords floating in the air were the best defense against these arrows. There was no need to worry about an unprotected hand holding the sword, and there was no need to worry about blocking Norris' view. Arrows were continuously fired towards them. Fortunately, the bandits' equipment seems to be of bad quality. Or perhaps their shooting arms were bad. Most of the arrows missed Norris and struck into the ground around him. About 1 in 5 arrows headed accurately towards Norris, but they were all knocked down by the floating shore swords. The shooting continued for a while, but thanks to Ardis none of the arrows hit. Conversely, the arrows shot by Norris were reducing the number of bandits slowly. The bandits who saw how ineffective their bow were decided to lead the group into a close fight. I'll suppress the swordsman. Attack the magician and archer. Bandit leader. A man who seemed to be the bandit leader addressed his companions. All the bandits raised their swords and responded to their leader's voice, other than the several that had been killed by Norris. I'm not a magician. Ardis muttered. However, his voice naturally did not reach the bandits. Since he no longer had to prevent the flying arrows, he sent his floating shore swords towards the bandit group heading towards him. At that moment, offense and defense was reversed. The shore swords creeped around the back of the bandits and attacked them from their blind spots. One of the shore swords pierced a bandit from behind. Since he was running, he wasn't paying attention to his back at all. He collapsed to the ground spurting blood without really knowing what had happened. The other shore sword slit the throat of a bandit moving quickly towards Ardis. He immediately fell face first to the ground. One of the shore swords was then immediately shot through the heart of one of the bandits within the group of bandits rushing towards them. They could not deal with the surprise attacks from behind. The slaughter of the bandits continued, with the number of living people in the area dwindling. One after another, their lives were taken by the 2 shore swords. As the shore swords passed by them, strength would leave their bodies and they would collapse onto the ground without realizing what had happened. On the other side, the bandit who seemed to be the leader slashed at Ted and raised his voice. Fuck. I'll suppress this guy. Capture the women alive. Bandit leader. However, no one answered his cry. Hey, old man, Ted. A trace of pity floated in Ted's eyes. Just so you know, you're the last one alive, Ted. The bandit leader could not understand Ted's words until he looked around. Bandit leader. In his eyes appeared the figures of his companions submersed in pools of blood. He had finally noticed that he was the last one standing. Street, stupid for such a thing to happen. Bandit leader. Sorry about that, Ted. With such words, Ted slashed his sword at the bandit leader's head. Plus, after clearing up the bandits, Ardis was searching for survivors. Wow, this was a massacre, Norris. Norris spoke up. The carriage driver, an escort mercenary and a man who seemed to be a merchant had breathed their last breaths here. They had stab wounds in their neck and chests. The bandits have dealt quick and fatal blows. What should we do? The horses have already ran off. Should we take the carriage? Norris. It would be a waste to leave the carriage, but we'll have to. It's too big and bulky. If only we could find out this merchant's identity. Ted. Well then, me and Ardis will check the other carriage. Ted, will you check out this one? Norris. No problem, Ted. In order to investigate the carriage's goods, Norris and Ardis approached the carriage that had been damaged the least. Since there were 2 carriages, the amount of goods should be quite large. It's unknown what type of goods the merchant traded in. Hopefully there is enough for 4 people to easily carry. I hope we can find some jewelry or spices. Norris. Norris leaked his own desire. Even with the same weight and size, there are differences in value depending on the item. As Norris said, if it is jewelry or spices, you can sell it for a reasonable price and 4 people can carry it without issue. However, bulky items like art and low-cost items like food, there is a limit to the amount that can be carried. In some cases, you can only collect the money and leave the rest. Norris approached the carriage from the back and put his hands on the door. He slowly opened it and looked inside. Instantly his body turned rigid. Covering his face with his hand, he looked up to the sky and muttered, "Damn." What's wrong, Norris? Ardis. Ardis peeked from his back. NN? Ardis. What was reflected in his eyes were 2 scared little girls surrounded by numerous baskets of goods. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. TLN. Have a good Christmas. I have some chapters stockpiled so I can enjoy my holidays as well. I might release some extra chapters tomorrow as a present. Plus, Ardis, I will get Ted. Can you wait here? Norris. Okay, Ardis. Ardis glances at Norris running to the other carriage and then looks at the 2 girls. They seem to be about 7 or 8 years old. Seeing him stare at them, the girls hugged each other whilst trembling. You could see the vigilance and fear in their eyes. Looking closely, their appearances were very similar. Perhaps they are twins. They don't seem too different in age. Ardis speculated that they may be part of the merchant's family, but quickly shook off that idea. The clothes they were wearing right now were too shabby to be part of a merchant's family. Their bodies were also thin, indicating that they had not eaten very well. There are children? Ted and Ophelia were immediately brought to the carriage by Norris. As soon as the door was opened, the 2 people frowned respectively, muttering, "You are, seriously? This is a problem." Ardis asked the 3 people who were holding their hands to their heads. "What should we do?" "We could take them to town." Ardis. "Well, that's what I was thinking, but it would be okay if they weren't twins." Ted sighed. "What about everyone else?" Ardis. "Look at their limbs, they have a bracelet and an anklet." "That complicates things, Ted." Just as Ted said, the 2 girls were wearing rings on their wrists and ankles. Confused, Ardis raised a question. "What are those rings?" Ardis. "Huh?" Ted. Not just Ted, but even Norris and Ophelia looked at Ardis like they were looking at something incredible. Are you seriously saying that?" Ted. "Ahaha, as expected of Ardis. Norris, I knew you were naive. But for it to be this bad, Ophelia." The group of 3 felt it was just like Ardis to not know something so basic. "So what is it?" Ardis asked again in a prickly tone, clearly annoyed. "I'm sorry. Please don't get angry. I'll explain now." Norris calmed down quickly. "You should know, it's not exactly a nice topic. Is that okay?" Norris started talking after seeing the silently nodding Ardis. "These rings are used when people are sold for money. How should I say it? It looks like they are the merchandise the merchant dealt in. There are many ways they can end up like this. Children getting sold by their parents due to being unable to pay back debts, people who have committed crimes, captives during war. They cannot possess property and they have no freedom of movement. They are not protected under law either. It is a disgusting and horrible thing." Norris. "Is it like slavery?" Ardis. Well, it's close. However, slaves are a little better off. Although they are considered on the lower rungs of society and have to obey the orders of their masters, they can still own property and have a family depending on the master's personality. Norris. Is there really any difference? Ardis. These people are not treated as human beings. Killing a slave would be murder. However, killing the girls would only count as destroying property. If you abuse a slave, you get a bad reputation. However, abusing these girls would just make the merchant look a little bad for mismanaging his products. These little girls are a little better off though, as they're allowed clothes. Norris. Ardis. Ted took over the explanation. The buyer can choose to make them into slaves if they wish, which would be a good thing. Being a slave, you will be treated like a human being as far as the master allows it. It would be much better compared to this. However, in this case they are twins. Ted. Is there a problem with them being twins? Ardis. What? Do you not even know this? Which country did you grow up in? How rural was your upbringing to not know something so common? Ted. Who knows? At the place I was raised I never heard anything to do with twins. Ardis. Ardis. Have you ever seen twins in your country? Ophelia. Ophelia asks from the side. Twins. Ardis. Ardis searched through his memory. Since he came to this world a year ago, he had not seen a single twin. When you say it like that, I've never seen twins before. But isn't that just by chance? It's rare that twins are born after all. Ardis. Oh yeah, I get in the rural place you grew up with a population of 100, it would be pretty rare. However, don't you think it's strange that you didn't see any twins in a big city like Toria? Ophelia. Ardis. Twins are considered abominations. They are said to be the apostles of the evil god who opposed the goddess. Ophelia. Hearing the name of the goddess, a viciousness appeared in Ardis' eyes. Hey, don't make such a scary face. You really don't like the goddess, Ted. Ted hesitated to speak after seeing Ardis' current appearance. It's fine because we're here, but be careful in the town. Norris. Sorry, Ardis. Especially be careful the church officials don't see you. Didn't you criticize the goddess in front of the priest last time? Norris. As Norris said, you may think that way about the goddess, but it would be better if you stop criticizing her in broad daylight. Ophelia. Got it. I'll keep it in mind. Ardis. Upon hearing his response, Ophelia breathed a sigh of relief and spoke up. According to legend, it was the evil god who tormented the goddess using twin devils. The goddess was severely wounded by them. Ophelia. Hearing about the twin devils, Ardis' fists strongly clenched. In the church's view, twins are the ones who hurt the goddess. Therefore, despite being innocent, they are born as sinners. Ophelia. Do you think that's the truth? Ardis. Ardis inquired in a small voice. I do not know if it is the truth or not, because no human was present to see and hear the event happening. This is considered a myth, however. Ophelia. However? Ardis. The world is too strict with twins' lives. That is fact, Ophelia. Actually, it is common in twin births that one is disposed of immediately. There are even places where you can abandon one of them according to the region. However, they are looked on with contempt and cannot receive the blessings of the church. Similarly, they cannot afford a decent job. In this case, I wonder if they lost their parents, or if their parents actually sold them. Ted. A faint sense of pity appeared in Ted's eyes. Most twins die in childhood. Even if they live due to good luck, their only destination is becoming a slave, otherwise a bandit. Ted. So what are we going to do, Ted? We can't stay here forever. Norris. It was just as Norris said. Although this robbery was not Ardis' fault, there was no one who could prove it. With all the corpses surrounding them, it would be easy to mistake him as a bandit. Well, let's move from this place for the time being. Ardis. Ardis moved to dispose of the corpses and carry out the goods that could be carried out. Norris. Have you identified them? Ardis. Apparently it looks like the merchant has a shop in the kingdom. He was on his way to deliver to a company in Toria. Norris. Norris confirmed this from the documents in the merchant's bosom. So taking a little should be fine, right? What about you, Ophelia? Ardis. There are some textiles and cloths, however only a part of it can be brought out as it's bulky. Ophelia. If only the horses hadn't ran off, then we'd be okay. Ted. Ardis decided to get a fire going in a hollow away from the highway. They would have to spend the night outside. Fortunately, firewood and tools were found within the carriages, so there was no problem setting up camp. Looking up at the sky, night was already drawing close. 4 people, Ardis, Ophelia, Ted and Norris circled the fire. 2 other people crouched shoulders together a short distance away where the light faintly reached. We brought them after all. Ted sighed as he looked at himself and Ardis alternately. I couldn't leave them, Ardis. Ted responded to Ardis, furrowing his brows. Well, it's not wrong, but twins are not ordinary merchandise. It might be difficult to find a buyer. Ted, what if a buyer doesn't buy them? Ardis. Ted spoke up to Ardis' question. Items that cannot be sold are disposed of. Ted, are you going to kill them? Ardis. I won't, but well, it looks like it might end up like that. There are some things I can't say. Ted, for example? Ardis. Ophelia covered Ardis' mouth to prevent him pursuing it any further. You'd better not listen to something you're not comfortable hearing, Norris. Norris said to Ted, with a face of understanding. So are we going to take them with us after all? Even one child would be troublesome enough. They walk so slow they will slow us down. Even if we take them to Toria, they wouldn't sell for much, Norris. Ted knew this well. Children, twins in particular, even if they sell them, the money received would be insignificant. It would be more profitable to sell their clothes. Indeed, as Norris said, it would be pointless. How about we give them food and water and let them go to Toria by themselves? Norris. They had not planned to do something as cold as what Norris suggested. Ted fell silent, his face showing his frustration. Both Ted and Ophelia felt a sense of pity for the little girls. Perhaps if they were not twins, he would have taken them to Toria as a matter of course. I will take them both, Ardis. Ted's hand that was scratching his head, Ophelia's finger that was rubbing her eyebrows and Norris' hands that were preparing firewood all immediately froze at the words of Ardis. Well, Ardis. Ted, I'll give up my share of the goods from the carriage and I'll look after them to prevent a delay. Do you have any complaints? Ardis. Interrupting Ted, Ardis spoke up. That's all right. Ted, there was no denial to the proposal. If the shares do not decrease and it has no effect on the walking speed of the group, there was no reason to oppose. What merit is there in that? They are strangers, moreover twins. Even if you take them, they will not sell for much. You might not even be able to enter the town with them, Ophelia. There is no merit. What Ophelia said is true. Ardis. He murmured in his heart that it was irresponsible to forsake the 2 little girls. Ophelia questioned Ardis, who was silent, closing his eyes. Really? Ophelia. Count it as a passing whim, Ardis. Ted gave up on Ardis, who responded in that way. Give me a break. I don't want to give up on them either, Ted. Sorry about that, Ted. Ardis. But even if you get them to town, you won't know if you can actually enter or not, Ted. Then I'll sneak them in during the night, secretly, Ardis. Ahaha. You're interesting, Ardis, as usual. Well then, at that time I'll help you out as well. Norris. In contrast to the overblown laughter of Norris, Ted and Ophelia were trying to conceal their disgusted expressions. This was the state of resignation. The twins did not respond at all to Ardis' conversation. They just stayed at the side and hugged each other. As the night grew deeper, they could no longer stay awake and fell asleep quietly together. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. TLN. Sorry for the delay, I'm still a bit tired and drunk. Plus. The next morning, Ardis cleaned up the camp. I would like to enter the city by night, Ted. Ted's line of sight fell on the twins. Although this muscled giant had not intention of staring, he made the little girls feel a bit of fear. The girls were walking in very small strides. The problem was the rings attached to their limbs. The circular rings attached to the left and right hands and feet were connected to each other by a short chain. In order to prevent the escape and rebellion against their master, they were deprived of the liberty of their limbs. Inevitably their strides would be small. Saying that, it may be impossible to catch up to our speed, Ardis. Ted's eyes moved to face Ardis. So, what do you intend to do about those rings? Ted. Remove them, Ardis. The 3 people were taken aback for a moment with the words that Ardis said, as if it wasn't a big deal. Ardis. If they were so easy to remove, wouldn't they all be running around free right now? The rings are designed to not let them escape. I've never heard of them being removed before, Ophelia. Shortly after Ophelia finished speaking, Ardis approached the twins. The little girls were frightened when they saw Ardis. However, they did not run away and instead held each other. Perhaps they knew that they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Ardis once again observed the appearance of the two. Both were wearing clothes which hid their faces. Even now, they moved their heads to escape the sight of Ardis. Slender limbs and slim cheeks. Both had platinum blonde hair peeking out of the gap of the hood. It looked dirty and dull. They had slightly bluish-green colored eyes which were watching Ardis curiously. "Sit there, Ardis." The twins obediently followed his words, feeling frightened of Ardis. The fact that they showed no sign of rebellion demonstrated what type of situation they had been in up until now. Ardis observed the rings fitted to their hands and feet with a serious expression. "It is easy to destroy. The mechanism is not that complicated, but it must have been created by a magician of this world. How is it? Can you release it?" Ophelia, interested in magic. Ophelia peered out from the back of Ardis. "The rings on the hands and feet are interlocking. If you remove one, the other three will ignite, Ardis. Although it doesn't sound like a big deal, the temperature would be high enough to carbonize limbs. It could potentially be a fatal injury. So to release it safely you have to remove all four at the same time, Ardis. I wonder, do we need 4 magicians?" Ophelia: "No, it wouldn't necessarily go well with 4 magicians. If the quality of magical power deviates or is released at an incorrect time, then the rings will not release together and ignite, Ardis. Then it's practically impossible to remove." "So you can't remove it after all?" Ophelia: "It shouldn't be a problem. If I do it alone I can release magic into 4 different magic circles at the same time, Ardis." "That's impossible. 4 simultaneous magics at the same time. Not even the kingdom's best magician can do that." Ophelia: "That's probably true, for the magicians of this world." Leaving Ophelia with a frown on her face, Ardis sat with one of the girls. He held out his other hand after gathering her arms and legs in front of her. Opening parenthesis, analyzing formula. Unlock trap. Invoke. Begin exclamation mark, closing parenthesis. 4 magic circles appeared on each limb of the girl, followed by a loud clicking sound. "NN?" Ophelia leaked a stupid voice. Wait a moment please Ardis. What did you just do? How did you make so many magic circles appear? Ophelia, so noisy. You are next. Just place your hands and feet the same way, Ardis." Ignoring the upset Ophelia, Ardis moved to the other little girl and released the magic circles again. With the rings removed, the girls were rubbing their sore wrists. Looking at Ardis with a strange look. "Don't worry, I won't put such things on you anymore, Ardis." Ardis mentioned this in order to make them feel relieved. However, they still huddled close to each other immediately. "Well, looks like it will take a while, Ardis." As Ardis murmured solitarily, the members of White Star appeared and spoke up without permission. There was really no need to worry, Ted. Ahaha, Ardis is interesting after all. You won't get bored when you watch him. Norris. Only one person was looking anxiously at Ardis, the red-haired magician. "Wait a minute Ardis. What did you do just now? Explain right. Hey." Ophelia. For the magician Ophelia, what Ardis just did was amazing. Until she heard a convincing explanation, she refused to let him go. Capturing both his shoulders and shaking him back and forth. "I understand. I'll explain it properly, so stop." Ardis. Her appetite for knowledge was enough to deserve the title of mage. "I did not do anything special, I just released 4 at the same time, Ardis." "How is it not special? You're the irregular one here. It's impossible to use 4 magic circles at the same time. You didn't even chant." Ophelia. There was a big thing that separated Ardis from the greatest magician of this world. The magic of this world is not something Ardis is familiar with. In the first place, he has no conscious thought of using magic. Who decided you need to chant in order to use magic? Ardis. That's how we were taught. Ophelia. If you ask me, that came about due to the selfishness of magicians, Ardis. But how can you use magic without chanting? Ophelia. Even when swordsmen swing their swords, do you hear them say slash of heaven? Or feather stab? Whenever they attack? Ardis. Magic uses magical powers. Swordsmen use their bodies. It's completely different. Ophelia. Really? Well then, what do you do when you move your body? Ardis. That apostrophe s. Well, you think about moving and then you move. Ophelia. Yes, you think let's move. But how can you explain how your body moves as expected then? Ardis. That is, Ophelia. Ophelia suddenly got what Ardis was getting at. Fun. Interesting, Ophelia. Ted spoke up whilst Ophelia was lost in thought. I'm only a swordsman, so I can only say stuff from my experience. It seems like most people have doubts that their body moves at their own will, including me. Surely it's natural that if you think about moving, you will, but why do you move? Even I don't think I know the answer, Ted. If you look at trees and rocks, they cannot move of their own free will. We humans are moving around, so is that not magecraft? Ardis. That's Norris. Norris was thoroughly listening to Ardis' explanation. Ardis, are you saying it's as natural for you to use magecraft as it is for us to run and jump? Ted. Well, something like that, Ardis. Since you don't have to chant, is it easy to use 4 magics at the same time? Ted. It's not easy, but possible, Ardis. Ahaha. After all, we are not bored if we're with you, Ardis. Ted, we have to get him to join White Star. It would be a waste if he was taken by another party. Norris. You don't have to tell me, Ardis. You said yesterday that you would think about entering White Star. If you want to join, you'd be welcome to. Ted. I'll think about it, Ardis. Also, Norris, Ophelia. It's useless to try and lure him in, he has his own stuff to deal with. Ted. Got it, Norris. Understood, Ophelia. Well then, let's head for Toria quickly. Ardis, look after the twins carefully. Ted. With that, Ardis began walking towards the northeast with the twins, to return to the city of Toria. Chapter 6. TLN. Apologies for the large delay. The start of the year was pretty hectic for work and I was unable to find any free time to translate. I'll try and make the releases more frequent from now on. Plus, it's pretty late already, we might just make it before the gate closes. Ted looked into the sky as he said so. After clearing up the camp and unlocking the twins' rings, it was already early morning. The party set off towards Toria along the highway, but as expected the twins were slowing down the party's pace. Even though their limbs had become free, the children could not keep up with the well-trained mercenaries. Ardis carried them at different intervals, but he could not hold them all day. As a result, there was a considerable delay to their original schedule. I can see it, Ophelia. Ophelia said as a drop of sweat rolled down her face, hidden by her hood. Have we finally arrived? Ted said, catching his breath. The constant stopping and starting was exhausting. Thankfully, they managed to reach Toria before curfew. There was still 30 minutes left. By the time Ardis arrived, the gatekeeper was in the midst of preparing to close the gate. Here, be quick, gatekeeper. The gatekeeper wanted to finish work as soon as possible. Hurrying, Ardis took out his entry documents as well as a note, but that was only for Ardis. As soon as the gatekeeper looked at the twins, his expression changed immediately. Hey, are they twins? Gatekeeper. The twins were dressed in children's clothes taken out from the carriage. The rings had already been removed by Ardis and the documents identifying the twins were burnt by him. Although their dirtiness was conspicuous somewhat, the current twins looked just like ordinary people. However, the gatekeeper seemed to not care about that. He looked down at the girls as if looking at something dirty. What did you say? Norris. Now, gatekeeper. Can't you see that these are our escort subjects? Aren't you working too hard? Ted tried his best to calm the gatekeeper. But this is... Gatekeeper. You worked really hard today as well, so I guess you must be tired. Please have a good drink on your way home, Norris. From the other side, Norris passed a few silver coins to the gatekeeper. It can't be helped. Just don't cause trouble. Gatekeeper. As soon as he said so, he motioned to Ardis. Passing through the gate, the group entered the main street. Norris suddenly tapped on Ardis with his palm facing up. Ardis, Norris. Seeing Norris look, Ardis took out a few silver coins from his wallet and placed it in his hands. Walking around with the twins may cause problems. Well, that could be interesting in itself, right? Norris. I was saved. Sorry, Ted. Ardis. Well, that's fine. I'll report to the timber trader. We'll call you when our next job comes. Ted. Ardis. There are things I want to say, but don't hesitate to call me if you need help. I'll do as much as I can. Ophelia. See you later, Ardis. After the group left, Ardis was left alone with the twin girls. The sky was gradually getting darker and the people on the street were sparse, but everyone who saw the twins had a frown on their faces. Ardis felt frustrated by such a gaze and urged the twins to follow him as he walked down the road to the inn. His lodging was fairly close to the main street, making it a good location to stay. Among the accommodations in Toria, they were usually medium-sized, with a cheap room charge and lots of meals in order to keep customers happy. Although the taste of the cooking wasn't amazing, it wasn't a big problem for Ardis, who was not particular about taste. Due to the twins, the room and meal fee naturally rose. Fortunately, Ardis was not short on money. For now he just wanted to get some sleep. They had been handling the request for the last few days and he had not slept well. After giving the twins an adequate meal and putting them to bed, he immediately fell asleep. That was, until they were told to leave by the innkeeper. Please leave immediately, innkeeper. 4 days ago when departing the inn, the innkeeper was very amiable to Ardis and hoped he would come back soon. However, when he returned with twins, she did not hide her annoyed expression. I have never been overdue with my payments. In fact, I always pay in advance. Leaving suddenly would not be very appropriate, Ardis. Ardis responded to the maidservant whose attitude had changed 180 degrees. Saying such a thing, are they not twins? Innkeeper. The innkeeper stared at the children standing behind Ardis. So what if they are? I will pay for them both. Ardis. That doesn't matter. If it becomes known twins are staying here, then business will suffer. Innkeeper. It had already reached a point where further conversation was impossible. Ardis, who was pressed to choose between leaving the inn or abandoning the twins, decided to leave the inn immediately. It was already night time. No matter what, he didn't want to sleep in the street with the twins. Ardis walked around the street and checked the different inns. However, the open displeasure towards the twins made it impossible to find a room. No way. Ardis was suddenly filled with a disgusting feeling towards the people of this town. However, after hearing the story from Ophelia, he could not abandon the twins. Whilst searching for accommodation that would allow them, Ardis arrived at a strange place in the back streets. It was quite far from the main street, but not too far from the streets where the glamorous inns were located. The little light given out by the streetlights gave this place a quiet and somewhat somber atmosphere. Hey there, Rana-san. Yes, you? Suddenly the voice of a woman could be heard amongst the bustle of the entertainment district. After searching the area, Ardis suddenly realized that the woman was calling to him. It was a woman in her mid-20s. Her hair color was an eye-catching blue. Appearance-wise, she gave a pleasant impression from her slender figure. The dress she was wearing was not spectacular, but was overflowing with a sense of cleanliness. Are you perhaps looking for accommodation tonight? Woman. Why do you think that? Ardis. Well, you were wandering around looking like you were trying to find something. Usually about this time of night people are returning to their inns. Woman. In this area there were only poor private houses. No shops were open at night, unlike the entertainment district. In addition, if you carry a set of luggage like Ardis, you could easily guess what they were looking for. The woman said so. We have a free room at our inn. How about it? Woman. For Ardis, who is searching for an inn, this could be called a lifeline. But I appreciate that, but are these children allowed as well? Ardis. Ardis shifted his gaze to the twins behind him. These children. Woman. The woman immediately lost her words. Following Ardis, she captured the twins in her eyes and proceeded to open and close her mouth as if it had been silenced by magic. Are they twins? Woman. That's right. Is it okay for these children to stay with me? Ardis. Oh. Woman. The woman's words became incomprehensible as she held her head. But unlike the previous inns, there was no immediate refusal. I wonder if they have so few customers. There was a feeling as if she didn't really want to put the twins in her inn, although she wants to fill the room. And is Anasana mercenary? Woman. That's right, Ardis. Are the children mercenaries too? Woman. No, they're not, Ardis. The woman held her head for a while before nodding as if convincing herself. She began negotiations with Ardis. I have conditions, but I'll let you buy the room if you follow them. Woman. The world where treatment of twins was so terrible, suddenly got slightly better. Conditions? Ardis. Yes. First, you cannot tell anyone that they are twins. If it is found out that twins stay at my inn, the customers would all leave. Next, the children are not allowed outside of the room at the same time. If they don't see both of them at once, they will not know that they are twins. Woman. Ardis considered the two conditions in his mind. The first condition was not a problem to accomplish. He didn't really want to tell people that anyway. There was a problem with the second condition, but it was still acceptable. He didn't think that the twins would leave without him anyway. They had never opened their mouths at all until they came here, only obediently following what Ardis said. There wasn't even any indication that they would run away now that the rings were gone. For confirmation, Ardis asked a question to the woman. Can you bring water for wiping our bodies and meals to our room? Ardis: I don't mind, but I will charge an extra fee. Woman: I may not return to the inn for days at a time. Can I ask you to look after the children at that time? Ardis: But that will be another fee. Is that fine? Woman: That doesn't matter. How much is the room and meal fee? Ardis: Usually the cost of a triple room is a silver coin, while meals are 5 copper coins. However, for you it will cost 2 silver coins for the room fee due to the risk. Woman. Ardis had a favorable impression of the woman. Although the price was high, she revealed the original price honestly. There were only a few inns that would accept mercenaries anyway. Despite it being more expensive, Ardis didn't really have any other options. I don't need individual beds for all of us. 2 beds are enough. Meal is for 3 people in the morning and evening. These children will have 3 meals each day. Ardis. For the room fee, you can use 1 silver coin and 4 coppers. The meal price is 1 silver coin and 1 copper. Hot water costs 1 copper coin each time. The fee for transporting the meals to your room is 5 copper coins. As for looking after the children, should we say 1 copper coin each day? Woman. That's fine, then I would like to book the room for 10 days. Ardis. Just like that, 2 silver coins and numerous coppers had disappeared. I'm going to be milked dry at this rate. Whilst holding a little bit of dissatisfaction with the woman's prices, he was relieved that he managed to secure a place to settle down for the time being. Ardis wanted to quickly get into a warm bed and get to sleep. Well then, follow me. You'll be seen by other customers if you enter from the front, so come in through the back door. Woman. Ardis did not notice just how close they were to the inn in question. It looked like a slightly bigger private house. A small sign was hanging at the entrance: Stop Tree Tea Rooms, TLN. This is a literal translation, so may not be what the author intended. Following the woman, they went around to the back door of the inn to avoid the eyes of the customers. Entering the building, they arrived at the kitchen and passed by 2 other rooms. You will still have to come to reception. Woman. After paying the meal and room fee for 10 days at the reception, Ardis immediately brought the food to his room. Oh, that's right. My name is Kashihu and this inn is run by me and my father. I will tell my father about Ardis' situation, so please show your face tomorrow. After saying that, Kashihu left the room. All that was left in the room was Ardis, the twins and the meals for 3 people. The flame of the candle, which was the room's only light source, shimmered faintly. It's so dark. Ardis mutter. The inside of the room was immediately filled with a bright light incomparable to that of the candle flame. The light source had seemingly appeared from nowhere. It stuck to the ceiling in a spherical shape. It was somewhat larger than a palm and emitted a blazing light that drowned out the unreliable candle light. The twins, that rarely showed emotions on their faces other than fear, looked surprised. They gazed up at the ceiling and blinked their eyes at the magical light floating in the air. Let's eat it whilst it's warm, Ardis. They were still wary of Ardis. After telling the twins to eat their food, he sat on a chair at a table in the corner of the room and began to eat. Removing their hoods, the twins' hair looked shorter than expected. It reached below their ears and ended at their nape. The original shine had been lost due to the dirt. Ardis scooped the stew up with a spoon and carried it to his mouth silently, without even saying if it was delicious or tasteless. He had finished his food in under 5 minutes, but the trouble was that the twins were not eating at all and instead were holding their hands sitting on the bed. They did not approach the table whilst Ardis was eating, they only stared at him. Are you not eating? Ardis. Even after calling out, there was no response. Their line of sight was facing here, so it seemed as if they had heard his voice. They just did not reply. I will go to bed now, Ardis. In addition to his work, Ardis was also tired from searching for accommodation and fell asleep quickly. Plus. Chapter 7 TLN. Just a few notes on site changes. This is the last chapter in the arc named Twin Girls. The next arc is called Despair in the Grasslands and the New Mercenary. Plus. The next day, Ardis woke up later than usual. The bed next to his was for the twins, yet their figures were nowhere to be seen. As a yawn spilled out of his mouth, He looked around the room only to find the twins huddled together in the corner. Their eyes were closed shut. It looks like they haven't woken up yet. Their chests were gently raising and lowering as they breathed softly. The meal put aside for them had been completely eaten. You ate it all. Ardis. They must have eaten it whilst Ardis slept. The stew bowl was spotless, as if it had been licked clean. There was no mistaking their hunger. Still, they didn't seem comfortable eating in front of Ardis. Their lack of trust must be due to how they were treated until now. After washing his face, Ardis went down to the first floor and greeted the owner of the inn. Once he'd received today's breakfast from Kashiha, he returned to his room. Whilst he was gone, it seems the twins had awakened. However, they stayed in the corner of the room and refused to approach. I've brought breakfast, aren't you going to eat it? Ardis. Despite calling out to them, there was no reply. Even after he had started his meal, the twins did not join him. The situation didn't change even after Ardis had finished eating. They only started eating after Ardis had left the room. It seems like the twins refuse to eat whilst he's there. After judging that it wouldn't be good to forcibly reduce the distance between them, Ardis decided to visit the tavern to meet with Ted, hiding his anxiety. Ardis, over here. Ted. Upon entering the tavern, Ted called out to him. Ophelia and Norris were already waiting at the table. What happened to those children? Ophelia. After Ardis took a seat, Ophelia suddenly noticed that the children were not behind him. I left them at the inn. Ardis. Are you okay? Did something happen? Ted. We were driven out of the previous inn. Ardis. The expressions of the three immediately turned dark. There is a certain sense of camaraderie between mercenaries. When you hear someone speak of mercenaries you might think it's a decent job. However, in reality mercenaries are people who could not find normal work. They have low social status and are only slightly better than bandits. There are some mercenaries who are violent towards the people of the city, make unreasonable demands to express their power, leave without paying for food and drink and rape the town's women. These types of mercenaries are no different than criminals. Ardis is different to that, of course. He obeys the laws and does not abuse his power. Despite that, there are also those heroic mercenaries who use their power to help people and the world. There are even those who handle their requests seriously and try not to trouble others. However, from the point of view of the public, the word mercenary is a negative one. There is no organization that administers and supervises the existences called mercenaries. Certainly, if you commit a crime and get caught by the guards you will be judged, but there are places where the guards' eyes cannot reach. No matter where you are in the world, mercenaries are treated like barbarians. There are few inns that would allow mercenaries to stay. This isn't an issue in Thoria because it is a big city, however in smaller towns they are unlikely to find accommodation. Regardless, I managed to find a place to stay. Ardis. Although expensive, Ardis thought with a dissatisfied face. It's good you found a place to stay. I was worried, Ted. Well, there are still things to worry about, Ardis. Ardis began to explain, smiling bitterly. They refuse to move from the corner of the room. They don't reply to me when I speak to them. Even at dinner, they refuse to eat until I go to sleep. It feels like I've picked up a pair of stray cats. Ardis. Is it alright to leave them in the inn? Ted. The owner already knows about the situation. Besides, they seem to be able to look after each other. Whilst I was asleep they went to the restroom by themselves. There was also a lot of opportunities to escape yesterday, but they haven't attempted to leave the room. All they do is watch me cautiously from the corner. Ardis. Well, don't worry too much about it. Considering their circumstances it's natural. Since you'll be sleeping in the same room for a while, their cautiousness will gradually wane. Ted. Seeing this conversation was over, Ted spoke up. Well then, let's talk about work. Norris, will you explain the request to Ardis? Ted. I told you we should have waited until we were all together. It's a hassle to explain it twice. Norris. My bad. Ted brushed off Norris' complaints. Ignoring that, Norris began to explain the contents of the request. The request I received today is another survey. Norris. What is it this time? Are we surveying an excavation zone? Ardis. Ardis lightly laughed. Even for mercenaries, their lives were somewhat peaceful. Although there may be battles for self-defense like last time, Those instances are rare. Short-term work which is too much of a hassle to hire people for is often sent as requests to mercenaries. Clients are generally merchants or chiefs of towns and villages. Occasionally requests from countries can appear, or even military requests. There are quite a few jobs that knights and soldiers cannot do. It's not unusual for well-known mercenaries to be treated very well. There are occasionally requests handed out to mercenaries that would be too dishonorable for knights to do. Even if the mercenary dies during the request, it is not seen as a problem. Compared to those requests, investigation jobs are comparatively better. No, this time it's a survey of the land, including the size of the roads, any nearby water sources, drainage systems and any unique geological features. Norris. The location was about 2 days away, advancing south towards the border of a neighboring country. By the way, who's the client? Ardis. It seems to be a company, but... Norris. But? Ardis. There may be a country behind them. Norris. What do you think about it, Ardis? Ted asked from the side. It seems to be a preliminary survey for a new garrison location. Ardis. You truly believe that? Though it does seem to be the case. Ted also agreed with Ardis' reasoning. So the rumor that the war with the Empire is near is true? Ophelia said uneasily. What do you think? The price of heavy iron seems to have settled down, but perhaps we should investigate just in case. Ardis. TLN, greater than heavy iron. Why would they make a request in Toria? Surely the imperial capital is closer? Ted agreed with Ardis, but was nevertheless suspicious of the request coming into Toria. Maybe they are attempting to proceed in secret to be as discreet as possible. It's not a request from the city lord or the military, but instead from a company. The contents of the request are also camouflaged as a preliminary survey anyway. Ardis is right. People would assume the request is in preparation for a pioneering project. Norris. Perhaps that's right. Maybe a similar request has already been made in the imperial capital. Ted nodded with a convinced face. The reward amount is good, likely because of the proximity to the border. The minimum guaranteed amount is 20 gold coins, but that could raise to 30 gold coins. What do you want to do, Ardis? Ted. That's right. The request is also fairly short. I'm sorry, but I'm going to decline this time. If I go to the border, I won't be able to return to the inn every day like I had planned to. Ardis. There was nobody upset at his decision. They all understood that he wanted to look after the twins. Well, there's nothing more to say. We can talk more after your day trip, Ted. Sorry, Ted. Ardis. After leaving behind Ted and his party, Ardis left the tavern and went out of the town alone. For just a day trip to the forest. It can't be helped. I'll have to hunt a beast king. Ardis. Glimpsing at the grasslands in front of him, Ardis took a step forward. Chapter 8 TLN. Enjoy. Hopefully we can get back to the twins soon. Plus, in the Nagra's kingdom, Toria is a port town. The eastern side of the town touches the sea and has been developed as a base for nearby trade. In the south there is the forest of Kozars, as well as a green plain grassland spreading from north to west. Going further west you will reach the largest mountain range on the entire continent, named the Kanobizu Mountains. Ahead of that is a barren wilderness. Very dangerous monsters live in the wilderness and the forest, which makes it unsafe for both ordinary people as well as mercenaries. The lives of mercenaries who overestimate their abilities are lost there every month. It would be suicide for a mercenary to enter the mountain range without knowing what to expect. Even the most dangerous monsters in the grasslands of Toria can't stand at the feet of the weakest monsters in the Kanobizu mountain range. That goes without saying. Even the monsters of the grasslands would prove difficult for newbie mercenaries. Newbie mercenaries who encounter despair fitting of the name despair can only curse their bad luck. TLN. First despair is written as comma, second is written as comma, but they mean the same thing. But one is in English. Despair is a demon at the top of the food chain in the grasslands. Its average height is 5 meters. Its whole body is covered in green scales, with the form like that of a reptile who can walk on 2 legs. It keeps its balance using its 4 feet and thick tail, which can move at high speed to catch prey. It has 2 horns extending out of its head. However, they cannot be used to attack as they are orientated backwards. Despair possesses powerful weapons including sharp fangs lining its jaw, deadly nails that can slit leather armor and incredible agility to control them all. Its strong scales will repel any half-baked attacks. It usually hunts herbivorous monsters in the grasslands to satisfy its appetite, rarely attacking people. There is no doubt it's an opponent you don't want to encounter if you're a newbie mercenary. You should be prepared for death should you meet it. Konya. How are Ralph's wounds? A boy with ash blonde hair holding a sword and shield desperately shouted whilst opposing the aforementioned Despair. It's bad. There's no more medicine. Konya. A small girl uttered a crying voice whilst treating the wounds of axe-wielding man who had lost consciousness from blood loss. TCH. Gresh. Gresh clicked his tongue at the girl's reply. They were currently located at a distance of about 2 hours on foot from Toria, in the middle of the grasslands away from the highway. It was a desperate situation. The four of them were originally childhood friends from the same village. 3 months have passed since they left the village for the city. Despite having no abundant funds or previous jobs, they managed to earn just enough to feed themselves by becoming mercenaries. They bought weapons with the money received as a gift when leaving the village, initially taking requests such as being a supporter for veteran mercenaries, luggage holding and miscellaneous chores. After gaining some degree of fighting experience, at least enough to protect themselves, they decided to gradually go out and hunt in the grasslands. Even if they were a little excited, they were never reckless. They listened intently to the advice given by veteran mercenaries and never did any jobs that could be seen as being dangerous. Even in the grasslands, they had avoided dangerous monsters such as beast kings and green knives and instead focused on hunting the relatively safe and easy to hunt snatchers. Snatchers are a kind of weasel that have a large body close to 1 meter in height. It is a carnivorous beast with a fierce personality, but it's hardly a difficult hunt for newbie mercenaries with basic skills in combat. Apparently the tail can be harvested and the cartilage extracted for a high price. For this reason it's said to be a good hunt for new mercenaries. After leaving Toria in the early morning, they had hunted 8 snatchers by noon. It was not a bad pace considering the sun had not finished ascending. It was also fairly profitable as aside from the tail, the fur itself is also worth quite a lot. They had felt like they had finally gotten lucky after such a long time, and it was at this point after trying to have an early lunch that Despair appeared. Due to preparing for lunch, they had neglected to pay attention to their surroundings. That mistake was fatal. Konya, who has the best vision amongst the four, saw it approaching from the horizon first. After seeing that the monster was the one named Despair, the group was on high alert. Although the agility of Despair is lower than the Beast King, it was not by much. Upon seeing it, they knew that they were not at a distance they could escape from. Inevitably, it was Gresh who began the engagement. However, it was not an opponent he could face and win. He couldn't even see a chance to win. It was impossible. He was hoping to stall it in order to find time to escape, but one of the group got injured almost immediately. Joe, leave together with Ralph and Konya. Gresh. What are you saying, Gresh? Joe, a long-haired youth holding a sword next to Gresh, asked without moving his eyes from Despair. I'll earn as much time as possible here. Gresh. Stupid. How can I leave you alone? Joe. There's no other way. Gresh. But to die. However, Gresh swallowed those words. Let's defeat this guy. Joe. Alright, Joe. Gresh. The swordsman called Joe ran behind Despair and slashed his sword to chop off its neck. However, the sword was blocked by its horns and could not reach it. His strike was easily bounced back, and in response Despair attacked Joe with its tail. The blow from the tail hit from Joe's blind spot and sunk into his flank, blowing his body away. Joe. Konya. Konya screamed. Damn it. Gresh. As Ralph and Joe had been injured, they could no longer withdraw that easily. Konya. Even if it's just you, run away. Gresh. No way. I can't do that. Konya. Despair suddenly lowered its neck, in a posture that would seem to suggest it would strike soon. Shea. Despair. A violent scream spewed out from its mouth, showing rows of sharp fangs. At that moment, the hind legs of Despair kicked the ground, jumping towards Gresh. Coup. Gresh. Hitting the side of Despair using his small shield, Gresh managed to escape its fangs. Without giving him time to breathe, Despair prepared to attack again. It raised its foreleg, showing a deadly claw. Parrying Despair had knocked Gresh's left arm outwards. His balance was lost and he didn't have enough time to stabilize himself. Opening parenthesis not good exclamation mark closing parenthesis. Gresh was prepared for death. Gresh. Konya's scream reached the ears of Gresh. It's the end. The foreleg of despair that was swinging towards Gresh suddenly disappeared. Gui. Despair raised a shrieking voice. Gresh couldn't follow what had happened. Despair's foreleg was flying in the air. In the area where its foreleg should originally be, a cross-section appeared as if it had been slashed. A massive amount of blood was flowing out. Gresh. Shea. Despair. To the Gresh who could not conceal his confusion, Despair tried to attack again. However, its head disappeared in the next moment. As its head hit the ground, its body soon followed. Gresh did not know how he had escaped the monster, or why. What came into the vision of the young boy was a floating short sword, wet with the blood of despair. Chapter 9. Ardis, who was attempting to hunt a beast king and earn some money, was moving northward through the grasslands. He had been running through the grasslands for about half an hour before finding a beast king a little way from the highway. Hunting is nothing fun, but what you need is money, not satisfaction. There is no other way of getting easy money from a day trip outside of Torio aside from hunting. After hunting the beast kings for an hour, Ardis was beginning to feel tired from the monotonous work, when he suddenly came across 3 mercenaries hunting a monster. Whilst others are fighting, it is taboo for other mercenaries to interject. They'll likely continue hunting in this area as well, unless they are in trouble. It is an unwritten law not to interfere. Of course there are exceptions, and the mercenaries found by Ardis seem to fall into that category. Although there are 3 people fighting the monster, there was a 4th that had already fallen from the monster's attacks on the ground. Is that monster Despair? That's pretty bad luck to encounter one in this place. Despair had another name, the crowned king of the grasslands. By the time Ardis judged he should help, one of the mercenaries was about to die. TCH, will I make it in time? Ardis dropped a short sword from his lower back and released it into the air. Go, Ardis. The short sword flew out with the speed of an arrow towards Ardis' instructions. As the swordsman with the shield was about to be torn apart by the nails of despair, a short sword swept across its foreleg. Ignoring the hardness of the scales, the sword cut off Despair's foreleg and then continued on to remove his head. Ardis, who had confirmed that the danger had passed, recalled his short sword. Whilst walking towards the mercenaries, Ardis wiped off the blood from his now blood-covered weapon and placed it in a sheath on his lower back. As he approached, he could see a small girl with dark red hair treating the injured people. There was a total of 4 people, with a long-haired swordsman and an axe-wielding man on the ground. Those 2 who were attacked by despair were already unconscious, and there may possibly be a danger to their lives if treatment is delayed. Hey. What helped us a short while ago? Was it you? Gresh, a young swordsman asked Ardis as he approached. He was stuttering after seeing that the one who dispatched despair so easily was fairly young. Yes, I killed despair, Ardis plainly admitted. The young man quickly concealed his slight surprise behind his blue eyes and lowered his head of ash-blonde hair. Thank you for your help. I had thought that neither me nor my friends would be saved. I really appreciate it, Gresh. Ardis was inwardly impressed by his attitude. Despite being young, he was courteous. Despite the fact that Ardis clearly looked younger than him, it would have been regrettable if he had died in this place. I have certainly received your gratitude. How are your companions? Ardis, whilst lightly nodding at the blue-eyed young man, Ardis looked towards his companions. Even though you've helped us so much. I hope you will allow me to ask for another favor. If you have any medicine for treatment, would you please share it? I don't have any on hand, Gresh. In that case. Choose this, Ardis. Ardis took 2 medicines from his waist pouch and handed them to the young man. This is high grade? Gresh. The young man was aware that the medicine he had received was not ordinary. High-grade medicines have better effects than ordinary ones. They can even work on those who are dying. However, its selling price is 10 times the amount of ordinary medicine. It is not easy for newbie mercenaries to get their hands on it. That's all I have for now, Ardis. Sorry, Gresh. Ignoring the selling price, the young swordsman headed towards the injured with a complicated face. They seemed to be recovering well after receiving the high-grade medicine. Both ordinary and high-grade medicines are the products of magic technology. It seems no one knows how to treat the body without the use of these. Ardis was also unable to understand how the liquid heals injuries in such a short amount of time. It is said to be a blessing from the goddess. According to one theory, small scratches and cuts are healed in seconds, whereas the dying are healed in minutes. However, Ardis did not believe in that theory much. Even if it was from the goddess, it was surely not out of pure goodwill. Several minutes later, after the medicine was administered, both the injured men opened their eyes. Ralph. Konya. Konya? The small girl raised a voice of happiness, while the two previously injured men were looking around with an awkward expression. Thank God, I thought you were going to die. Konya. Like a puppet with its strings cut, the girl with the red hair sat down. What about despair, Gresh? Ralph, a young man with short black hair, asked about the blue-eyed man. Gresh. You can find it over there, Gresh. The blue-eyed man pointed to the body of Despair. Oh! Are you serious? You killed Despair? Ralph. The short-haired swordsman was beginning to get excited, but the blue-eyed man shook his head and said, No, I did not defeat him. He did, and looked towards Ardis. Eh? What are you talking about, Gresh? There's no way such a brat can kill Despair, Ralph. Gresh admonished Ralph. Sorry. My friend so rudely. Gresh. I don't mind, I'm used to it already, Ardis. To Ardis, who showed a bitter smile, the blue-eyed young man returned a subtle look. For a boy younger than themselves to be this strong, it was natural to doubt their own ability and refuse to admit it. However, Ardis had learned to just laugh and forgive. He wondered if there was something wrong with his reaction. I want to thank you once again. Thank you for risking your life to save us. My name is Gresh, my friends are Konya and Ralph. Gresh. Ardis replied. Ardis. The price for the high-grade medicine. Will you wait a while? As expected, for us to afford 2 high-grade medicines is a bit. Gresh. After finishing his introduction, Gresh appeared to feel a bit sorry. The price, because I hadn't intended to sell it in particular, and because it is the duty of veteran mercenaries to help out novices. Don't mind it, Ardis. I don't want to be called a novice by you who looks like a child. Ralph. Stop it, Ralph. Gresh rebuked Ralph's words. There seemed to be no way to convince Ralph. It seems he was disappointed and couldn't believe that such a young boy could defeat something he couldn't. Sorry, Ardis. Anyway, I'm planning to return to town today, so I'd like to thank you later. Which inn are you staying in? Gresh. I don't think you should return to Toria just yet, Ardis. Is that so? Gresh. Is there a problem? Gresh responded in his head. It would be better not to leave my side just yet, Ardis. What do you mean? Gresh. You will know soon, Ardis. At Ardis' words, Gresh turned his eyes to the opposite direction from the town. After the other 3 also moved their heads in that direction, Konya shouted in terror. Something is coming. Konya. What? Ralph. Took a telescope from his bag and looked, his face suddenly turning blue. Despair. Gresh also did the same, and upon recognizing the oncoming threat, shouted orders to his companions. Run away. Discard any excess baggage. Gresh. The other 3 immediately followed his instructions and threw away the snatcher fur they had collected along with their heavy luggage. Ardis, what are you going to do? Gresh naturally knew Ardis was strong, but he still felt Ardis wouldn't help them now. Although they were helped a short while ago, that was due to Ardis' goodwill. Now that the goodwill is gone, it would be arrogant to expect him to help again. That is why they decided to act on their own and not expect assistance from Ardis. Seeing them act this way, Ardis had an even more pleased expression with this group. I'm staying here. That's why it's better not to leave me just yet, Ardis. What do you mean? Gresh. The Despairs are working together. Ardis pointed to the side opposite the Despair they had discovered. This is strange. Why? Checking the direction Ardis was pointing, couldn't believe what he saw. Also, aside from that, Ardis pointed in yet another direction. A total of 3 Despairs, including the one discovered the first time. They were approaching and surrounding Ardis. 3 Despairs. No way. Konya. Shaking her semi-long hair, Konya's face was dyed with hopelessness. Originally, Despairs hunted alone. However, that is not an absolute. In rare cases they can hunt together. Their ecology is shrouded in mystery, but it is said that they hunt together as parents and children. Of course, it goes without saying, a single Despair can easily dispatch newbie mercenaries. At the same time, 3 Despairs at once increases the danger level dramatically. Even more so, If they completely surrounded you, there would usually be no way a new party like Gresh's could survive. That is, if there was no Ardis here. Chapter 10 TLN, it needs to pick up soon. Bring back the twins. I'll start working on the next chapter today, but not sure when it'll be released. Hopefully tomorrow. Well, as long as I don't do anything too extraneous it should be fine. Ardis, grinning whilst laughing, Ardis drew two short swords from his lower waist and threw them into the air. The short swords that he had been thrown into the air was being propped up with no support. That is. Jao exclaimed, remembering something. Meanwhile, the despairs were rapidly closing the distance to Ardis. Everyone, get ready for battle. Gresh. In a hurry, Gresh relayed his instructions to his party members, but Ardis interrupted him. I'll do it alone. Ardis. Boo, but Gresh, because it will end soon. Please don't move about so much. Ardis. The despairs were already at a range that a bow and arrow could reach. Go. Ardis. Triggered by Ardis' voice, the two short swords flew in a straight line towards the despairs. As they overlapped their respective targets, they were sucked into the faces of two of the enemies. At the next moment, the despairs collapsed to the ground. However, since they were running at the time, the momentum rolled them forwards a few meters before stopping. Huh? What happened? Ralph's eyes opened wide, looking at the despairs that had collapsed and stumbled forward. Next Ardis. Since the short swords had dispatched the two despair, Ardis had one left in front of him. The last despair stopped its feet 10 meters away and lowered its body. Because the other despairs were defeated, it probably decided to carefully target Ardis' weak spots, rather than a frontal assault. Surprisingly cautious. Ardis. Shire. Despair. The despair was attempting to intimidate Ardis. But, you are mistaking my method of attacking, Ardis. With a calm face, Ardis raised his palms upwards and folded his fingers together. A number of sharp-pointed rocks shot towards the despair from the ground, matching the movement of his fingers. Despair. The despair was shocked by the unexpected attack and tried to dodge, but the rocks attacking it were not just one or two. Resistance was pointless in front of the rocks that struck one after another. A rock hit the despair, causing it to lose its balance. Then another rock took advantage of that and struck it again. A short while later the despair had lost its life, becoming a skewer. Amazing. To defeat those despair so quickly. Ralph couldn't help but raise his voice after seeing Ardis' battle. The unilateral battle had shocked not only Jao, but Gresh and Konya as well. It can't be helped. Gresh was looking towards the despair that had attacked him previously and had its head chopped off. The movement of the short sword at that time was too quick to see, but this time he saw it clearly. After once again seeing Ardis' movements from afar, he realized his overwhelming strength. Now then, with this we're safe. Ardis. Ralph stood in front of Ardis who said such a thing. He deeply bowed his head towards Ardis who he had looked down on before. I'm very sorry, Ralph. He had changed his opinion and apologized with a sincere attitude. I saw what you did. I insulted you before, but that fight made me see you differently. I truly had no eyes at the time and took a rude attitude. Please forgive me. Ralph. Seeing him lower his head and change to a modest attitude, Ardis was unfazed. Mainly because Ardis truly didn't care about such a thing. Don't worry, I'm used to it. Ardis. I want to thank you for saving my party members' lives, including mine. Ralph. Since his first impression was not good, Ralph's serious tone just seemed clumsy. Though because he had the courage to admit his mistakes, he doesn't seem like a bad person. Ardis thought he seemed a bit like Ted. Got it. I will accept your apology, so raise your head already. Ardis. Thanks Ralph. Ralph raised his head. Ardis looked at Ralph again. His height was a head higher than Ardis. He had short black hair and brown eyes. His muscular physique screamed power and toughness to anyone who saw it. Sorry, is it okay to ask something? Jao. A long-haired man appeared from the side. In contrast to Ralph, he was a slight smaller, slender swordsman. Well certainly, Ardis. Jao, with tied-up chestnut hair draping down his back responded to Ardis. That technique to manipulate swords you showed us just now, are you perhaps the rumored sword magic user? Jao, what's a sword magic user? Konya. Having never heard of it before, Konya asked Jao. Have you not heard the rumors? Not only can he manipulate all 4 attributes, but he also has his own unique magic known as sword magic, which no one else can use. I didn't know about it, Konya. Konya shakes her head, causing her hair to bounce around. It's sword magic that no one else can imitate. The sword is manipulated in such a way that it flies in the sky, chopping off monsters' heads as if it were a dance. The magician is shrouded in mystery. Well, it seems like the story is true. Is it you? Jao's eyes seemed to urge Ardis to answer. Ardis answered whilst scratching his cheek. There are many who call me such a thing. Though I don't have any intention to be called that. Ardis. Jao immediately brightened up at that reply. Just as I thought. Who would have thought that the rumored sword magician would save our lives? This will make a good drinking story. Jao. So you were a celebrity. Please sign your autograph for me later. Konya, the red-haired girl, smiled sweetly as she asked. She had a small face, small nose and small mouth. Her red hair was semi-long. Her orange eyes were the color of acorns, looking excessively big. She also had a small physique, looking much younger than Ardis. Interrupting his own train of thoughts, Ardis spoke up. So, are you returning to Toria Gresh? Ardis. Gresh nodded to Ardis' question. I think we've done enough hunting for today, Gresh. Today truly was the most troublesome hunt of my life. To encounter 4 despairs in one day. Ralph couldn't help but spill his complaints. But fortunately we were helped out by the sword magic user who defeated all the enemies. It wasn't all bad, Jao. It's good to be alive, right? Konya. Jao seems to be not altogether after his near-death experience. Konya seems to be someone who takes life as it comes. Shrugging his shoulders, Ardis felt like giving up. As Gresh says, they caught some prey in the morning, so there was no need to continue hunting for today. They decided to leave for today as their mental fatigue was quite high, especially since their lives were at risk twice in one day. Then, Ardis raised a proposal. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. TLN. Next chapter should have the twins in. I'm hoping this novel isn't going to just have 1 chapter with the twins in, then 5 chapters without. A fee is given from the Lord for subjugating the despairs. In reality, no one would even think of subjugating despairs if there was no incentive to do so. Despair's fur does not sell for a high price like Beast King fur, nor does it have any particular rare materials on it like the Snatchers. In other words, despite being the most powerful demon in the grasslands, it is not even worth hunting it. It's not a rare occurrence that the level of danger doesn't match the reward. Only a stupid person would risk their lives against such monsters. With little payoff, ordinary mercenaries avoid despairs. It's far more efficient to hunt better game. Newcomers who hunt the despair will just end up dead. That's why the lord of this land offers rewards for their subjugation. Otherwise the damage they cause will eventually increase. The head of the despairs can be used as evidence for their subjugation. If you bring the heads to the guards, you will receive a reward on the spot. However, there is no doubt that due to their weight and size they are difficult to carry. Despite being only a head, Ardis does not have to worry about this issue to some extent, because he brought something along to help take them back to the city. That was Gresh and his party. Ardis' proposal was assistance. Even though he has the strength to kill multiple despairs, he could not carry all the heads by himself. Since they were going back to the city anyway, he suggested they help him carry the baggage from the hunted prey. Since Gresh didn't want to continue fighting anymore and could earn money just by carrying some baggage, he happily accepted. The remuneration Ardis proposed was better than the market price and their safety was guaranteed by him. Okay then, negotiations are over. Ardis began giving instructions after receiving mutual consent over the remuneration. For the time being, Gresh cut off their heads and burned the incision with fire. I will get the other 2 over there, Ardis. After finishing giving instructions, Ardis walked towards the corpses of the other 2 despairs. Ito. This is dead, right? Konya. As Konya comes closer, she points to the corpse of the despair. Do you want me to stab it just in case? Ralph responds with, it hasn't been moving for so long, so it should be okay. Gresh began to approach without worrying about such a thing. Can't you see this fatal blow? It looks like its whole body is skewered, Gresh. That's right, Ralph. Ralph replied to Gresh's observation. But I can't feel relieved until I cut off its head. Jao was worried that the monster might still have some life left, but immediately backed down when Gresh said you'll have to get closer to chop off its head. There was no more room to argue. As Gresh cautiously approached the despair's corpse, he confirmed its death and began cutting off its head. I wonder if these horns can be used for something? Konya. Whilst grimacing at the sight, Konya looked at the 2 long horns. Like what, for example? Gresh. Ito, a weapon? Konya. Catching the conversation between Konya and Gresh, Jaya spoke up. If there was such a use, blacksmiths and weapon shops would have bought it a long time ago. Even if you use it, I believe the cost to performance is pretty bad. Jaya. Is that so? Konya? With the efforts of 3 men, they managed to remove all the heads from the 2 despairs, as well as burning the wounds to prevent bleeding. Ardis returned with heads of other 2 despairs. There was a total of 4 corpses, including the one who first attacked Gresh, with each party member taking 1 head. The 5 people began to return to the city, with Ardis in the lead. You said before you hunted other prey. What monster was it? Jaya asked to the back of Ardis. I was hunting beast kings. Because it's a pain to skin their fur one by one, I hid them in a place to pick up later. Ardis. Is there a place you could hide them in the grasslands? Konya tilted her head. Wouldn't it be stolen by monsters and other mercenaries? Konya. Because it's hidden, there's no problem. Ardis. After a 30-minute walk, Ardis stopped. It's here. Ardis. Here you say. I don't see anything. Is this really a good hiding place? Ardis? Gresh. As Gresh said, all that could be seen was the open grasslands. There was no sign of a corpse anywhere. It's because I've properly hidden it. Ardis. As Ardis says that, the body of a monster emerged out of the ground where there was nothing before. It was as if groundwater had seeped out of the soil, but it was clear that this object was not water. Gresh. Including Gresh, the other 3 people could not keep up at all. It appeared so suddenly. The breathtaking appearance of the feline-like beast king who stands at the top of all others. However, it was not just 1 or 2. There were roughly 10 corpses. A large amount of beast king corpses appeared in front of the eyes of Gresh. The beast king is, as its name implies. There are 2 major categories of creatures that can be considered the enemies of humans in this world. That is the demons and the beasts. What distinguishes them? Actually, that's not understood very well. They are both dangerous creatures whose fighting abilities are high, most if not all of which are ferocious. Take the Despairs for example, the strongest monster in the grasslands. It was given the name Despair due to its power. It can kill a newbie mercenary before they even have a chance to retaliate. Yet in the wild, dangerous beasts and non-dangerous beasts are mixed together. Some carnivorous beasts attack humans as prey, but on the other hand there are some herbivorous beasts who are quite gentle and treated as livestock by humans. So, which of these do you call a beast and which do you call a demon? There is no standard definition for either. It seems there was a clear boundary in ancient times, but that has been lost now. The Beast King is said to be the most powerful among the beasts inhabiting the grasslands. This confused me a little, so I had to check something. When the author refers to I've been translating it as monster, but it's actually demon. So Despair is the strongest demon in the grasslands and Beast King is the strongest beast. Their adult length is about 2 meters. They very rarely hunt together as a team. Their whole body is colored in black with yellow spots. Its unique characteristic are its eyes that are as red as blood. There's no doubt it's an opponent you don't want to meet as a newbie mercenary. Even if only in agility, it exceeds that of the Despairs. Of course, it's an opponent Gresh should avoid fighting. If he came across it in the grasslands, he would not hesitate to escape immediately from their hunting area. Such a Beast King was currently lined up dead in large quantities. It can't be helped that Gresh was at a loss for words. Did Ardis hunt all this? Gresh. No way. It rose from the ground a little while ago. What's going on? Jaya. Gresh turned his eyes to the corpses, whereas Jaya directly asked Ardis about the corpses appearing so suddenly. It's magic. Ardis said with indifferent ease. Magic is amazing, Ralph. Hearing such an explanation, Ralph spoke with admiration in his voice. Even if you can use magic, what Ardis used would be called non-standard. When judged from the eyes of an ordinary magician, they would easily be able to see that their magic and Ardis' magic was different. Perhaps it was fortunate that there wasn't anyone who could use magic in Gresh's group. Can't Konya use magic? Or was she an archer? Let's get started. Gresh. Since they needed to skin the furs off of 10 corpses, there was no time to spare. At Gresh's words, everyone began working. The fangs and fur are worth the most in the kingdom. Fangs can be used for ornaments or amulets, whereas furs are used extensively in clothing for cold weather as well as carpets. All of the Beast Kings had been killed with a single sword strike to the throat to avoid damaging the furs. It will likely sell at a considerably high price compared to the furs sold by other mercenaries hunting Beast Kings. It's not possible for even a skilled mercenary to deal such a clean blow to a Beast King. I wonder how much you'll get for this much. Konya said whilst exhaling a deep sigh. Ignoring that, Ralph spoke up. Did he hunt all of this alone? I would never have believed it if I didn't see his previous fight. Ralph. Since the number of Beast Kings was so much, it took 2 hours to finish harvesting the materials. It was only so successful due to the cooperation of all 5 people. On the way back, Ardis ran ahead saying, "Please go on, I'll be back in a minute," and returned with 2 Beast King corpses after 5 minutes, causing their jaws to drop. The number could not be considered a little when it comes to Beast Kings. In addition to collecting the 2 furs and fangs, Gresh also removed the remaining meat. He gathered the furs together and began walking back to Toria once again. As the sun began to set, they finally arrived in the town of Toria. Heading directly to the commercial area, Ardis sold the furs and fangs to the business he often patronized. After the business was concluded, he headed to the nearby tavern. It was still too early to drink, so the inside of the pub was seemingly reserved for Gresh. "It seems to be more than the amount you offered. Is this okay?" "Gresh, don't worry about it. You worked harder than expected." After all, Ardis. When he arrived at the table, Gresh's face relaxed after receiving the rewards from Ardis. Harvesting the fur and fangs from Beast Kings and transporting them to Toria. Just for that, each person in a 4-person team got 3 silver coins. In addition, adding on the money they got after selling the Snatcher's fur and tails, at least for new mercenaries, it was a significant amount. Then with this, Gresh suddenly called out to Ardis, who was attempting to leave early after paying for their help. "Wait a second. Why not come and drink together with us? Since we've received payment, it'll be on me." "Gresh, I am thankful for your offer, but I have some people waiting for me at the inn. Besides, I'm already getting sleepy." "Ardis, I see. If so, please drink with us at the next opportunity. We are at the inn called Early Spring Tea, so please call us if you need something. I'll happily cooperate if possible." Gresh. Got it. Early Spring Tea? I'll remember it." Ardis. Finally, with a light smile, Ardis left the tavern. Seeing Ardis leave, Gresh ordered beer for the 3 people remaining. "For our happiness in the future." Gresh. "For happiness." Joe. "For happiness." Ralph. "For happiness." Konya. It had been a fortunate event for Gresh and his companions. As a result, he had earned income several times larger than usual. In addition, they had become acquainted with a strong mercenary called Ardis. However, if they had made a mistake, they would have easily become despair food. That evening, the 4-man party kept drinking deep into the night until all but Jaya were drunk. Chapter 12. TLN. Change the name of the inn Ardis is staying at. It was previously translated literally as Stop Tree Tea Rooms, but it's now been changed to Perch Inn. Unfortunately, I'm slowly losing interest in this novel. As you can see here, the pacing is extremely quick and the sentences don't flow together neatly. Furthermore, the interactions with the twins are minimal at best before he starts hunting again. Then the hunting is boring because he just flings his sword and kills them instantly. This is why it was taking me so long to translate. If it's boring to read, please remember that the translator has to spend hours reading it over and over again. Under the still bright sky, Ardis, who had separated from Gresh and the others, quickly headed towards Perch Inn. Today's rewards for defeating the 4 despairs were 2 gold coins, and for the 14 Beast King furs, 4 gold coins and 2 silver coins. Likewise, the horns of the Beast Kings sold for 1 gold coin on 2 silver coins. Subtracting the 1 gold coin on 2 silver coins which were given to Gresh's party as remuneration, there was still 6 gold coins and 2 silver coins remaining. It was a good result today. With this amount of money, Ardis could stay in the inn for another month. Although the rewards for Gresh's party had reduced the money somewhat, it took more time for Ardis to skin the fur than to actually hunt the Beast Kings. For Ardis, who usually spends the afternoon doing the work himself and carrying 2 pieces at a time, it was a welcome encounter to meet Gresh's party. They were rather efficient luggage carriers. Should I hire a collection worker? Such an idea entered his head, but he immediately shook it off. This time, they accepted the offer as they were heading back to town anyway. In addition, They also felt like helping Ardis as they had been saved from a dangerous situation. Would someone even accept the request if a strange mercenary like Ardis propositioned them? Ardis is aware that his appearance is quite young. They would not be interested if they thought of Ardis as some novice. Also, at the end of the day there's a chance the worker could be useless and cause the efficiency of the hunt to dwindle. It would be better to ask Gresh's party in that case. Although he had not seen the extent of their abilities, there was no problem with their characters. Even if their fighting ability is low, that can be covered by Ardis. In the grassland, he'd have plenty of leeway to hunt as much as he liked whilst also protecting 4 people. I'll see if they can go tomorrow morning. Ardis arrived at the Perch Inn whilst thinking about such a thing. As he entered the inn, Kashiha with her hair tied behind her back spoke up. "Welcome back, Ardis. That was quick, wasn't it?" "Kashiha, I'm back." "Well, don't worry about it. I've earned enough for lodging." Ardis quickly confirmed that there were no other customers in the area. "No. How are the twins? Were there any problems?" "Ardis, I went to check on them every 2 hours. They don't talk at all. However, they eat properly in the morning and noon, but when I leave, they always crouch together in the corner of the room." Kashiha, "They must be scared." Ardis, "Do I look scary?" Anisan is shocked. Kashiha, "The scary one is not you though." The twins probably find anyone other than themselves terrifying. After saying he'll come back down to pick up dinner, Ardis went up the stairs past Kashiha towards his room. Knocking on the door lightly, Ardis entered and was immediately greeted by the same scene he saw this morning. In one corner of the room, the twins had gathered together hugging each other. Ardis removed his equipment and sat on a chair, overlooking the streets below. The view outside the window was still bright, as he had come back much earlier than planned. It will be some time before dinner. Ardis didn't feel like going out into the city right now, so he sat in the chair and stared outside. In a room without conversation, he began to grow sleepy. Meanwhile, the twins did not move an inch, nor say a single word. Laying down on his bed, he was immediately attacked with drowsiness and soon fell asleep as is. He awakened at dusk, when the sky had grown red and the sun was about to sink behind the mountains. Soon, it will be dinner. Ardis. At dinner time, the appearance of the twins was the same as ever. Even when presented with a meal on a tray, the two did not move until Ardis had finished and turned into sleep. The early morning of the next day, Ardis had an early breakfast and asked Kashiha to take care of the twins as he left the inn. Walking quickly through the city, he traveled towards the inn that Gresh's party was staying in. Light Sky. Ardis knew about the inn as it was the name of a well-known lodgings that catered to newbie mercenaries. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the inn and asked the receptionist at the counter to call Gresh's party. He was told to wait in the eating area and so sat down waiting for 5 minutes. It was then that a long brown-haired man and a young girl with scarlet hair came down the stairs from a room on the upper floor. Ardis, what happened? Didn't we only meet up yesterday? Jao. Hey. Don't make such a loud voice. Jao. My head is ringing. Konya. Next to Jao, who was as lively as ever, while holding her head, Konya turned towards Ardis, evidently hungover. Where are Gresh and Ralph? Ardis. They're in bed. It looks like they're still immersed in the aftermath of our drinking yesterday. Jao. What do you mean? Ardis. They can't get up because of how bad their hangover is. Konya briefly supplements Jao's unclear explanation. Apparently, after Ardis left they continued drinking between the 4. Gresh and Ralph collapsed after drinking too much. Konya was also at her limit. Jao looks okay. Did you not drink much? Ardis. Ha ha ha. Jao laughed without answering the question. Shut up. Jao. My head is ringing. Ardis. Jao is an abnormality. He drank more than any of us. But the next day he's perfectly fine. Annoying. Konya was resting her head on the table, with eyes that seemed to give up after seeing Jao. Her semi-long hair was lying across her face, with orange eyes poking out in between. If there was a phrase to express Konya's current state, it would be the face of a defeated human. I see, Ardis muttered in his heart. The long-haired young man seemed to be quite the drinker. It didn't fit his slender, somewhat petite build. He had a refreshing smile as opposed to Konya's gloomy look. Then, what did you come here for today? Jao asked about the job, as opposed to Konya who was still recovering. Well, I was planning something, but... Ardis revealed his thoughts. That yesterday's help was useful, and that he would like Gresh's party's help in the future. Of course, It would only be when convenient for Gresh, so they could have discussions on it beforehand. I see. I can't reply without consulting Gresh first, but I think he will agree. What do you think, Konya? Me, headache. Konya, so that's that. Sorry Ardis, but can we conclude the talks tomorrow? Gresh and Ralph aren't really up to it today. I don't mind. It was a sudden proposal anyway. Ardis, can you come again tomorrow? We'll consult with the others then. At noon tomorrow. Then Ardis, having told about the remuneration and conditions around the offer, Ardis left the city and moved to the grasslands to hunt. Chapter 13. The noon of the next day, Ardis headed to visit Gresh and the others at First Summer Inn just as promised. Entering the inn, Gresh and the party had already seated and was waiting for Ardis's arrival. Sorry for what happened yesterday. Even though you came to visit, Ardis took a seat beside them, and Gresh raised his voice. Please don't mind it too much. More importantly, should we continue what we left off yesterday? Ardis asked Gresh. So to get into the tropic immediately. I heard about it from It's a task about carrying and dismantling praise, right? Yeah, I got something so I can't take requests that get too late for a while. So, I went for the Beast King so I can earn easily, but carrying the spoils and skinning it is problematic. It's scary that you talk as if it doesn't sweat you to hunt it. Ralph, who cut into the conversation, was backed by and Konya, who were nodding repeatedly. Gresh, who side glanced at his comrades, raised a question. I want to confirm something. You mind? Go ahead. You said, for a while, but how long is it going to be? I guess it's about 7 to 10 days. At most, 15. Then I won't have any matter after that. I think have told you this, but let's talk about the compensation first. Ardis, who said so, explained the contents and the rewards of the request. It's 5 silvers per person per day. Gresh and the others just need to dismantle the praise, pack, and transport it. Combat is excluded. The hunting will be mainly done by Ardis, but everyone is cautioned to equip properly just in case. I don't think we have anything to complain. Rather than that, I think that 5 silvers a day without participating in combat is too good of a deal. To be honest, there was that matter with the despair. So, I've been thinking to avoid combat requests for a while. In the end, Gresh and the party accepted the request without hesitation. They probably thought that since Ardis would be there, the danger will probably be little to none. This request, probably for someone that doesn't know Ardis's strength, it would be an impossible decision to come to. Soon after that, including Ardis, 5 people headed out to the grasslands. Say, Ardis, what is it? As expected, isn't this too much? Gresh looked back at the cart he was pulling. I'm sure it will decrease from tomorrow onwards. It's just today that we have so many. Even if you say that. Gresh had a face that expressed he's not convinced. It's because that when Ardis set out before, he never had even a single cart with him after all. Well, I knew that Ardis's hunting speed is abnormal, but, as expected, isn't a full cart more than enough? Gresh was pulling one of the carts that was borrowed from Thoria. Another one was pulled by Ralph. From Gresh's party's perspective, even a single cart is enough, but to have 2 carts to carry all the spoils is just too much. But even so, the amount of spoils Ardis have indirectly affect how much compensation they can possibly get. Even if the cart returned back to the town empty, wasting the cart renting fee, the compensation that Gresh's party get doesn't change. After being pointed out by Ardis, they had no choice but to shut their mouth. Alright, we're here. Ardis's footsteps stopped at that moment. Where they are right now is in the middle of the plains about an hour due west of Thoria. The plains spread out entirely in view, and the Kenobis mountain range is visible here. But looking back, the walls of Thoria are still in view, so it isn't really far out from Thoria actually. There isn't anything in sight. Is it the same forward? Recalling the day before yesterday, asked. Well, that's right. Let's take it out now, so just make some space there. After following Ardis's instructions to clear out space, numerous items started piling on the ground. Seeing that sight twice, Gresh and his party wasn't as impressed as before. But as time goes on, they had no choice but to be surprised again in another way. How much more are there? The words that Ralph murmured, they were probably what everyone there would have felt. The countless beasts that started piling the ground. Not mentioning the Beast King, there were even snatches, green knives, coyotes, fighting bulls, grass wolves, watchers, and killer birds in view. Even the infamous despair that had literally caused them despair before was there. It is as if every single carnivorous species of the plains had appeared before them. Since every single one of them were froze to prevent rotting, they were put out to defrost quickly by blowing warm air with magic on them, is Ardis's instruction to everyone. Then, shall we start immediately? Alright. Prioritize the beast kings first. Collect the snatches fur and the tailstone. The skin for the coyotes, grass wolves, and fighting bulls. As for the watchers and killer birds, just take the wings that are still in good conditions. I will handle the despairs and the green knives. Why yeah, alright, let's get on it, everyone. Gresh, who seemed to be stunned for a while at the astronomical number of bodies, regained himself and cheered his comrades. Ardis, what about the meat? Jay asked while pointing towards the fighting bull and the killer bird. A fighting bull is a 3-meter-long super-huge wild bull. It's a fierce carnivore that usually hunts on the watchers and killer birds. Both are threatening in the wilderness by themselves, but it's not as if they're not beef and bird meat. They are stiffer and have a stronger smell than their domestic counterpart, and not as delicious, but it should fetch some money in the town. Don't need. It's gonna be a baggage, right? Better if you throw it somewhere out there, because it would be attracting wild beasts and demonic beings. It's a taboo to throw away raw meat around human settlements or the highway. But here is a place far away from Thoria and the highway, and no one lives near here. If left behind, the raw meat would probably reduce to nothing within a single day. Ardis. All of this, you hunted yesterday? Konya asked with a feeling of disbelieving. I just hunted as much as I could to gather the materials. And if I were to handle it on the spot, the others would have come running. Hey really? Well it's amazing. Now I know why there's 2 carts worth. But this all, can it even be finished today? While her scarlet hair danced in the air, the girl had a distant gaze. About 7 hours with a short lunch break in between. While wiping away the sweat on their forehead, Ardis and the others kept at the 2 carts worth of spoils. Most of the dismantled materials were the fur of the beast king, grass wolves and the likes. Other than that, a part of their head from despair and green knives are also dismantled. Because of the enormous amount of prey that Ardis got the day before yesterday, the smell of blood stacked up, and there were even wild carnivores attacking while they were working. Of course, all of them were taken care by Ardis, but the more that got taken care of, the more work they had to do. Gresh and the others were working at it desperately while panting hard. When the red have dyed the western skies, the dismantling and loading of the dismantled materials is done somehow. Too tired to be so tired even though I didn't engage in combat. Konya, who sat on the grassy ground, complained listlessly. Good work. Don't worry, there wouldn't be this much tomorrow. I will dismantle them as I hunt. Ardis smiled wryly as he consoled her. In reality, it was hard this time because they had to dismantle the spoils of an entire day of hunting. From tomorrow, a single cart would probably be enough after all. And while Ardis hunted, Gresh and the others can take a break. Alright, let's pull out. We should return to Thoria before the sun completely sets. As Ardis instructed, the carts started to be pulled on the returning path. Exactly like what he said, Ardis and the others who arrived back in Thoria before night completely falls, they pulled the cart to the merchant firm. Needless to say, seeing the carts full of fur and feathers, the buying representative at the Merchant Association gaped. In the end, it turned out to be a total of 18 gold coins that day, after including the bounty for despair and green knives. Even after deducting the cart rental fees, there were 15 gold coins left. It's an amount enough for a regular household to live on half a year in the town. It's tiring, but the 5 silvers feel much more rewarding. Yeah, not just 7 days, I'm fine even if it's 10 or 20. Konya and Ralph met eyes and smiled widely. For a new mercenary, 5 silvers a day can be said accomplished. The snatches that Gresh and the others can hunt easily. There were no subjugation rewards for those in the first place. Only the fur or their tailstones worth something. Each of them go for about 1 to 3 coppers. Even if you run around the plains for the entire day, 4 silvers, or 1 silver per person, is the ideal situation. That's probably the limit even if you are blessed with lady luck. On top of that, you might get injured in combat. Even your equipment might get damaged, and the medicine that must be replenished have a big price tag. If you get injured badly, you can't accept requests for quite a while. Above all, There are creatures like Despairs and Beast Kings that a new mercenary can't hope to match at all. If you come to meet an absolute predator like those, it wouldn't matter how much can you earn a day. The beings known as mercenaries, losing their lives the next day isn't uncommon. Contrary to that, a job that has little to no danger to one's life, a job that can earn you 5 silvers just by carrying and dismantling the materials is an unimaginable good deal. It can't be helped that Konya and the others never stopped smiling. Well, I will be depending on you guys tomorrow as well. Use it for your dinner. Ardis said so, before flicking a silver coin towards them. But don't drink too much, alright? Just in case. Ardis nailed that word in so that they will remember it. Ardis turned around and started walking out from the perch inn, and the cheers from Gresh and the others resounded from behind. Chapter 14. 4 days after that, Ardis and Gresh party have been pulling the cart and hunting in the grasslands every day. On top of hunting on the move to find more prey, having the need to pull the cart slowed their speed, and because of that, their rates have lowered somewhat, and naturally, their daily grand total have decreased a little. Of course, that is if the amount is compared to the first day. Even if it's like this, 7 or 8 gold coins is what they have been getting daily. However, such smooth sailing would not continue forever. Delivering a full cart of furs and other materials every day, it's a given that they have caught others' eyes. And the people known as mercenaries, not all of them are as upstanding as Gresh's party. Of course, there would be people that will either successful people, and take a chance to steal their spoils. Ardis. Those people are here again. Ralph turned around irritatedly. Don't mind them. If they don't do anything, just ignore them. While sighing, Ardis said so. But, no matter how I see it, they are definitely up to no good. What Ralph said couldn't be any wrong. Since the western grasslands have been hunted dry by Ardis for the past few days, they have been heading for the northern grasslands from yesterday. Since the highway on the northern side is connected to a neighbor country, there isn't a lack of mercenaries and the merchants passing through it. But those that leaves the highway and come to the middle of the plains, all of them were mercenaries that came to hunt. In spite of that, the group of mercenaries behind Ardis's party didn't seem to be looking to hunt anything or investigating anything. It isn't as if they were followed Ardis and the others around for 4-6 hours straight. But in this wide plain, to meet each other numerous times is obviously suspicious. It's natural to think that they are tailing Ardis's party. Since it's the plains with an open view, they couldn't tail while hiding themselves perfectly. Because of that, they tried to monitor while pretending to coincidentally bump into Ardis's party, but the problem is what their purpose is. From what can be seen, their head count is more than 20. With simple math, the number of people they have is easily 4 times over Ardis's party. No way that they are hoping to be employed by Ardis as well with that number. It might be that after discovering that Ardis have been hunting a huge amount of prey every day consecutively, they are observing him to know his secret. Even if they suspect that there's a secret, it's all because of Ardis's abnormal one-handedly hunting, but looking from the side, they probably can't discern that. They probably only see that a party made up of brats in their tens, successfully hunting Despairs and Beast Kings in a big number. Can't be blamed that they suspected that Ardis's party have some kind of secret. Without letting their guard down, Ardis and the others continued hunting like usual. As usual, they hunted prioritizing Beast Kings, and they dismantled the fur and other useful materials on the spot. If there isn't any prey around, then they would move to the next spot, a repetition. And after finally filling up their cart with materials they gathered, they started heading back towards Thoria, but the mercenary group appeared and stood in their way. They split into 3 groups, with the major one stood in front of their way, blocking their advancement. They went into a half-encompassment formation, with their 2 groups coming in from the sides. What do we do, Ardis? Gresh and the others seemed to be panicking as sweat trickled down their foreheads. The opponent has over 4 times the people compared to Ardis's side. On top of that, just by glancing, there seem to have a few mercenaries amongst them that are intermediate grade. If it were just Gresh and the others here, they have no chance of standing against the group. Ardis, while being silent, he observed the opponent's expression. The silence that continued for a little while, came to a stop when the tough-looking guy leading the front group opened his mouth. Bald kids, ain't you having fun by hoarding the praise yourselves these days? I can't say that I'm quite impressed by that. It's not a tone that can be said friendly. Because of you kids hunting them pointlessly, it's hurting even our bull. Well, We won't be a demon. Just spit out how you can hunt the beast kings and despairs easily and the tools to do that. Then we can be good friends." Although they tried to make it sound like a negotiation, it's obviously a threaten. "Well, that is quite a winding way to say." Ardis said it as if he's had enough. "So what if I said no?" In an instant, the atmosphere around the mercenaries changed. "That's, you might become a state that you want to speak but can't." The mercenaries put their hands on their weapons, and the ones looked like magicians started raising their wands one after another as if preparing to chant. "Answer?" Against the question that seemed to be the last, Ardis laughed indifferently and answered, "Of course." "Rejected." The tough-looking mercenary's brow raised. Probably from what he has expected. He'd never thought that such a stubborn reply will come from a group of new mercenaries. The man, who looked like he was stunned for a moment, regained his cool in a few moments and raised his voice. "Do it. Just get any one of them alive." With that voice as the trigger, the mercenaries came at once. From both sides, magic like fireball and rock came hurling. From the front, arrows released by the archers pierced through the winds. In an instant, Ardis unsheathed the short sword on his waist calmly, and a few words came from him. "Fend." A barrier deployed in front of them, countering the magic released by the opponents. The attack magic landed on where Ardis and the others stood. Even if the magic spells that were released has a weak power by themselves, they have enough power to finish off newbie mercenaries without trouble, and numerous of those. In the aftermath of the magic landing, clouds of sand raised into the air, and volleys of arrow came after that. If Ardis and the others were just new mercenaries, they would probably already in a state of ruin now. Even if they survived somehow, they wouldn't be in a state to fight. Of course, that is if Ardis is a newbie mercenary. The magic barrier that was deployed without the accompany of a chant deflected all the enemy's magic. Burst. The second magic that was activated without chanting, this time, it was aimed to the mercenaries. The intense wind that was released to the sides encompassed the mercenaries and mercilessly cut and ruptured their limbs. Even their neck wasn't excluded. And what was visible when the clouds of sand settled down, was the figure of Ardis standing unharmed, and the figures of mercenaries collapsed in a pool of blood on the sides. What is? The only group that is in front that wasn't attacked by Ardis, raised a voice of disbelief. Rather than the arrows they released piercing their targets, they were all cut in two on the ground within hand reach. Above the arrows that have been cut into two, a single short sword floated immobile. With the scenery that they never seen before, the mercenaries became noisy. "It can't be sword magic." "Then, that's the rumored." "Isn't it quite the heated story?" "Was it such a kid?" "I heard they were just newbies." "This doesn't match." One after another, they spoke their thoughts out, seemingly hesitating to attack. The tough-looking guy seemed to have snapped and yelled back at his comrades. "What sword magic? He's just a brat." "We still have more people. Scared by a single magician is a joke." "Do it." As if those words have dispelled their hesitation, along with his words, the remaining mercenaries came at once. Though more than 10 people rushed towards Ardis's direction, there wasn't anyone that looked like a magician amongst them. That's probably because all the magicians they've got was positioned on the sides before. "Just attack before he gets a chance to aim." Ardis smiled bitterly as he unsheathed another short sword from his waist, before throwing it to the archers at the back. After slicing past the throat of an archer at the back, it turned as if defying inertia, and chased after the next archer across the air. In that period, what the archers managed to muster were merely 3 arrows, which were all helplessly cut to the ground by the short sword which had been floating in the air from the beginning. While this sight entered Ardis's sight, he turned his hands towards those mercenaries that are in about 5-meter distance. Pierce! Instantly, a dazzling light was released from his hands. The ray of light traveled at a speed faster than the arrows, as if getting sucked into the mercenaries' forehead. It robbed the mercenaries of their lives in an instant. The sound of bodies collapsing onto the ground reverberated one after another. The enemies numbering more than 20, and all of them were seasoned mercenaries. And to crush them head-on, the overpowering strength made Gresh and the other swallowed their breath, and finally seemed to have calmed down a little. "Now, this is too powerful. It's a strength that can make me laugh only." Ralph and Connie met each other's face and said, "Hey, Ardis, what is it? With your strength, could it be that you could have suppressed them without killing?" Versus more than 20 mercenaries, by only Ardis himself. "It's a difference in combative ability that have no need to be compared, but," Gresh probably understood that with Ardis's absurd ability, Ardis would have won anyways. But at the same time, with that much of a difference in ability, Ardis could have handled it in a way that wouldn't have to kill them. Gresh was indirectly blaming Ardis for this. I could have done it if I wanted to. That should have been a piece of cake for Ardis. Then why? If you could have done it, then can't you just incapacitate them and hand them over to the guard? Because there's no need for that. I don't have the mercy to spare for a robber. They aren't robbers. They're the same as us, mercenaries. Then, what is a robber? What is a robber in Gresh's mind? Defying the law and plundering the others of their fortune and lives, I guess. Then what is that they have done? In the middle of the plains that the law doesn't reach, they tried to take our fortune and lives with violence. How are they different than the robbers that Gresh described? That's, I will say it, in the case of those people, they are even worse than a plain robber. Regardless if they had a bounty or an aimless robber, they should be known to a certain extent as a mercenary. There are probably few on their sides amongst the townsfolks and guards. Even if I were to hand them over to the guards, it doesn't mean that the guards and the Lord will accept your claims. If the worst comes to the worst, you will be charged guilty. There aren't any other witnesses other than us after all. No way. Such things. Can you say there will be none? What if they were to be released with no charges? Even if they were actually charged guilty for it, try to see after they got fined or forced labor for a short while. They will definitely come back to us for revenge and with a more sophisticated plan. For Ardis, Gresh's thinking is just too naive. Evil is judged, and virtue is praised. It seemed to Ardis that Gresh has a thinking that reality is built like those in the picture books. Believing in it is one's choice. But the reality isn't something so pretty. It was something that Ardis realized finally when he lost something precious to him. He didn't say that out, but what Ardis did say had certainly gave a vibe of that. Gresh couldn't bring himself to rebuke him anymore. Ardis would have collected the equipment on the mercenaries normally, but considering Gresh and the others' feelings, he decided to give up on that. Burning and burying the corpses underground with magic, they returned to town while pulling the cart. Usually, it would have been a trip full of happy voices. But that day, from start to end, there were no lines exchanged. Chapter 15. Ardis with Gresh and the party continued their hunting even on the next day. But ever since the incident of mercenaries becoming robbers, it can't be denied that an unnatural tense atmosphere has been around them. The result, Ardis's hunting with Gresh's party have come to an end at the 7th day. For Ardis, distributing the work of hunting and dismantling greatly increased the efficiency, and the whole of the day became more attractive than ever. But it didn't go as he planned. It would be a little difficult for him to be working with people that have a bad relationship with him. On the morning of the 7th day, which was the minimum promised initially, Ardis announced that the request will be ended. Gresh had an expression that couldn't say anything then. The reason is obviously because in the different moral views between them, Gresh understood that too. But the unwillingness to apologize for his mistake have, seemingly blocked the repair of their relationship. To have broken the deal of 5 silvers a day per person one-sidedly, he must have also felt the blaming eyes from the other members. While the other 3 members besides Gresh had only thought it to be regretful, being that they can't really blame the leader, Gresh's action, they had a helpless expression on their face. Till then, they did the usual, heading towards the grasslands in the north, and hunted beast kings and despairs. When the cart is filled with materials, and the day have gotten late, they headed back to the town. They sold the materials as usual, and paying Gresh and the others compensation. It's the flow of disbanding later. If we come to meet each other again, call me out. Then at that time, I will be relying on you all again. Ardis opened his mouth with a smile, as if trying to make it feel not like a farewell. Even though there were disagreements, they are comrades that have worked together for 7 days. For the straightforward Ardis, he is not entirely emotionless. But the minimum number of days promised initially had passed as well, and he's got enough money in the immediate to accomplish his initial goal. Since there weren't any reason must to extend the period, and there wasn't any reason they want to extend the period, there isn't any problem to end the request in the promised days. Since it isn't really a farewell because of a fight, it can be said it's more towards a peaceful goodbye. I've got quite a lot. So, thank you next time. I have a lot that I can reference from what we talked. Let's have a drink sometime. Please do tell if there's anything earning. Ralph, Joe, and Konya, the 3 of them called out to Ardis with a bright voice. But only the last one had a speechless expression. Ardis, The mercenaries that attacked Gresh, who opened his mouth. Ardis explained slowly. Gresh. It's not that someone is right or wrong. I think that Gresh's thinking is one of the answers too. But it's just my way of living is different. And I don't have intentions to push that onto you. But just keep in mind that there are some that think like this too. Got it. I'm not convinced, but I will keep it in mind. Gresh responded after a pause. Yeah, that will be enough. See you. Ardis waved his hands lightly, and went his ways from Gresh and the others. Walking swiftly through the streets as the day gets later, he arrived at the Perch Inn. Taking the tray from Kashiha, whose smile had clouded for the past few days, he returned to his room. I just returned. He expected no reply from the twins as he said that, but they both can be seen nodding slightly. It's the usual that they don't speak a single word, but they have become able to nod or shake their head, responding the Ardis for even a little bit. It's dinner. Go on and eat. Putting the tray with the food on top of the table, Ardis took off his equipment, setting down the backpack onto the side of the bed, removing the sword hung on his waist, and he put the robe over the back of the chair. It's fortunate that Ardis is lightly equipped, so it didn't take much time. If it's a leather armor like what Ted wear, then it will take quite a long time to release it. But in Ardis's case, taking the robe off is not much different than taking a piece of shirt off. In the meantime, the twins drew nearest to the table hesitatingly, and stood at the side of the chair while alternatingly sending gaze to the top of the table and Ardis. And that continued until Ardis sat on the chair. Don't need to wait for me, you two can start eating first. Even though he said it every time, they didn't ever reach their hands out until Ardis starts to eat. Not just that, even sitting on the chair must be after Ardis. I guess now that it's better that we can even eat together on the same table, but both of you, it's fine that you sit first without waiting for me, and also there's no need to wait me before eating. It's fine to eat before me after all. The twins that had finally sat on the chair after a roundabout, they nodded at the same time, even though it's the same exchange every meal. But it doesn't turn out like what Ardis want. It's fine to eat. Even if he said so, the twins would blink and send upward gazes to Ardis as if looking at his expression. It's always a situation like this that the twins finally would put their hands on the food after Ardis started on his. It's not like I want to say it, but being scared like this is just taking them out to the streets. Even if I looked for a caretaker, taking them out both would be eye-catching. But if the twins are so afraid that they can't be separated, then forcing them apart and take one of them isn't a choice. I guess this will be time-consuming. For the twins, he didn't treat them like objects or slaves. He didn't hit them. He's not one of their enemies, is what Ardis tried to convey day and night repeatedly. And now finally, they became able to sit on the same table to eat. Their name was finally known as well. One is Philia, and another is Rihanna it seems. But, other than the time they named themselves, Ardis hadn't had recollection that the twins ever opened their mouth. On top of that, who is not what Ardis is able to figure out at the moment, but it doesn't really mind that. Since Ardis hadn't have any intention of sticking around for a long time, the progress of the twins is just even though they are able to sit on the same table dining now, but much effort that Ardis got a two-bedroom in the inn, but the other bed wasn't used at all. Even though Ardis said that they're fine to use the other bed, they would just huddle up in the corner of the room until they slept. One time, Ardis forced them to use the other bed, but on the next morning, they were found back huddling in the corner. If he knew that this would have happened, then taking the single bedroom would have been the correct choice, was the negative thought that Ardis couldn't dispel. The next day, Ardis finished his meal together with the twins, before putting on the robe and exiting the inn. I'll leave the usual to you, he said to Kashiha, and all right, go well. A wobbly reply came back, and the same time, the gazes with bad intention from the other lodger. Ardis had sensed that too. Where Ardis, who left the inn, was heading to the Merchant Association's storefront that handles real estate. The first grade land across the main street, Ardis stepped into the two-story big building unhesitatingly. Welcome. Are you looking for a house? Entering the shop, the employees raised their voice. But that's natural, since there were no one else other than Ardis in the shop. For the three employees around, welcoming the customer that came after a whole day of waiting is natural. It's not that this shop is specially treating him. It's because the selling of land and building isn't something that happens often. For the average citizen, leaving their hometown where they have grown up is rare. 3 different generations of the family living together under the same roof is the norm, so the opportunities for transaction to occur is less. As the result, the people that the merchant association faces are normally ruler tiers like the lords, or successful merchants that want to set up shops, or the lesser party of successful mercenaries. Although people that will be dealing with this is less, but the amount of the transaction itself is incomparably larger than other business. Even a single case would bring a big profit, so a one-to-one customer service is natural in this part. That too, unlike the general store and weapon stores, the interior of the shop is in pristine condition. All the furniture is high quality and designed to give a good impression. What kind of property might Sir be finding for today? The male employee, who is dressed in a clean attire, cut the chase to Ardis. Looking at Ardis's appearance, he must have come to a conclusion that Ardis is a mercenary in an instant. Merchants would normally be looking for land with commercial value. Meanwhile, most mercenaries would look for houses or warehouses. It seems the employee in his late 30s is reasonably experienced, as he inferred that what Ardis is looking for is probably a house or warehouse. I'm looking for a house for me, and another person to live in. The location doesn't matter much, but the security there must not be bad. I have certainly understood. I will look for one immediately that matches Sir's requirement. Please wait with a little patience. The employee guided Ardis to a seat, before beginning to take out documents of properties from the shelves. The property I can introduce that matches Sir's requirements are these 8. All the documents of the property that was picked by the employee, all of them have matched Ardis's requirements. On top of that, all of them are priced affordable for any successful mercenaries. It seems that it's a quite good store, Ardis thought. The employee training is good. The price is good. On top of that, towards Ardis that looked young, the employees have been treated him with respect since the start. It's not a general store or a drug store. It isn't unnatural for Ardis, who looks like a young boy, to be treated as a window shopper by the employees. Are your partner that will live with your family? That's right. It's my still young sister. As you see, I'm a mercenary, so it's often that I'm not at house. I see, so that's why Sir would like a good security. If so, then how about these 2? Both are situated near a guardhouse. They are probably the best candidate in terms of security. Ardis took a look at the documents of the 2 property that the employee recommended. I want to take a look at both in person. Understood. I will guide Sir. Please wait for a while. Looking around the 2 houses guided by the employee, in the end, Ardis settled for the first one. Thank you for your quick decision. For the employee, it's better to take less time as both of the property are similar. The reason why the employee had replaced his business smile with his true one, is probably because Ardis settled the deal quickly. For a mercenary, a moment of late decision will cost your life after all. Certainly, it's as you said. Even so, there were people like Ophelia that is even indecisive in her private life. Ardis smiled bitterly in his mind. Will it be a annually contract? Yeah. That's fine. I haven't decided that if I should stay in Thoria for now. Annually means the contract to purchase the building for just a year. Usually, the ownership of a building is transacted often. However, mercenaries are not always at a single place, so it is unlikely that they will buy a whole house unless it is time to retire and settle. You can purchase a residence right at a price that is 1/10 of the price of the property, but you need to pay a deposit separately, and only active mercenaries contract the property on an annual basis. The property that Ardis chose was 200 gold coins in whole. If it's an annual contract, then it will just cost 20 gold coins a year, and 100 gold coins as a deposit is needed. Then the advance payment will be 10 gold coins. The remaining 110 gold coins can be paid when you take the property. I can pay the whole price now. I want it to be prepared as soon as possible. Pardon me. I will ready it for use as soon as possible. Ardis, who took out a total of 120 gold coins from his pouch, making the employee swallowing his breath for a moment. But as expected from a professional, he regained his composure in a few moments and proceeded the contract. Fortunately, the property that Ardis picked have had a maintenance just a few days ago, so handing it over in a few days is possible, is what the employee said. Ardis, who wished for the handover to be done tomorrow noon, submitted the contract and exited the shop. On the way, he bought 2 child-sized robes that can fully cover from body to face, before heading back to the perch inn where the twins waited. Chapter 16. Ardis, who returned to the perch inn, called out to Kashiha, who was writing something. and told her that he will be leaving the inn at tomorrow noon. All right. Kashiha, who blinked for a few moments, had round eyes, but she regained herself quickly and replied as if she's sorry. Ardis realized for the past few days, the gaze of the other customers mixed with something cloudy had been directed towards him. At the same time, Kashiha also seemed to have rethink her decision at the beginning, as she seemed to start having a troubled expression. It seemed like it's something not easy to speak of, as she always seemed to have something to tell Ardis. Rumors of the twins probably have started spreading, is what Ardis inferred. Since the twins had always been in the room, even meal will be brought up by Kashiha. They didn't have contact with others most of the time, but it might that they were seen by other lodgers when they went to toilet. Of course, Ardis had warned the twins to not come out of the room unneedly, and if they do, never go in a pair. Despite that, to have ignored Ardis's warning, they must be unbearable to be separated from each other. It's not as if they asked Kashiha directly, but the gazes from the surrounding customers, residents and pedestrian, and the few sentences from the dialogue Ardis heard from, it's obvious that they have been talking bad about the inn. Perchin is a small inn. To have customers distance themselves because of such a rumor, it would take no time for the business to collapse. The procuring of food ingredients might become difficult too. For Kashiha, who stood in a difficult position for having invited the twins themselves into the inn, she couldn't bring herself to chase them away herself. When Ardis announced they would be leaving the inn, it can't be helped that she showed an expression of relief. Please prepare today's dinner and tomorrow's breakfast, and a bath before dinner. Got it. I will bring it to you later. ... Sorry about this. Don't mind it. Rather than that, sorry for causing troubles for you. One of the reasons that Ardis ended the hunt with Gresh's party is also because of this. It stopped at the level of being a rumor now, but if Ardis kept ignoring it, then it would definitely develop into something more troublesome. That is why Ardis had taken quick measures to get his own house and leave the inn. Thanks to that, almost all I saved flew away. The gold coins that Ardis have earned for the past few days too, have already reached the bottom. To be honest, if it was just Ardis alone, then a single cheap room would be more than enough, but thinking that the twins would left behind in the room, it would be worrying if it's a place with other lodgers and unsafe. If it's a house that Ardis owns himself, then there's no worry that the twins will meet anyone else even if they went out of the building. It was a big expenditure, but if he can leave the house without worrying, then he can get better rewarding jobs. The next day, Ardis took a nap until noon in the room as he finished breakfast. Then he left together with the twins after having them wear the child-sized robe he bought. Heading towards the merchant association that handled his house, Ardis collected the keys before heading for the new sleeping place. On the way, he bought lunch from a street stall. The twins had never uttered a single complaint but followed behind Ardis quietly. Thanks to the hood covering until their eyes, they weren't discovered as twins by the people around. Matching the pace of the two children, Ardis proceeded further for about half an hour. It's a house-sized average for the town of Thoria, with 2 stories and a total of 6 rooms, but it's still too large for Ardis and the twins. However, with the house surrounded with tall fences, far from the slums and situated near a guardhouse, with all these safety aspects in mind, it couldn't be helped even if there are a few matters that didn't match Ardis's hope. After bringing the twins into their new home, Ardis discussed about the future with them both. Here is our home from today onwards. Different than the inn we stayed till this morning, there aren't others beside us 3 here. It's fine that the both of you walk around here in this building from today. For now, when you both go outside, it'll be with my company. I don't mind if it's in the house, but be careful that the both of you don't be outside at the same time. As usual, the twins never replied. When he spoke, their eyes would state at Ardis unmovingly, and when he's done, they would nod. They were properly having communication, but it seems that the twins have not had their guard lowered. The occasion the twins spoke was rare. For around 3 whole days, Ardis have been working at it to improve the living environment in the house. Bed for himself and the twins, the cookware for kitchen, table and chairs for dining, and other various necessity items have been bought from the merchant association or the market, and carried into the house. It was different than the fixed bed and furniture found in inns. For Ardis, who have no intention to stay in this house permanently, it's his honest opinion to not spend so much money on it. However, he didn't want the twins to be living in a bad environment as well. Since it's an amount easily earnable for Ardis, he didn't mind his fortune and went ahead buying all the needed items. "Listen, I won't be coming back every day like usual. I might not be around for a few days even when I work. I will buy enough food that can last a few days. Basically, I have prepared various things so that you two won't have to go out. So, learn to care for yourselves when I'm not here." That aside, he didn't want the young twins to be living in a bad environment, and for the next 5 days, Ardis taught the twins how to start fire, preparing bath, getting water from the well, and various basic cooking methods. Finally, Ardis could return to his mercenary life without worrying too much. The first 3 days he returned every day, and after that, a whole day of not returning, staying overnight outside, and the time Ardis spent outside became longer. Fortunately, the twins are quick learners, taking care of themselves aren't a problem for them anymore. Normally, children of their age would get unrest and lonely when an adult isn't around, but it might be the environment that they have been till now. There weren't a single trace of that. Rather than that, it seemed that the twins became more docile. There weren't any complaints from them, so Ardis have been feeling strange at how well it had gone so far. The usual on the occasion when Ardis do return, the twins were quiet. But it's slightly better than before in that they will affirm and disagree a little with Unn and NNN. They have their meal on the same table, but it's still the same that they wouldn't touch their food unless Ardis started. The bed that Ardis have bought with much effort doesn't seem like it had been used once either. They seem to have slept together just with a blanket in the corner of the room. I guess there's no way other than taking it slowly, huh? Ardis don't have the capability to keep looking after them all day nor the intention to do so. But looking for someone that will take care of them is what Ardis plans to do at the very least on the side while he did his mercenary jobs. For him who have so much grace that he couldn't repay, if he couldn't do that much, he wouldn't have face to meet with his past comrades. Then I will be going. The schedule to return will be 2 days later. I have bought the food ingredients like usual enough to last 5 days. While the platinum blonde hair swayed, the twins nodded at the same time. It's a short reply, but it's much better than the past. While thinking about such thing, Ardis left the house. Without the must to return by the day, Ardis had more freedom when he chooses requests to take. It's now possible for him to accept escort or investigation request as long as it isn't for an extended period, and also, he can venture further out for just hunting as well. Rather than hunting in the grasslands near the town, hunting hound or whips in the Coursers forest is much earning. Thanks to that, the problem of his pouch which have become bare to the bottom have been solved within half a month. And so, can you finally lend a hand to us now? A swordsman with a tough look asked Ardis enthusiastically. Ted, Ardis is drawing away. If you try to persuade him with such villainous look, he would escape, you know. On Orphelia words, Ted withdrew his distance from Ardis with an irritated expression. Cruel, Orphelia. I'm trying to catch a new party member. Isn't villainous look too much? Ahaha. But it's the truth. With Ted and Ardis, from an outsider perspective, it totally looks like a bad guy is taking it out on a young man. Norris laughed out loudly. I'm not convinced. Well, that aside, Ardis. You got any request now? No, not really any now. Is that so? Then good timing. Hear me out a bit. While saying like this, Ted, who brought Ardis to the bar, took a seat at the nearest table and ordered beer immediately. Hey, Ted, we have a job after this. Isn't it fine, Orphelia? It's just 1 mug. With this much, it's not enough to make me drunk even a little. Geez. In the first place, it can't be helped. Taking a seat without ordering anything will be rude. And there isn't any place else to sit down and talk slowly. If that's the case, then there are fruit juice or light meals you can order, right? Ahaha. She's got a point there, Ted. Isn't it fine? It's just for livening the conversation. Right, Ardis? Rather than that, what is it? Don't ask for my affirmation for something like that. With an annoyed look, Ardis seemed to convey that. Even you, don't be so cold. As he complained lightly, Ted changed his attitude and talked to Ardis. It's about the request that Norris took yesterday. According to Ted, who have explained straight to the point, the request is a search and rescue operation. The search target is a Marielle's Academy student that came from the capital. Marielle's Academy? It's an academy in the capital for finding and raising talents, it seems. Norris answered Ardis's question. So it's some noble's little boy or miss? That is for the Royal Academy. Marielle's Academy is one that even commoners can admit, so the nobles there are less. And what happened to the students? Well, it's a common story. The academy teaches combat techniques and magic in their curriculum, and every year, there is sure to be some overconfident brats that take reckless action. By reckless action, without even a single escort, the students themselves venture out into the dangerous wilderness, thinking to fight monsters by themselves. Are they idiots? Ahaha. That was too straight, Ardis. I feel that way too though. In other words, to find that group of idiots and bring them back? In simple terms, yes. Norris's explanation is further added on by Orphalia. The request we took this time, it's to find the students that haven't returned in the due period. Location is at Sorcerer's Forest. They are supposed to return in 4 days, but since they didn't return even after the night falls, that's why this request came. Isn't it too late, is what you're showing on your face, right? Norris, who read Ardis's expression, cut into the conversation. In all places, why Sorcerer's Forest? Isn't there many other suitable places around the capital? Sorcerer's Forest is a dangerous place that even a seasoned mercenary will get taken out if he's careless. Needless to say, it isn't a naive place for new leaves, students that don't even have any live combat experience, to enter and leave without anything happening. They were probably pushing their pride. They didn't even enter from the capital side, but came all the way to Thoria before heading in. Huh? They went in from Thoria? That's why it's a request not from the capital but here. Searching from this side will be faster from the capital side. Simply speaking, Sorcerer's Forest have a wide footprint. The danger levels changes depending on where in the forest. There are various kinds of beasts and demonic beings lurking around in the forest, but, to a certain extent, their habitat has been mapped out. Like the dangerous whips that are even avoided by veteran mercenaries, they live mostly in the Thoria side, and rarely seen in the capital side, which is the southwest side of the forest. Because of that, even if it's the same Sorcerer's Forest, the danger levels at Thoria side is much higher compared to the capital side. Twin swords and clouds are what usually appears in the capital side. They are mostly beasts and demonic beings that a seasoned mercenary can take care of with no problems. Of course, saying that it is less dangerous, that is just a figure when you compare the both. They aren't opponents that merely students can take on and win unscathed. What a clear act of stupidity. Ardis felt dizzy at the action that can't even be passed away with hot-headed youthfulness or not planning ahead. Well, I can understand what Ardis thinks somehow, but this is also a request. If it is too late, then confirming their life or dead and retrieving their remains is the condition of the request. From what Dead thinks, the students are probably beyond hope to save. It would just be passed as reaping the seeds they sow originally. But since the request is funded by the Academy and even the Lord, the compensation is quite the big figure. From what the tough-looking man said, successfully rescuing the students is 150 gold coins. If it's too late, even confirming their deaths and retrieving the remains will fetch 30 gold coins. For searching the students without name in the society, it's a compensation on the big side. From Norris's prediction, wouldn't there be some powerful nobles' children amongst them? Certainly, if that's the case, that explains why the request was issued so quickly and with such a high compensation. Normally, for a mercenary to not return within the expected time, a search and rescue request wouldn't be issued that quickly. Even more, to issue out a request on the night of the 4th day that they are supposed to return, there shouldn't be any mercenary exist that are treated like that. So, Ardis, I would be really glad if you would come together. As expected, even for us, it will be cold sweat if we were to encounter whips while carrying baggage. I guess so. NN. I have planned for the forest in the first place, so I will be participating in it this time. But, is it fine that I return to my house before that? NN? House? Ted's head tilted. Yeah, I ended up getting a house. They would catch people's eyes in the inn after all. Since it looks like it's brewing all kinds of trouble, I signed a year contract for the house. I told them both that I will be back in 2 days, so I have to tell that my schedule is changed. And I have to buy more food supplies for that too. What? If that's the case, then talking at Ardis's house in the first place would have been good. Then I won't have to spend money uselessly. After drinking the beer like it's the best, saying it's spent uselessly isn't really convincing at all. Really, my house doesn't have any liquor. As Ardis patted Ted's shoulders lightly, he left the bar and headed to his house. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. After waiting for Ardis to return, together with Ted and the others, the bright stars of white night, They have departed from Thoria, even preparing a carriage. Was he impressed, or just plainly gave up on them? Ardis muttered with a tone that can be interpreted both ways. Certainly, a search and rescue operation is always fighting against the time. Not to say, it's the Courser's forest in question. If they departed before noon, then Ardis and the others would arrive at the entrance of the forest by evening by foot. But for safety purposes, they will have to camp outside the forest, and the search will be conducted on the next day. But that would just mean lowering the already very low survival rate of the students. So that is why a carriage to the forest entrance is prepared by the academy. Of course, a carriage is not by all means cheap. Even if it's just rented, it isn't at a price any usual people or mercenary can afford. To spend this much money without hesitation, it just shows how serious the requester is taking this. Just like what Norris said, it might be that a noble's child is among the students. In any case, it's helpful that we can enter the forest today, and able to sleep on the way is good too. It's much faster to take a carriage than by foot. On top of that, the carriage that Ardis and the other rode on, it swiftly ran across the highway. Of course, a short distance, but running a long distance swiftly would mean a big burden for the horses too. If the worst happens, the horse might get injured on their legs, but acknowledging even that, they are hurrying. Hey, don't sleep yet, Ardis. We have to discuss our strategy before we arrive. Orphelia tried to hold Ardis back, who was already nodding off. Since we come so far, I really want to save those bunch of students though. Ted's final words sounded a little cloudy. Thanks to the horse carriage hurrying, it seems that they can arrive at the forest just a little past noon. At the very least, they can arrive and start searching half a day earlier than if they were to go by foot. That difference is huge. On the other hand, the place that they are supposed to search is huge. They have some idea the point where the students have entered the forest, but to search such a wide area, it seems like taking 2 or 3 days to find them wouldn't be out of question. Now then, how should we search? With the carriage they rode shaking rattlingly, Ted cut to the chase. Isn't it that the students are partied up? They have 5 students on the top grade. Really? Getting ahead of themselves when they're still young uns to enter the forest while don't even know fully their own abilities. Even if you say that, Ted, I heard that the 5 of them were excellent amongst the other students. They are also young. It couldn't be helped that their nose grew longer. No matter how excellent they are still little chicks. Amongst the bad chicks and the normal chicks, able to do little more, they are still chicks in the end. Well, it's just as you said. It seems that there isn't any intention to defend the students. Norris laughed loudly as he agreed. Even though Ted acts like this, the way he thinks of the students' safety is exactly opposite. Orphelia, can your magic search for them? You say it easily. If there is such a convenient magic, then who will be so stressed? Right, Ardis. If the students are still alive, then it might be possible. Surprised by what Ardis replied, Orphelia managed to squeeze out words after a little. I won't be surprised anymore. By the way, mind telling me how to do it? In this forest, besides the small animals, almost nothing else groups up. At the very best, only a few countable that groups up. If we detect for mana, and if there's 5 of about human-sized, then there's a high possibility that's the students' party or mercenaries. Of course, that's under the assumption that they are still alive. But there's another problem. To do a mana detection, a thin layer mana must be spread out wide. It would be at a level that normal people wouldn't be able to detect it, but demonic being and beasts that are sensitive to mana would probably catch onto it. It might even lure them, so the danger has to be taken into account. In the first place, I guess we can repel then when they do come. They're not so strong in the first place. Ardis explained the possibility just in case, but, surprisingly, Ted and the others didn't mind it. Taking a little risk is much better than going around the wide forest with no leads. We will do something about it if the monsters do come. Right, we just have to hit them back. As Orphelia voiced her opinion, Ted rode on it. By the way, Ardis, how wide can the detection area be with a single search? Norris asked for confirmation. I haven't measured it, but it's probably around 500-meter radius. Ah, I see. So that's why you don't get surprised at anything. I understand now, Ted said, while laughing dryly. Then when we arrive at the forest, Ardis will do a mana detection first. The problem is, where should we start looking? Even if Ardis' detection radius is about 500 meters, thinking about the area of the forest, It's just a small patch. If they aren't accompanied by their luck star, then the chances of finding the students would be slim. Wasn't the student's entry point known? It isn't a verified information though. Ardis's question was answered by Norris. The students have been gathering information about the forest in Thoria. They have bought several maps from mercenaries it seems. It seems like they have the extent to at least investigate a little bit before entering. That time, no one tried to stop them? Seriously. Everyone tried to stop them, but the leader-looking boy didn't lend a ear to them. Well, even if they were warned, it's their own responsibility in the end. Like what Norris said, a mercenary's choice is always built on their own responsibility. Because the group were students, the mercenaries warned them just in case. But since they themselves wanted to enter regardless of that, then no one have the rights to stop them. And so, the map that was sold to the students is this. Retrieving a map from her pouch, Norris spread it out on the floor of the carriage. It seems that their purpose is to train, but it looks more to me as overconfidence. To that, Ardis have no argument. In the first place, if it's just to train, then there's no need to come to Sorcerer's forest. There are countless wild beasts and monsters habitat around the capital. There's not a single need for them to come to Thoria. Even the veteran mercenaries aren't guaranteed to survive. We survived while training in a dangerous place is probably the honor they want. Being stupid have a limit too. Indeed, it's something that young men and young ladies that are living peacefully in the academy without ever coming into contact with danger will come up with. If so, then they would probably rush deep in the forest since they think just the outskirts is not enough. Norris's finger pointed at the map. Starting from the point nearest to Thoria, she slowly traced towards the middle of the forest. Ophelia, what about you? Guess so. First, if we assume that they aren't wiped out, at the very least they won't be around the outskirts. If they fought with the Twin Swords beast, whether they won or not, they probably don't feel the need to stay there. Twin Swords is a type of beast about 80 centimeters long that is commonly found throughout the forests in the continent. They have 6 feet, and they attack using the 2 fangs that are almost 1/3 of their body length. It is because the 2 fangs look like a pair of scimitars, and hence the name. The 2 fangs they hold is powerful. They can easily sever if it's like the leg of a human, and their entire body is covered in black tough skin, so their endurance towards attack are high too. But they are much docile than other carnivores. If you don't approach them needlessly, they will not attack. And even if they do, they can be handled without large trouble by seasoned mercenaries. Of course, for a new mercenary, they are no doubt a strong foe. In other words, they can also be a good measurement for a new mercenary's ability. To be able to move around in the forest, at the very least, you must have the ability to easily deal with twin swords. Closing her crimson eyes, Ophelia started talking after a short while of thinking. Scenario that might have happened, they won against the beasts on the outskirts somehow, and became more confident as they headed deeper. Or they never met any beasts in the outskirts and proceeded. And then they met with some strong enemies and now they can't exit. I suppose it's something like that? Ardis agrees to that as well. Yeah, the route on this map, isn't it one that avoids the territory of the beasts and demonic beings? It's good to use this if you want to avoid the small fries to go deeper in the forest, but if proceeding with this route, you won't be likely to encounter any beasts and head straight to the territory of Richter. Jumping straight to Richter's without twin swords? It's a cruel story for the little chicks. Well, we have no choice but to search while believing that they are still alive. Then, let's have our search route like this, with Ardis using mana detection along the way. Shall we think about what we should do after we enter Richter's territory? Norris's suggestion was agreed by everyone. Then, if we find the little chicks, Ted, who tried to go into more detail as he opened his mouth, shook unnaturally. What? As he tilted his head at the unexpected occurrence, the neighing of the horse resounded loudly, and everyone in the carriage started to lean forward. And the carriage stopped in emergency. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Regarding problems with ads making earthquakes. Pretty sure it's all fixed up now. If there's still any problem that you encounter, please do let me know. The tall standing trees blocked the sunlight. A gloomy and humid air floated in the atmosphere. The largest forest in Nagra's kingdom, humans are just outsiders for Sorcerer's forest. Even if you are allowed inside, you will only be standing in the position as a prey for the predators. Shit. Why is it like this? Hiding from the monsters in the forest continuously, It's already 3 days. Their frustration has been piled up so much it couldn't be suppressed. Calm down. There won't be any good result if you lose your calm. HMPH. Rebuked by an old lady, the silver-haired boy took his anger out on the wall. The 3 boy and girl sat in the surrounding shook. No matter how much the silver-haired boy goes wild, it probably wouldn't even put a mark on the cave that is carved by the hands of nature. It seems that they are holding on to their fragile mind with little shocks like this. Here is the Sorcerer's forest, and where they are is in the cave right in the middle of the forest. In where the sunlight doesn't reach, the swaying flame of the lantern casted shadows of the people. The people who sat on the wet ground of the cave was 7 in total. 5 of them were still boys and girls in their tens, then an adult female, and an elderly female merchant. Hansrik-san, I think that your attitude towards your benefactor is too rude. The girl with cherry blossom-colored hair tied criticized the silver-haired boy. Unlike the other boy and girls that have fear lingering in their eyes, she was the only one that have kept his calm in this situation. So noisy. Salt. Are you judging me? I'm not. Blah blah blah. You are the one noisy. Don't hit out on others or things just because you are anxious. So pathetic. Seeing the boy who is lashing out at the girl who talked back to him, the one who cut into the conversation was the elderly woman merchant. She has the looks of almost at the 50s. She has the energy unfit of her age, but the creases and wrinkles around her eyes and the mouth can't be hidden. A small tail is tied on the back of her dark blue hair. You bastard. Are you being rude knowing that I'm the second son, Hansrik of the Rumshade House? Then go out by yourself here quickly. I don't have the obligation to save you all in the first place. The woman has a sharp glint that can't be thought from a merchant. Hansrik was forced to behave as he shouted shit and sat on the ground angrily, towards the woman merchant who have a cold gaze looking at him. The cherry blossom-colored hair girl drew closer. The girl sat in front of the woman and bowed deeply. I'm really sorry. My comrades have been improper. If we were to be chased out of here, we have no ways to protect ourselves. Please forgive us somehow. Your name is Salt. I don't really have intention to chase you out. If the others behave, then I won't. But it's good to keep in mind that I have no obligation to save any of you. Yes, I will carve that in my mind. Salt lowered her head once again, and returned to where the other boys and girls were. It's in a narrow cave after all. The conversation with the woman has probably been heard by all her friends too. There's no need to ask Salt again. The 3 other than Hansrik thought the same. The 5 of them is the students of Mariul's Academy in the capital of the Nagras Kingdom. They are the highest year who will graduate this year, and they are amongst the people who are recognized for their ability and have a bright future promised. Since the leader, Hansrik, is the second son of the Rumshade House known for their prestigious fighting skills, and he is also the best student of the year. With his combat and literature excellency, the people surrounding have high hopes on him. It can be said that he's the prided son of the Rumshade House. Salt is an out-of-the-ordinary character of a sister belonging to the church and was permitted to admit to Mariule's academy. She's a prodigy that acquired healing skills at mere 15, and is expected by the church to be the next saintess. And the other 3 were similarly the elites of the academy, and is expected of their performance after graduation. 3 boys, and 2 girls. They were good rivals and they have good relationship. Because they were existence outside of the norm of the other students, they have their back against each other and competed. And naturally, they would normally move together, and to fight in a group. They have formed a party. It's the creation of the top party of Mariule's Academy. Opponents that matched them didn't exist in the Academy. They have a track record of all victory no lost in the Academy's trial. It's a true showing of overwhelming force. Because that they were superior in the midst of the students, the still young naive boys and girls became overconfident in their ability. Hansrik and the others have thought to use the last long holiday to have an expedition, rather than after the graduation in half a year time. The Academy have not restricted students to have expedition. On the contrary, they condone the students to amass live combat experience, but they also thought about the students' safety. So they have recommended the students to a hunting location befitting of their ability. A place near the capital that have less dangerous creatures, and a place that is easily reachable if the students need help, and of course, a place without any dangerous demonic beings. The Academy did not restricted the students to head for the recommended location, but, if they choose not to do so, they must hire mercenaries with the appropriate ability for their particular chosen location. And Sorcerer's Forest is one such place. The expedition location that the academy chooses, they are all tailored for the average students. It's not a training to the excellent students' ability if they went a place with higher difficulty, without having an escort and clearing problems with their own hands, and that will finally help them improve themselves. The others have followed Hansrick who have said so, and so they headed into the forest without hiring an escort. The only one who insisted to hire an escort was Salt, but in the end, she was laughed off by the other four. If it's a tough fight, then hire one when that happens. As the result, judging that their own abilities are more than enough, they have fallen into a predicament themselves. The map they've got in Thoria have empty spots, but it have a clear route that is safe that they can use. In truth, the entire day after they entered the forest with that route, Hansrick and the others have never met a single beast as they proceeded. Normally, they would have had suspicion by now. If they knew that the reason why the danger rating has been given to Corsair's forest by the Nagra's kingdom, then they would have caught on that the situation was weird. But with their high tension and spirit, they haven't experienced the fearsomeness of the forest themselves, and they dived deeper and deeper. When they realized they're wrong, it was already the third day, the second day they entered the forest, when the noon has already passed. Originally, their plan is 4 days, so they would be on the returning journey by now. But so far that they entered the forest, they have never encountered anything else other than little herbivore animals that wouldn't even be close to training. Saying it's just a picnic trip wouldn't be far-fetched. It would just be useless effort if they came out so far but didn't fight a single time. After having a decision, the conclusion that they have come to is to proceed in the forest even if the due time passes, and by that time, their caution has loosened, and their attention have also drifted a little. When the sounds of the birds and small herbivore animals weren't heard anymore, no one realized too. The one cutting apart the shrubs and foliage in front as the leader, Hansrick, was the one who realized the abnormality first. Oi, this is. Where Hansrick pointed was a lump of black. That apostrophe S. A twin swords, isn't it? One of their comrades revealed it with their knowledge. It's just a single one. I guess it's just enough for a small hunt. Hansrick spoke with seemingly confidence that is spilling over. Then I will take the front. Back me up. Yes. Hearing the response of his comrades, Hansrick put up a simple strategy of offense. All right, now, surround it. Hansrick, who only had the thought of the winner strikes first, extended his long sword towards the twin swords. But such attack of his were futile as it was defended against completely by its hard skin. A single cut was not even left behind. So tough. The twin swords, who received an attack out of nowhere, immediately recognized Hansrick as its enemy, and growled while grinding the two fangs that is the origin of its name. Go around and aim for the gaps of its skin. Having his surprise attack fended, Hansrick took a distance and instructed his comrades of a swordsman and axe wielder to attack. Salt and another girl stood a distance away, and readied their stance so that they can support at any time. Doria. From the side, the comrade of the axe wielder swung his axe, but it was blocked by the tough skin again. Tough and even slippery. This, just like what the axe wielder said. The outer skin of the twin swords is tough. On top of that, its slippery constitution just makes it easy for any blades to be deflected. No matter how much force you out into the attack, if the angle is even shifted a little, then the resultant effectiveness will be halved. Hansrick and another swordsman matched their timing and unleashed stabs one after another, but as expected of the tough skin, a single scratch wasn't even inflicted. The rupturing winds tune played by the pristine shrine maiden dash. Windblade. The other girl along with Salt, who is at the back, casted wind magic. The wind blade traveled while cutting through the air, successfully severed one leg. The leg that the outer skin wasn't damaged. It's not wrong to use magic against the twin swords beast that has a tough skin. But the affinity of the wind blade whose purpose is to cut is very bad with the twin swords beast. If it was fireball or ice blocked, and it would have been more effective. Even rock magic would have able to deal more damage. If the girls didn't have the affinity of wind magic, then the result might have been different by a lot. Strong. Hansrick's expression started to show unrest. Hans, what now? With the fight showing an obviously disadvantage, the axe wielder asked his decision. The twin swords is definitely tough. The attacks from their side were totally deflected by the outer skin. Even the much-hoped magic attack did not reverse the situation. But on the other hand, its movement isn't very fast. If they tried to run away seriously, it probably doesn't have enough speed to catch up. Fortunately, It was just a one of them. They didn't have to worry that another flanking them. But it's just one twin swords. We can do it. It's not immortal as well. Losing one of its legs should be eating away at its stamina as well. Hansrik have not chosen to retreat. His feelings were also understood by the other members. Without hiring a mercenary, ignoring the Academy's recommended spot and entering the dangerous forest, running away scared just because of a single fight, their pride won't allow them to do so, even more when the opponent is the twin swords said to be the less dangerous out of the all in Corsair's forest. To not be able to do anything against something that isn't even a demonic being, their assessment as the stars of the Academy will fall to the ground. Those thoughts have clouded their vision, losing them the last chance to retreat. The next moment, behind the twin swords, a huge figure leapt out. That huge figure, against the twin swords that Hansrik and the other have had all kinds of trouble with, crushed it along with its black outer skin in just an instant. While Hansrik and the other stunned on the spot as if something tied down their body, the figure fully revealed itself from the thick foliage. What appeared forth was a giant purple snake. Its body was as thick as the height of an adult human, even its head portion is a size larger than the twin swords beast. How long was its actual body behind the foliage was unimaginable. The snake coiled around, and stuck its fangs deeply into the body of twin swords beast. While hearing an eerie sound of flesh grinding resounded, the sight of the body of the twin swords crushed in front of them played, chilling the nerves of Hansrik and the others. Their rationality is screaming at them to run away right now, but their body froze under the intense fear. When the black lump that was once the twin swords is slowly swallowed, the giant snake unleashed its hostility at Hansrik and the others. Against the twin swords that Hansrik and the others have no way to deal with, the giant snake who easily hunted it, against such opponent, they couldn't even begin to imagine how to win. The only choice they had was to run. But before the predator that had overwhelming strength, their legs have stiffened as if petrified. Run. The words that the Axwielder squeezed out became the trigger. The giant snake attacked Hansrik and the others. The first target that giant snake unleashed its fangs towards was the Axwielder. Before the fangs pierced the body of the him who stood on the spot stunned, it was a large shield that stopped that. Chapter 19. The giant fangs aiming at the axe-wielder were deflected by the large shield. The axe-wielder collapsed on the ground unintentionally. The sight of a swordsman who stood in front as if covering him came into sight, and opened his mouth. Get back. Why yes. Waiting for the axe-wielder to escape, the swordsman with purple hair took a stance with his sword. You've waited long, then shall I start the show? Contrary to his light tone, his expression was sharp, without any gaps, facing against the gigantic snake. While the gigantic snake threatened with its hissing, the time when the purple-haired swordsman decided to strike at the timing, it suddenly turned and shrieked. Hansrik and the others were surprised as they looked for what happened. In the next moment, the torso of the gigantic snake ruptured, and a huge volume of blood splattered. At the unbelievable sight, Hansrik and the others who were stunned, witnessed another rupturing of its torso. What is? Hansrik muttered as if in shock, and appeared a figure of a blonde-haired girl from the foliage holding a sword slicing away at the body of the violently acting snake. The girl as if dancing around the snake gracefully as she butchered it alive. Every single step she took was followed by the sound of flesh being cut, and the surroundings were painted in blood. The figure of her beautiful blonde hair swayed lightly in the air as she danced around. Rather than fighting, it would be more suiting to call it a sword dance. Hansrik and the others too forgot about the predicament they were in as their gazes were stolen by that gracefulness. As the snake's movement have slowed down because of the flurry of attacks, the purple-haired swordsman aimed for the head, and that was the ending strike. Escaped from the danger, as Hansrik and the other finally had a chance to catch their breath, the purple-haired swordsman started to scold the blonde-haired swordswoman. Oi, Helena, don't just simply take my prey. Ara, don't talk bad about me. Isn't your job to protect those children, and mine is to hunt the Rukta? Shut it. Something like Rukta, I'm more than enough by myself. Rather than dealing with the Rukta, protecting them is prioritized. Isn't that what Michelle said? You're really no hope. What did you? Yes, that's enough. Clenty and Helena, both of you did a good job. Fighting is fine, but leave it later. Claps sounded from the dense foliage along with a voice, and who appeared following the voice is an elderly woman with a dark blue-colored hair tied at the back. Without batting a single eye to Hansrik and the others, With just her words, the purple-haired swordsman and the blonde-haired swordswoman who were arguing became docile. On top of that, 3 more men appeared behind her. All of them were fully equipped. It's obvious that they are all mercenaries. Damn, even though it was a rare chance for me to appeal my true ability. Clenty, who was the purple-haired swordsman, stomped the ground as if regretting over it. Don't say it like that. Didn't you do your part perfectly? Rather than a unicellular brain that only knows to rush at the enemy, isn't a man that can protect what he must protect much better? Don't you think so too? Mew, if you say so. Passing through Clenty, who seems a little still unsatisfied, the elderly woman made her way in front of Hansrick and the others. Are you injured? You might think it's excessive handling, but it really looked to me that you guys were in danger. So, I offered out my hands for a little. Hansrick and the others, who were saved just like this, went into the cover of Clenty and the others. Clenty and the others is mercenaries as expected. The elderly woman was a peddler, Michelle is her name, and she was about to get out of the forest with the other 5 mercenaries she hired. On the way, young mercenaries, people who seemed like mercenaries to Michelle, was having a tough battle, so she decided to help out is the explanation. In the beginning, Michelle was thinking that she would give them some medicinal supplies as a goodwill as she neared them, but out of consideration for Hansrick and the others, as she realized that they can't win against a twin swords, she warned them. You People's Academy, haven't they taught Tokno your capability? When you can't even victorious against twin swords, how could you even come to think of entering this forest? Then are you saying you can win against twin swords? Hansrick, who asked the exact opposite unhesitatingly. Michelle scoffed at it. Don't say such stupid things. I'm a peddler, you know. It's not my job dealing with fights. I do business. But I know of my own capability, and I know the danger of this forest too. So that's why I hired 5 skillful escort. This is what I mean by knowing yourself. If you people hired someone properly, then I won't say this. Can't win even when you had escort, that I can understand. But you people have looked down on this forest, and didn't even hire an escort. And what you expect to do with this much? At the undeniable truth of Michelle, even though it was something they should have known themselves, Salt and the others was depressed. And the only one who wasn't convinced was Hansrick. He was born in a wealthy family. Hansrick, who was regarded as a genius ever since he was small, he wasn't the successor, but he had a bright future. Even when he entered the academy, his position as the first place was never lost. He always excelled in his results. His swordsmanship, which was shown to the entire academy, was not in any way weaker than the academy's instructor. For him who have never tasted true failure, he must have been not willing to accept the result this time. On top of that, he's getting a lecture from unknown peddler. His pride is probably in shreds. Salt raised her voice from the side to Michelle. It's as you said, we are indeed too short of insight. They were blessed by luck and didn't encounter any beasts and demonic beings on the way here, but that doesn't mean it will hold true when they go back. Of course, they have understood the fact clearly that they won't have a chance to get back to the town on their own if that happens. I'm terribly sorry for making requests like this, but can we stay together until we escape from the forest? Since it's like this, it will be the safest choice if they accompany Michelle and the others who have the proper ability to counteract the monsters in the forest. What Salt suggested, it was probably what their conclusion came to naturally. Phew, you have 5 people here? How is it, Helena? Will it work? It's impossible. It's difficult to protect, including Michelle. 6 people. If you say that you won't mind if there might be 1 or 2 sacrifices in the process, then it'll be different. The blonde-haired swordswoman answered immediately. Contrary to her expressionless face, her long blonde hair that reflects the sunlight, and slightly pointy ears that are peeking through the hair, she's a girl that gave off a memorable impression. A leather armor dyed silver was on her body. Without a shield, she only had 2 short double-edged daggers hanging on her waist. She looks about in her late 20s, but to get asked from Michelle about her opinion, she's probably the leader of the mercenaries party. We learned how to take care of ourselves a little, although it might not be enough to make a difference in combat, but at the very least, we won't be dragging. Salt's words were interrupted by Helena. You say so, but, from our side, on top of we don't have the confidence to protect you all, it might even cause danger to our original escort target of Michelle. And also, you don't look like you have training in getting protected, right? Training in getting protected ... is it? That's right. For us, rather than escorting even one of you, Escorting 2 Michelles is easier. What do you mean? In an instant, Solt's question was answered by Helena. Same like protecting someone. Being protected has its techniques too. The positions of your enemies and comrades, grasping the topography, changing your position to be easier on the escorts, maintaining a formation for easy retreat if the situation worsens. Above all is the strong mind with calmness to be able to endure any kind of changes in the situation. Something like that isn't learned in one day or one night but over various occasions. Michelle San have experienced many battles in the past. Even if she doesn't take part in the battle, the times that she has witnessed a battle probably isn't far off from ours. That is why, depending on the battle, how to move to be easier to be protected by us, how to move without getting in our way. She has known this all in her mind. Your escort fee won't go up even if you flatter me. Michelle laughed lightly at the side. It's not like I'm flattering. The truth is, somehow, Michelle-san is just too much easier to be escorted. See, certainly we have not received training like that, but we properly know how to protect ourselves. You still don't understand, so I'm saying this. For escorts, the most troublesome subjects to deal with is children and animals. Do you know why? They don't listen. Is it? Mostly correct. Then what is the next troublesome subject in your mind? An ordinary person without combat ability. Wrong. Of course, escorting a civilian is troublesome too. But, more than that, the ones that is more troublesome is people who think they can fight even though they can't. Civilians can at least realize that they don't have the capability to fight. They won't face the enemies themselves. To have someone leaping into danger themselves is just wasting our effort. Even worse than a civilian. In other words, it's people like you I'm talking about. That's of course, if you say you have the capability to defend yourselves, then it's a different matter. But if you can't win against twin swords, which are the weakest in this forest even when you have 5 people, it isn't very convincing. Well, in any case, if we were to escort 6 people with 5, the risk of getting through the forest is too high. Salt couldn't say anything anymore, because that they were just pointed out that they haven't understood. They were getting ahead of themselves thinking they can defend themselves when they can't. But the one who couldn't sit and take it. It's Hansrik. What? You're going to abandon us like this? It was different than the usual violent tone that he had. It was confusing for the other 4 students. It was so different that it was unimaginable with his usual atmosphere full of confidence. You just rushed into a dangerous forest by yourselves. What is he saying now, this brat? The purple-haired swordsman laughed as if teasing Hansrik. Stop that, Clenty. It's not very mature. And Michelle stopped that. Hee. Then, what it's gonna be? It's a boat we've boarded already. If we were to abandon them now, it's just going to give me nightmares. Helena, sorry, but can you stay here with me? And us? Clenty and the others are to return to Thoria and request for help. If it's 20 gold coins for down payment, then you can get 4 or 5 people. Then, what about Michelle and the others? What you gonna do with just Helena? She can't possibly protect all of you, right? We will just find some empty cave and shut ourselves in. It's a little regretful, but with Helena there, we can do it anyhow for about 4 days. The food supplies are more than enough, so if we just secure water source, then it's enough that we can wait for your return. Phew, I guess it's better than taking the brats out for a walk. Got it. Then let's get started. First is finding a suitable cave, and so, waiting for Clenty and the others return along with more mercenaries, Michelle, Helena, together with Hansrik and the others, a total of 7 people is waiting for help in the cave. Chapter 20. 3 days have passed since Hansrik and the others, a total of 7 people have holed up in the cave. According to the appointment, it's almost time for Clenty and the others to return with help. But because of being trapped in a narrow place for a whole 3 days, the students have been in low spirits. As expected from Michelle and Helena, with their experience piled up so far, they don't look that different from the first day. What was surprising was Salt. It was thought that she was spoiled by the church, but she looked the calmest and firmest amongst the students. Good grace. They look really down. With their age, it's a given. Even if it's me, I wouldn't like if we are trapped in this cave for few days. Helena smiled bitterly. Even said to be experienced, Helena is still young. There's no way these 3 days have felt short for her. On top of that, including Michelle, 6 lives are depending on her. It's not a pressure bearable by normal people. 3 days just passed like it's nothing for me. though I don't want to think that's because of my age," Michelle muttered inside her mind as she lightly sighed. "If I knew this would happen, I would have brought Rhaenyra with me." And Helena caught onto that. "Rhaenyra is the elemental that you've told before?" "Yeah, that's right. Rather than an elemental, she's an elemental child." That's what she said herself. 3 months ago, her grandchild was born, so she had to look after her grandchild. That, while Michelle and Helena were having an idle chatter, Soul talked. "Pardon me, that talk, can I have an ear in it too?" "Talk? About Rhaenyra?" "Yes." "Elemental child isn't even a word we heard before in the academy. Please allow me to broaden my view." "Well, I don't really mind, but elemental child isn't something I know too much also, since the only one I know is Rhaenyra after all." "That, Rhaenyra-san, what kind of a person she is?" Michelle confused at the unexpected interest, before starting to talk about the elemental child named Rhaenyra. Her body is about this big. Her hands showed about the size of a small pot. She have the appearance of a silver-haired girl. Excluding a pair of wings behind her back, and her small size, she looks just like a human. If she have wings, does that mean she can fly?" Helena asked, deeply intrigued. "Yeah, but not for a long time." "That's amazing. I want to meet her once." "By the way, does she age?" "Who knows? We met for the first time more than 20 years ago, but her figure hasn't changed that much." And she said that she isn't sure how long she had been living after all. "Could it be that it's a higher existence species close to that of a goddess?" Soul's red pupils shone with curiosity as she asked. "It's not that, I don't think. The first time I saw her, she had a shy and introvert personality, but now she's an annoying one, flapping her wings around your head and yelling things. Really, it's too much for me." "Then, taking Rhaenyra together, what do you mean?" Helena brought the talk back to the original topic. "I don't really have any proof or evidence, but whenever Rhaenyra is around, there are less appearance of beasts and demonic beings." "Coincidence? Isn't exactly the case, right?" Since Michelle is the one saying it. "You see, I thought that was the case at first too. But that went on for a total of 20 years. Can you say it's a coincidence?" "Even more so, when I compared myself and the other peddlers, even with the same route, it's evident that the counts we came across beasts is lesser, especially when Rhaenyra was singing in a good mood." "Singing, is it?" With the cherry blossom-colored hair swaying as Soul tasked with her head tilted. "That's right. She doesn't seem to have realized it, but she likes to sing when she's in a good mood, especially when she has her favorite, an apple." And mysteriously, during those occasions, the beasts wouldn't even come close to us. "I see. That's why you said if only Rhaenyra is here." "Huh? Exactly that." "Well, saying however much we want now wouldn't help since she's not here," Michelle said as she looked towards Helena. Just like what Michelle said, with the person in question not around, saying if she's here is pointless. But, to not corner themselves mentally in this narrow cave, having pointless chatter like this is the key. And that is taught by experience. That is why she brought out a light topic that might draw the curiosity of the students, but the only one who showed interest was Salt. The other 4 over there is really troubling. From Michelle's perspective, the 4 of them are already nearing their limits. It looks like their reason is still holding control of their emotions somehow, but if the rescue will come late, or something unexpected that delays the schedule happens, it feels like they will collapse. They gave off such a feeling. "I'm going out to take a look for a while, and also getting some water while I'm at it." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Helena left those words before heading towards the entrance of the cave. When they entered the cave, they've brought in considerable amount of water, but, of course, that wouldn't last for 3 days. So, there's a need to confirm their surroundings and secure water. The only member present here in the cave that is capable of walking around in the dangerous forest is Helena. Even with Rukta as her opponent, she can win, and even if it's the worst-case scenario, she can escape. That is why she has chosen to be left here as an escort. Helena, who usually took about 30 minutes to survey the surroundings and secure water, that day, she returned early, and that's even before 1 minute have passed. "It's bad." Helena, who returned with a panic expression, whispered to Michelle. "What happened?" "It's the whips. It's preying on the Rukta outside here." Michelle's expression clouded over for an instant. "Has it realized our presence?" "No, it's enjoying its meal right now, so not yet." Helena's words blurred at the end. "Originally, the stuff burning at the entrance of the cave is beast repellent. It gives off a smell that the twin swords and Ruktas dislike, so it's an essential when camping out in a beast's habitat like in this case. But repelling beasts is what it can all do. Whips is not a beast but a demonic being. Except for those that have a strong resemblance to a beast, beast repellents are mostly ineffective towards demonic beings. Whips are not affected by the beast repellent. The guarantee that the whips wouldn't enter this cave was found nowhere. What if we fought? If it's one-on-one from the front, then probably a draw, is what I expect. If the opponent is a Rukta, then even if Helena faced it from the front, she would be able to defeat it even if she gets a few light injuries. But even for Helena at such a level would have a tough time with whips as her opponent. There's a chance if it's an ambush. But if Helena lost, or if she got heavy injuries despite winning, it's held the same meaning of the fate of Michelle and the others coming to an end. For Helena, who have 6 lives on her shoulders, betting all or nothing is not an option. Then we can only pray that it doesn't realize. Fortunately, a whip's smell is not good. Similar to a human, it relies on visual to gather information. Just that, although it heavily relies on its sight, its hearing is much more sensitive than a human's. If they don't make a noise, then they most likely wouldn't be noticed. But how much noise can reverberate out the cave is not something that Michelle can predict. A normal conversation should be fine, but avoiding screaming and yelling would be the important part. I guess telling those kids over the just in case would be better. Helena nodded at Michelle's words. Excluding Salt, the students, especially Hansrick. His mental condition is already in the red zone. Hitting the nail in beforehand must be done. If nothing unexpected happens, Whips, who lives on the trees, would never set foot in a cave. Can I leave it to you, Helena? Understood. I will explain it to them. Helena, who affirmed, started walking towards the students. As she explained the current situation, the students who thought what the matter was turned paler by the minute. Well, they're quite tough considering they are students. Albeit reaping the seeds they sowed, they were trapped in this damp and gloomy cave for 3 whole days. Although she didn't have the intention of defending them, Michelle was impressed by the spirits of the young boys and girls. Good grace, as Michelle thought in her mind as she turned away, someone who ruined all her good intentions appeared and raised his voice. Don't joke with me. You are the ones who told us to take shelter in this cave. Now you say it's dangerous? Filled with frustration, it was Hansrick who approached Helena with a threatening attitude with a loud voice. That idiot! Who can blame Michelle for smacking her lips at that? Hansrick's voice echoed in the cave. She could only pray that this voice would not reach the Whips outside. Don't be so loud. Understand that demonic beings might be called here because of you. Helena warned him with a low volume. Starting with Salt, the other students also rushed towards Hansrick in an attempt to calm him down. But that effort was too late. From the cave entrance, a sound that is obviously not human reverberated. The moment that was heard, the expression on Michelle and Helena hardened. What a mess! Because they understood that, the sound that reached them, it was the tune of inviting them to the afterlife. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Phew-oh. Hearing that sound, Michelle and Helena exchanged gazes. That unique sound akin to a low tune that of a flute. Michelle and Helena have understood that was the Whips in an instant. Get back, you all. Michelle-san, any magic gems? I guess I do have some, but I didn't bring that much. 3 is all. Sorry, but I will need your help. Of course. If I get stingy now and died, then there's no meaning at all. Helena and Michelle stood in front as if to cover for the others. From the curving corner that led to the outside of the cave, something hard slithering as it moved was heard. Here it comes. As if responding to Michelle's voice, where the lantern light illuminated, a demonic being with a brown body appeared. With the lower body having scales like a snake, the upper body like a short maned horse, and the head shaped like an owl and having a human-like features. Its height was about 2 meters. The grotesque figure, with 2 front legs and its snake lower body, it gradually approached. One hit from its short beak was even more powerful than the despairs that was known as despair of the grasslands. In front of this demonic being, even a Rukta is only its prey. Phew-oh. The face that was covered with white feathers, let out a strange noise. The sound of the dry footstep from its front legs became the countdown of Michelle and the others' lives every time it sounded. There wasn't a slightest hint of intelligence in its pupils, only the instinct of hunting a prey shone along with a reddish glint. It is the appearance of the strongest monster in Cause's forest, the nightmare called Whips. Don't ever come out front. As soon as Michelle's warning came out, the Whips opened its mouth wide, and a loud screech resounded. Fuo, oa fuo o fuo, fuo oa fuo, o fu, fuo, oa, fuo. The screeching that have a mix of different tunes is a whip's special ability to stealing one's consciousness, incapacitating them, with the meaning of bringing silence to the scene. It was called the silent song among the mercenaries. Hansrik-san. Everyone. Behind Michelle, Solt's panic yell was heard. Michelle-san. Everyone collapsed suddenly. Just leave them be. They just passed out. Among the students, only Solt could endure the silent song. On the other hand, Michelle barely holding on to her own spirit while Helena easily withstood it. This time, it's time for their counterattack. As Helena started swinging her sword, the whips tried to move its upper body to dodge, but Helena's attack was faster. The sharp blade reached the whip's shoulders. However, the skin was much tougher than it looked. What were inflicted were just a few shallow cuts. As if trying to crush Helena, it put all its upper body weight onto its feet and brought it down. The blonde swordswoman dodged with the slightest movement after predicting the area that it will land on. Now, along with the yell, Michelle hurled a pebble-sized mineral towards the demonic being. It hit the torso of the whips, letting a dry crackle before getting deflected. A beat later, the part that was hit started to be coated in a layer of ice. What Michelle had hurled was generally called magic gems. For people that are unable to use magic, they are a miraculous item that can bring the same effect as rudimentary attack magics. Said to be a relic created in the ancient times or even mythological age, the technology to fabricate them are already lost. Since it is able to be used by anyone, and the rarity of it, even the magic gems containing the most basic spells would cost a high price of 5 gold. Of course, there are peddlers who normally brings it for self-defense, but it doesn't mean they can use it freely. Doesn't look like it's effective at all. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. Having said so, the magic gem that costed Michelle quite a lot didn't look like it inflicted any serious damage to the whips. Not batting an eye to Michelle who held the magic gem, it didn't shift its hostility from the blonde swordswoman in front of it. Helena's sword danced in the narrow cave. As she threw feints with small steps, she circled back to its back and dealt blows. But even though the damage is definitely piling up, the whips didn't show any sign of fatigue. The sword is just too small of a scale against the skin that's tougher than its looks. Helena's sword is failing to deliver a critical hit. On the contrary, a single blow from the whips is heavy. The sharp beak, the front foot that carried its weight, and the huge tail covered with scales, it wouldn't be pretty if any of that landed. Even so, when Helena's stamina is depleting by the minute as she moved continuously inside the narrow cave that had little space to evade, 6 people to protect, it's a situation that she can't afford to be hit. And all that have been cutting away at Helena's stamina. It could be that a moment like this is inevitable. The tail that swiped horizontally ripped apart the air and hit flatly on Helena's flank. Gwa! Helena collapsed with a cry of agony. Helena, Helena-san. The whips cried while looking at Helena that collapsed with a cold gaze. Fuo, Fuo-oa. That was as if announcing its own victory. Helena-san. Healing. Towards Helena who is on her knees, Solt started running. Idiot. Don't go in front. Michelle's warning was late. As the whips set Solt as its next target, it started approaching her. With the grotesque demonic being within few meters, Solt's face was dyed in fear. Her eyes were wide as she looked at the whips, but her body was unmoving as if bound by chains. A ruthless pair of eyes along with a red glint reflected in her light red pupils. The moment when Solt's life is about to disappear, when the whips aimed its beak at its prey's head, it stopped moving suddenly. The demonic being ignored defenseless Solt who was its prey, and started looking around cautiously. Without waiting for Michelle who couldn't catch up to the change in situation, the second surprising change came. Bua! Suddenly, a surreal scream came from the whips. It started coiling around sporadically as its lower body splashed out blood. Sword. The first who noticed was Michelle. The long lower body of the whips that is covered with scales. A part of it is dyed red in blood. Where the blood spurted out in large volume, a short sword stuck on it. But where that short sword had appeared from, no one that could have answered. Along with the agony cry of the whips, something flew in from the entrance along with the sound of tearing apart the winds. By the time Michelle perceived that sound, the second short sword had lodged itself on the whip's head. Even if a demonic being have tremendous stamina, there's no way it can be alright after getting its head punctured. Leaving behind a loud cry of pain, It collapsed onto the ground after a short moment. As Michelle and the others were standing on the ground in a daze, from the entrance, footsteps of multiple people were heard. "Michelle-san, Helena, you all right?" The purple-haired man who hurried here first was Clenty, who went to Thoria to find help. And following him, the other escorts that was with Michelle before came. And behind them, the figures of mercenaries that Michelle have never seen before appeared. It seems that Clenty have fulfilled his job properly. Just in time. At the sight of the long-awaited rescue party, Michelle breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 22. Seeing the appearance of Clenty and the others, Michelle finally has a chance feel relieved. Briefly looking, she confirmed that Clenty and the others, all of them, weren't injured in any way. Having narrowly escaped from death, it's only natural for a smile to form on her face. The 4 mercenaries that were new to her, it's the backup that Clenty have brought. The reason that they made it back one day earlier than expected is probably because Clenty and the others cut through the forest forcibly. But thanks to that, Michelle and the others were saved by a hairbreadth. If they arrived one day later than expected, then it is sure that no one amongst Michelle and the others would have survived till then. As the healer amongst the escort started treating Helena, the mercenaries that Clenty brought with him looked after the students. Michelle spotted the youngest male amongst the mercenaries was the only one walking towards the Whips's corpse. He's a young man with a short pinkish-purple robe. He proceeded to pull out the 2-short sword that was stuck in the Whips's body, and wiped the blade wet with blood with a cloth before putting them in the scabbards on his waist. In other words, it meant that the owner of the short swords is the young man in question. Michelle squinted her eyes and appraised that young man. His age is probably about 15. He looks to be around the age where people would admire and try to become a mercenary. Black eyes and black hair, and ordinary looks. The only characteristic that stands out is the piece of cloth tied over his forehead that can be seen between his bangs, but from his stance, it gave off a feeling of strength that isn't in any way inferior to the trained mercenaries like Helena and the others. From what Michelle can see, at the very least, he has incomparably better skills than Hansrick and the other students. He's a young man with a mysterious aura. Despite looking and having probably the same age as the students, he looked more like a veteran stood on the battlefields for a long time. Finally, when Helena's treatment is done and the students regain their consciousness, Michelle and Clenty exchanged information, and discussed about their plans, and from that, it is known that the lucky occurrence this time was brought by coincidences and miracles intersecting with each other. "I see, that's why you all were earlier than expected." "Yeah," Clenty as the representative explained to Michelle. "When we finally got out of the forest, we saw a carriage coming from the direction of Thoria. It's a distance of half a day on foot, but using a horse carriage would definitely take lesser time. That's when we tried to stop and tried to hitch ride to Thoria, knowingly it isn't a good idea." And, at Clenty's explanation, Ted interrupted. "And that was the horse carriage that we were riding on. It's really surprising that time, since our carriage was stopped suddenly. I said it's my bad already, right? We got impatient and had no choices. I really do think it was rude to you brothers on the carriage." Well, and just like that, we stopped the carriage and tried to explain the situation. And what good luck that the people riding on the carriage are these 4 mercenaries. And that's when Clenty tried to request for their help. But the other side were also dealing with an urgent quest, so the negotiation didn't go through. But then, listening closely, ain't the urgent quest they've got is searching for those kids. Then we had no reason to be going separate ways. That's why we were able to come back with help earlier, since we can guide them to where their search targets are at. We got together and returned here. I see why you say it's coincidences and miracles. In other words, we were just lucky. Well, we were saved because of that, so I'm not complaining." Michelle, who finally grasped the entire picture, called out to Clenty and the others. "Well then, let's talk about what we are going to do next. You're dead, right? Are you the party leader?" "Well, something like that. You've probably heard it from Clenty, but will you take the escort quest?" "The ones your party are going to escort are these children. Time period is until we return to Thoria, and the compensation is 20 gold total." "No, wait, what are you saying?" "We originally came here to save those chicks, you know. The compensation is already paid by our side, We can't be taking any escort fees from an old woman. Who's the old woman? I'm only in the 40s. Call me Michelle. Ted looked at Clancy with eyes that looked like he couldn't be more bothered, and the archer with a small stature and steel gray-colored eyes giggled while trying to cover his mouth. I think you will be better off studying a little about how to talk with a girl. Ted's party member, who was a red-haired girl, said so with a fed-up tone. Well, the both of you two. Wouldn't leaving that after escorting those children back to Thoria be fine? Shouldn't we prioritize getting out of the forest now? Being the intermediary between Michelle and Ted, Helena joined the conversation. It's certainly as Helena said. Since Ted doesn't seem to be caring about the compensation, focusing on leaving the forest and returning to the safe town first would be best. Either way, Ted and his party are supposed to protect the students, and with Michelle and the others, their safety would be even better. That's true. First we must get through the forest safely. The rest is after we return to Thoria. Are you fine with that, Ted? No problem. Then let's depart now. If your party don't have any complaints. The students are already at their limits. Rather than stamina, it's their mental strength that's the problem. It can't be blamed. The students were living at the capital that guaranteed safety just few days ago. Even if they learned combative skills, it's a clear difference between the academy that have no dangers and the forest that have monsters lurking. The pressure and fear they never tasted in the academy, it can't be blamed if they are crushed by it, at the fear of a demonic being that they've tasted for the first time after they are born. Excluding Salt, the other 4 students were totally exhausted by it. After Helena's treatment is completed, they left the cave in quick strides. Michelle's party, a total of 6 people, together with Ted's party, 4 people, and the students, 5 people. A group of a total of 15 members formed formations and headed north in the forest. Ahaha, this is quite the army, with this much people. The archer with a small stature, Norris, laughed brightly as he said so. That expression wasn't a lie nor a made-up. It's probably because that they have the ability to be so carefree even in this forest. Similarly, the red-haired female magician of Ted's party continued walking with a relaxed feeling. She was Orphelia. Even as a magician, her movements didn't have any gaps. It's an insight to her experience as a mercenary. For Michelle, that had seen many mercenaries in her life, she can speculate that including Ted, the 3 of them are veteran mercenaries. But, the only one that she couldn't gauge is the black-haired swordsman, Ardis. Despite having not much different of an age than the students, his aura exuded is not inferior than that of Ted, Helena and the other veteran mercenaries. From what she has heard, the one who finished off the whips with the 2 short swords was him. If that's the case, then his abilities can't even be compared to the veteran mercenaries. Even if it was already damaged, to snipe accurately with short sword from somewhere even the whips's vision doesn't reach, and killing it with just 2 hits, if Michelle were to speak of this to her fellow peddlers, then she would just be regarded as over-exaggerating. They proceeded in a formation to protect the students, with Ted's party taking the front, Clancy's party at the back, and the escort targets in the middle. Walking for half a day will be enough to reach the route where the beasts and demonic beings wouldn't appear. If they encountered any enemies, it would basically be Ted's party dealing with them, but, if the situation needs it, Clancy and the others will back them up too. It was the formation Michelle came up with. But that formation that had much thoughts put into it was futile, is what they have understood after an hour. Ted, I know, I leave the right one to you. At Norris's call, Ted pulled out the sword on his waist and took a low stance, before giving out orders to his comrade. The leaves above his head shook. With the heavy mass behind it, a light purple-colored snake attacked Ted and the others. It's a Richter. You Aurea. Along with a heightening shout, Ted swung the bastard sword fiercely. Dodging the attack that came from the Richter jumping off the tree by moving slightly, he aimed from its mouth and slashed towards its torso. In a single breath, the body of the Richter was split into 2 from the mouth. Spinning around with his momentum, Ted dropped the second attack. While Ted lightly butchered the Richter, Norris released 3 arrows swiftly towards the foliage on the right. At the same timing when the third arrow left Norris's hands, from the thick foliage, another Richter leapt out. Just as the Richter that has arrows already stuck in its torso deeply leapt out, it received the third arrow straight to the head. With that, the Richter was concussed for a moment. But as expected, that alone wasn't enough to stop the large snake's attack. Kshawa! While hissing to threaten, the Richter raised its head. Against such a huge snake that was filled with murderous intent, It was a single short sword that approached its back without a single noise. At a place where no one is there, the sword floated strangely. Even Michelle couldn't understand what she was looking at. In the vision of Michelle, who stared at this abnormal scenery, the short sword that was suspended in the air suddenly made its move. The short sword that managed to sneak past its guard severed the Richter's defenseless neck from the back in a single stroke. After fulfilling its role, the short sword flew slowly back to its owner, Ardis's hand. From Norris' call to the total annihilation of 2 Richters, it's about 30 seconds. I thought they are skillful, but to think it was to this degree. Ted's party's ability was more than what Michelle had expected. Certainly, with Helena, Clenty and the others, dealing with 2 Richter wouldn't be a problem. But, asking them to do it single-handedly in a short time like this, it will be hesitating to say it's possible promptly. On top of that, the magician, Ophelia, didn't participate in the fight. So, in actuality, it was only 3 of them that overwhelmed the 2 Richters. Above all that makes Michelle confused, is the technique of Ardis, who only looks like an ordinary young man. Sending the short sword flying, as if controlling it with an invisible hand, and severing the Richter's neck. A magic like that, even Michelle, who traveled all around the continent, never heard of it. That, Michelle-san. What is it? Salt. That sword just now, what was that? It looked like it floated in the air and cut the snake by itself to me, but it was something that even Michelle, who have been seeing mercenaries fighting with monsters for ages, saw for the first time. Even if she's a student of the academy that teaches all kinds of combative skills, there's no way Salt would know that. Who knows? It's my first time seeing that too. Helena, you know anything about that? No, it's my first time seeing that kind of technique too. I have never even heard of a sword flying and cutting the enemies on its own. From the looks, Clenty and the other mercenaries have the same surprised expression. Their eyes have a slight interest in it, but, as expected, they have never seen that technique too. It's a waste, but, since we are prioritizing getting out of the forest, we won't be able to collect the materials. You mind? Ted came to confirm, and Michelle, who have no reason to oppose, gave her consent. After that, there were several occasions where the beasts attacked on the way, but every single one of them were finished off by Ted's party. With no victim-like victims, they continued progressing through the forest smoothly. The twin swords that appeared were struck down by either Ted beheading them with his sword or Norris penetrating them with his arrows. One of them tried to attack from the side of the formation, but, with Ardis's short sword, it was lightly exterminated. Eventually, Michelle and the others arrived on the safe route, and at that pace, they left the Corsair's forest behind in half a day. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. I said it already. I said I don't need it. Do you not understand, old woman? Who's the old woman? I'm still in my 40s. We already have enough compensation from our requester. I said just take it. Haven't anyone taught you to listen to the elderly? You just admitted you're an elderly, old woman. Who's the old woman? I said I'm still in my 40s. Ardis and the others that returned to Thoria safely, after they reported to the requester, the students were taken back by the people sent by the academy. Since every one of them were safely escorted back, the compensation was paid in full. So, they decided to, let's go drink some, and Michelle and the others decided to tag along. For Ardis and the others, there wasn't any other matters to attend to, but for Michelle's side, it didn't seem to be the case. And now, they are arguing about the compensation. But, the way it was carried out was a little strange. Normally, it's the mercenaries trying to increase the compensation, and the peddlers trying to haggle down the price. But what they are doing now is completely the opposite. For escorting the students back to Thoria, Michelle wants to offer Ardis's side 20 gold. But from their perspective, it wasn't money that they have any reason to accept. Any other mercenaries would have received it happily, but unfortunately, Ted is a weird man who's overly conscious about the appropriateness of the compensation. Just like that, a corner in the bar became a situation of the mercenary who rejects taking the compensation and the peddler that insists on compensating. Say, can I go take a nap until they finish? What are you spouting? You are related as well, so be awake properly. Ardis, who is already on the verge of nodding off, Ophelia didn't let him escape. Leaving them aside, Ted and Michelle's quarrel didn't have any signs of stopping soon. For Ted, the 50 gold that he had gotten from the original requester is already a huge amount, and it wasn't a hard quest as well. If it wasn't for Michelle and the others that protected the students, Ted would have spent numerous days going around the forest to look for their remains. If worst comes to worst, they would return with empty hands and wouldn't get compensated. Fortunately, because of Michelle and the others, the students were able to be found and escorted back safely. Their help is easily worth more than 50 gold. On top of that, Michelle have used her valuable magic gems for the sake of protecting the students, and most important of all, she used her time that's the most precious to any peddlers. Originally, Ted would take a portion out of the compensation to pay Michelle back, but she instead said, "It's something I decided on my own, and did it on my own. I didn't do it because I want your money." Stubbornly. With that reason, she would never accept it, and Ted have been insisting over that. Michelle, on the other hand, regardless of the process, they've fulfilled her request, so she feels the responsibility to pay them for that. "But Michelle-san, didn't you use magic gems? Isn't that super expensive? Paying 20 gold on top of that will be a large deficit, right? And you don't get anything in return," Ophelia said in a sorry tone. Certainly, peddlers prioritize their own profits, and move because of that. Since she has been doing business till this age, she definitely has loads of experience. To ignore her interest like this is a little out of ordinary. Nothing to gain. Huh. Michelle let out a grin. Then should I be pursuing profits like the peddler I am? And what Michelle requested was, Ted's bright stars of white knight contacts. It's not an exclusive contract, but they will prioritize Michelle's escort request when it is needed, and contact Michelle about their availability regularly. 20 gold is, I guess you can think it as the down payment. Down payment? What? I won't tell you to abandon your quest if you have any, and I won't force you to come with me. Just remember to be my escort whenever you're free. I will pay you for that as well. You can refuse if you don't want to too. Will doing that benefit Michelle-san in any way? Ophelia asked the question innocently. For us peddlers, it means a lot to know skillful mercenaries. It directly correlates to our life and death. If we hire veterans, then that just means we can do business even in dangerous places. From what Michelle have said, it's hard for a normal peddler to hire those mercenaries with true skills. On top of that, mercenaries that have abilities and have good personality are rare. If they are even a little famous, they would get snagged by nobles or a lord. Even the big merchants would do that. Making a connection with skilled mercenaries before they are known. It's why it's worth to do such an investment. I can get the money back anytime. But relationship isn't something you can get even if you have money. If I can get that with just 20 gold, then it's a cheap price to pay. So, well, just take the money without reserving. As she stretched her hand like that, Ted hesitatingly took the 20 gold. Well, now the difficult talk is over. Let's drink together to deepen our bonds for the remaining time. Today is my treat. Drink and eat all you like. At Michelle's call, the group turned the bar into a place of banquet. A total of 10 people including Ardis. While the dishes came from the kitchen constantly, Ted exchanged glass with Clanty until they were totally red on the face. Ophelia seemed to be having a talk between women with Helena. Meanwhile, Norris have been going around Michelle's escort party introducing himself. So, can't you drink with a happier face? Michelle called out to Ardis, who drank the beer in his glass on his own. I don't really like such party. And I'm sleepy. Oi oi ah, so cold. Well, it's better than becoming totally drunk and getting out of control. Well, drink up. Michelle, who laughed, sat on the seat beside Ardis and began pouring liquor into Ardis's glass, which still have some in it. You said you're Ardis, right? How old are you? What? Are you trying to pick up on a brat like me? Ha. P pick up comma Q cuckoo ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You are saying I'm trying to pick you up? I thought you were an uncaring guy. But you're unexpectedly interesting. Ha ha ha. Michelle, who seemed to be entertained, laughed loudly while banging on the table. Cute cuckoo. Really? Well, there was still some man who come to me doing that as a joke, but you are the first one who said the reverse to this old woman. Well, drink up. Michelle, who laughed on her own, forcibly added on the liquor and asked Ardis again. It's not like I'm trying to pick you up, but you don't look much older than those students today, but you're awfully used to combat. Been a mercenary long time? Who knows? I don't even know how many years I've been one. Ardis's words have no falsehood. Struggling just to survive. He had already lost track. How long have it been? The seasons were only there to change the fighting situation and conditions, and the dates were only there to change the timing of the strategy. Every day's conversation was just who survived the battle ere that unit was wiped out. No one was paying attention to something insignificant like the dates. How old has he been? How long has he been fighting? Ardis haven't been keeping track. That time, no one had any spare time to track such things after all. Well, if you don't want to speak of it, then I won't force you. Well, drink up. Rather than that, Michelle, who understood Ardis's intention wrongly, changed the topic as she poured more liquor. Your magic, what is that? For a sword to be flying and attacking on its own, I never seen something like that. Is that magic popular in the Nagras nowadays? I wonder. At the very least, I never seen someone else who can use it in this country. That means you're one of the unique holders. Who knows? Maybe there's someone who can use it other than me. So at the very least, it's rare enough to be. Maybe there's some on you. Michelle was awfully hooked on the sword magic. While on the conversation, Michelle, who seemed to keep on pouring liquor, is making Ardis drawing back. If so, he will just have to not drink the glass, but it's Ardis's nature to just keep drinking when he's being spoken to. I want to be on good terms with you from now on. Coming from an old woman that have not much more time in the future, you won't say no, right? Michelle, who would fume when Ted called her that, but she would add that on her lines herself. On top of that, she would use that to get an advantage, as expected of an aged merchant. Rather than an old woman, she's more of a sly one. Of course, it will be a give and take business. If you have anything you want to find, consult me. I won't charge you any. Well, drink up. Got it. I will look for you if I got anything. I will accept your escort request whenever possible, but make sure you will compensate properly. Yeah, that's good. Then, let us cheer for the future. That's fine, but can you please stop filling? Arudif. How can you leave your comrade Harry so unfair? Towards Ardis, who tried to complain, the bright red-haired Ophelia, who is the only female in the Bright Stars of White Knight, leaned on him. Ophelia, it's not like I abandoned you or anything. In the first place, weren't you having fun talking over there? While frowning, Ardis replied calmly, just little back, when I hesitated to choose which soup for my dinner. Then you know, that bald old man just disagreed for me. Bald, phew fufu. That super bald old man, you know. I can't. But against Ophelia, who have already gone weird, a proper conversation wasn't possible. It's just half an hour after the banquet started, but the red-haired magician is already all out. Her long hair, which was usually hidden in her robe, now extends down to her chest. Hey, Arudis, eat this. It's soup here, bard. No need to pay for anything. Hey, eat please. Ophelia is the conscience of the Bright Stars of White Knight. Ted, who talks roughly often, and Norris, who looks to be sociable but is actually a cold person. Compared with the other two, she is the most upstanding person. But that's only when she's sober. Ophelia's affinity with alcohol is the worst. She seems to enjoy drinking, but frankly she's being an annoyance to the others. Even saying it reservedly, Ophelia when drunk is just too uncontrollable. First, her head not working properly, then speaking gibberish, and on top of that, she will just be annoying others, especially her weird notion of feeding bad food to others would surface whenever she's drunk. Got it. I will eat it. So don't put so much on it. That's why I super love Arudis. And the victim of feeding bad food to others would usually be Ardis. Ardis put the small candy that Ophelia offered in his mouth. A bitterly taste spread out in his mouth together with an unpleasant stickiness. It's a taste that will make you feel anger at the creator as to why did he make something like this. And why did he not taste it himself? Yeah, I will eat it. But what came out from Ardis' mouth is the simple words that didn't contain his complaints. Michelle, who was sitting beside, similarly tasted the candy, before making a face as if chewing on bitter worms before spitting the candy out. Then downing a full glass of water left on the table. Why, you are fine? Michelle, who coughed repeatedly, asked Ardis. Well, it's still food. At Ardis's response, Michelle have a gaze as if staring at a strange person, while Ophelia yelled with a disappointed face. Arudis, so boring. Hey everyone, try tasting this. Hey, take this. While leaving her disappointed comment, Ophelia found her next victims, and headed towards the other mercenaries who were having a happy time. Looking closely, Helena is already knocked down on the table. It must be that she has already received Ophelia's grace before Ardis. Ooh, candy? Might as well take it. Stop. Clenty and the others who were oblivious reached out their hands. The only ones who knew Ophelia's bad habit, Ted and Norris, have tried to stop them, but it was too late. The mercenaries, who are already half drunk, happily put the candies in their mouth. Needless to say, every single one of them was sunk. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Michelle's escorts. Since they were knocked out by something other than alcohol, the banquet came to an early end before the night was late. After Ardis received his portion of compensation to fill his pocket for the first time in a long time, he returned home. The job that he prepared to be away for more than 10 days depending on the situation. Thanks to Michelle and the others' help, it was shortened considerably. Even for Ardis, who left the twins in the house, he could say it's fortunate that he doesn't have to be away for a long time. Above all, Ardis is happy that he can sleep on his bed comfortably. Even with his necessary spending in mind, with the compensation this time, he wouldn't need to worry for the time being. Ardis, who finally arrived back home, opened the lock on the front gate and entered the house that he has been living for about a month or so. As expected, it had a better sense of security than the inns, having a family who awaits your return. In this case, the two girls wouldn't even communicate with Ardis properly. Even so, it's been a long time since Ardis have a place to return that has someone else there. The life of the three people that started unintentionally wasn't all bad. As Ardis thought about that while entering, he realized that the atmosphere of the house was different than usual. Just like before, Ardis, who peeked into the twins' room as usual to inform them that, "I'm back," came across the scene of one of the twins collapsed on the floor while breathing roughly, and the other one was holding her hands tightly. "Oi, what happened?" Ardis panically hurried to the twins. The girl who was collapsed has reddish and fevering cheeks as she gasped for breath painfully. Her eyes were closed, and Ardis couldn't tell whether she was sleeping or passed out. A cold. Ardis isn't a doctor nor a pharmacist, and of course, he didn't have the ability to diagnose with just a glance at the symptoms. If she was a normal person, then taking her to the church to receive treatment would be the usual steps. But because they were twins, it wasn't a choice to be taken easily. Since the apostles of the evil god opposing the goddess in this world are twins, the twins themselves are considered taboo children. It's unimaginable for those that follows the goddess's teachings would treat the twins. Even worse, most healers are believers of the goddess. If so, what about a doctor? Unfortunately, even the doctors can't be relied upon. They would probably reject with the same reason. The streets are filled with the goddess's believers. Even pharmacists are the same. Even if anyone is willing to treat the twins, it would be known that the twins are living in this house, and Ardis wouldn't be able to leave the house in the future without worrying. "Rihanna is going to die, don't die please." While holding on to the other twin that is suffering from the fever desperately, the other girl, Philia, she was pleading while tears flowed from her pale yellow eyes. For the twins that are rejected by the goddess, who would they pray and rely to? Ardis felt uneasy at the situation. In any case, let her rest on the bed first. Carrying up the collapsed twin, Rihanna, Ardis laid her down on the bed that have never been used even once. During this period, Philia have not left Rihanna's side even once. Normally, people would distance themselves from a sick person, but it's an unimaginable scene for the twins. Since forcibly separating the twins would have the opposite effect, Ardis let Philia did as she liked, using magic to chill a wet towel, before resting it on her forehead. Wiping her body sweat occasionally, it has been few hours since Ardis started looking after her. When the dawn has come, Rihanna's fever has started to go down, but in her place, Philia started to heat up. Since she had been accompanying Rihanna for the entire time, and the twins' body was weak in the first place, on top of the fact that she didn't have a meal since Rihanna collapsed from the fever until Ardis returned, there's no way Philia could stay healthy like that. But, when Rihanna's fever started going down, Ardis was relieved. Looking from Rihanna, it's probably the same cold that infected Philia, as her symptoms looked same to that of Rihanna's. Thanks to letting Rihanna, who regained her consciousness resting on the bed comfortably, and resting with cold towel on their foreheads, their symptoms have cooled down completely on the next morning. During that time, Ardis was looking after them as he fed them food that are easier to eat and cooling drinks. Occasionally, he would hold the twins' hand, wetting and chilling the wet towel again and patting their head, as he stayed beside them as much as possible. Ardis doesn't have any experience looking after sick people like this, but, while he didn't understand why, but he thought that he must do it like this. It's not a part of his memories or experience, but something that he couldn't remember was compelling him to do that. In the end, it was just a plain cold, but, for the children to be safe without even eating after collapsing on the floor, It was thanks to Ardis who returned before it was too late. What if the request of rescuing the students was delayed? Or what if he returned late by a day? The twins might have become cold bodies in the worst case. Ardis felt a chill on his back as he thought about the possibility. He has only realized the danger of leaving just children in the house now. But even so, Ardis can't stay at home looking after them all the time. Other people would have a choice to hire a helper. 1 silver is probably enough to hire someone to take care of them. But since the fact that they are twins, it's difficult. If it isn't someone very trustable, then he can't leave the twins to them. Thinking about that, Ardis came to realize the connections. He was a little, but that wasn't bad entirely. From the day that Ardis nursed the twins, the distance between them shrunk by a considerable margin that's visible to the eye. The responses of Unnornn started to be mixed with other words. Before they would hide in the corner of the room while looking at his expression, now they would occasionally follow behind Ardis when he walked. Above all, the fact that they have been able to sleep on the bed made Ardis relieved. Since sleeping on the floor like before and catching a cold would not be desirable in any way. At the same time, the emotions of self-mockery started appearing in Ardis. Ardis didn't intend to be close with the twins in the first place. Looking after them for the time being and finding foster parents for them or letting them be apprentices in the merchant firm was what Ardis have thought. But they were living and eating together for more than a month now. It couldn't be helped that he became more caring for them. But now, he became totally sympathetic with the twins. Unable to leave behind the twins that would occasionally show a rare smile while calling Ardis's name, while teaching housework to them and occasionally taking a nap together with the twins, he continued enjoying the slow and fulfilling life. "So, are you going to work?" Ted said, while glaring with a sour face. Since Ted, who already have a natural villainous face, made an expression like that, the twins which were sitting beside Ardis shrunk back and clung onto his arms. While prioritizing looking after the twins, Ardis hadn't received any requests for almost a month after that. So, Ted and the others had no choice but to come to Ardis's house. "Ted, don't make such a scary face. The children are afraid." "What? Wasn't you the one who said that Ardis should take a job now?" After a long while, Ted, who had an unpleasant face, talked back at Ophelia. "Certainly those that matter as well. But I'm also worried for the children." The children that she said were referring to the twins that had a cautious expression while hugging onto Ardis's arms. From that, it seems that they have become closer. Seeing how the twins act, Ophelia had a relieved smile on her face. Of course, she can't say that they became more like a normal people, but, at the very least, seeing how they interact with Ardis, she can imagine they have a good relationship. "Guess so. It was a headache at first, but now it's okay." Ardis showed a troubled expression as well. "Then, can you take a job now?" "No way, your savings can last that long, right?" Norris interrupted from the side. "That's right, Ardis. You've been rejecting our offers these days, and you don't even have signs of earning any money." Ted's words caused Ardis to smile bitterly. It's because that he couldn't deny Ted's words. The job that he took before the twins had fever, rescuing the academy's students, the reward that he got there was about a little over 40 gold. It was an amount capable of feeding a normal household if they are not wasteful for 2 whole years. Of course, if it's just Ardis and the 2 twins girls, then it would be more than enough. But Ardis is a mercenary himself. It's not just about securing the necessities like food, shelter and clothes, the maintenance of weapons, and the procuring of medicinal supplies. The prices of those are in a different league than the products that the average citizens uses. Even that much gold would disappear in no time. Certainly, it's about time that his pocket feels lonely. But the problem is regarding the twins that have finally dispelled their caution towards Ardis and started showing signs of depending on him. They would follow behind Ardis closely as he walked. When Ardis relaxes on the sofa, they would come and sit beside him. When Ardis would take a nap near the window while enjoying the warm sunlight, they would be there napping together with him when he realized. And during the night, even though there are beds for the twins to use in their room, they would come crawling into Ardis's bed. As expected, going outside is still scary for them. They didn't follow Ardis, who will go out to buy items, but when he's in the house, they would cling on to him. And Ardis being Ardis, he started to be caring for the twins, and it somehow became that he couldn't help but hesitate to leave them home and go out for jobs or hunting. Even so, you can't be like this forever, right? Ted is certainly correct. In fact, Ardis has thought that he should find a job soon as well. And there, we've brought an interesting topic. Norris, who peeked at Ardis's expression, started talking. You heard the talks about the pretty lady that comes out on the highway. What's that? Ahaha, you've been a shut-in for a long time. Even though it's not just Thoria, even the capital has this rumors going around now. Norris, who seemed to be laughing at something funny, but it's just the usual him, as Ardis's gaze has been telling him to hurry up and explain. On the highway, about half a day from here to the capital, supposedly there's a young lady appearing there, and she's supposedly very strong too. A bandit? No, totally wrong. Just that, she would ask for a bout with the mercenaries or the merchants' escorts that come by, then she would win it easily, even with the veteran mercenaries as her opponent. She hasn't lost once. I can't grasp the reason. Right. I also don't understand. I mean, that lady, she didn't request anything even when she won. And she wouldn't even reply when asked for the reason, and so, many speculations have been going on. From just the story, it can even seem like a traveling mercenary is just looking for fights to gauge her ability. It's even speculated that she did it for fame. But the problem is the person is questioned never spoke of her own name, so that theory probably is all wrong. Just that, there were no news of her opponents being injured or even any deaths. If she was refused, then she would let the people go without doing anything. So, there isn't anyone who really thinks that she's a problem. From what I heard, there's even one time that she saved a merchant from bandits. If she doesn't do any harm, then there's no problem. Then why are there people who thinks that she's causing problems? There are many others who thought the same as Ardis. It can be even said that she's contributing to the security of the highway without any harm, and she wouldn't touch any of those that who doesn't wish to. So it should be just about the appearance of a person with a weird personality. Recently, it seems that there are even those who goes out there to meet her specifically. But if she's doing it because that she wants to, then no one can judge her for anything. There's no harm even if you leave her alone. If there is, then it's a problem about reputation. Reputation, huh? So that means, the Lord and his army had said something? Bingo. It's a request from Marquis Thoria. The woman hasn't committed any crimes or disturbed the security, but because that she's an unknown person, and the fact that she's just doing as she pleased on the streets of the Lord, it would damage the credibility of the Lord. If it was handled badly, then the hostile nobles would even use it as a tool for political wars. And the contents? Negotiation. And inviting her to the Lord's mansion, it seems. Ardis, who listened, that furrowed his brows. I don't get it. If then, wouldn't it be fine if the Lord's subordinate went instead? Who knows? Maybe he doesn't like the idea of sending his own men for a mercenary out in the fields. Or maybe that he was refused before. With the information that we have now, we can't really make a conclusion about that. Just that, since it's not a subjugation request, and there probably wouldn't be injuries even if you had around with her, isn't it a perfect fit for Ardis after a long time of inactivity? Well, that might be true. And the compensation, 2 gold for succeeding, 1 silver if failed. Isn't it too lacking? Ardis's concern is justified. Even if they succeeded, merely 2 gold for 4 people for the entire day, it's not an amount to be worth considering. Even worse, just a single silver if they failed. It's the same as working for free. We will be taking another request. Conversing with the pretty lady will be Ardis's job. We will be out towards the direction of the wastelands for a little while. What? It's like that, huh? It seems that this request was truly only brought here for Ardis's sake. While Ardis didn't think it was unneeded care, since they have brought the request this far out for Ardis, Ardis decided to accept their goodwill. After telling the bar where Ardis will be handed the information, Ted and the others returned. Ardis, going out? Ardis, leaving? Suddenly, the twins pulled on both his arms and asked, Yeah, I will be going out for a little tomorrow. Can the both of you stay home? The twins nodded at Ardis's question, and asked another question with their pale yellow pupils staring at Ardis. Ardis, won't abandon us? Ardis, will return, don't worry, I will be back soon, albeit young. Looking at their desperate faces, Ardis replied with a kind smile while gently patting their head. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. The next morning, Ardis left the twins at home and headed towards the bar that Norris told him. Receiving the request officially, Ardis headed west on the highway from Thoria. Not encountering any monsters, the journey continued for 2 hours smoothly. Since he didn't have plans to be wasting more than a day worth of time on this request, He kept his baggage to the minimum, and didn't care for hunting on the way or even joining a party. While he managed to cross a distance that needed 6 hours for the average mercenary in just 2 hours, if anyone were to have seen that, their eyes would definitely widen in surprise. The distance of Ardis between each step was about 3 meters. It's not a stride normal to a human of 170 centimeters. Besides that, if anyone were to see his strides, they would probably be confused. Because Ardis's feet never touched the ground but floating above the ground, he would kick against the empty air few centimeters above the ground, and each time he did that, he would progress by about 3 meters. It's the result of Ardis making his body float with magic. He adjusted himself the same way he would with his short sword and propelled himself the same way as well. If he wished to, it's possible for him to take a laid-down posture while flying several hundred meters above ground. But the reason why Ardis chose to act like this is because that he was using magic in an extraordinary way. Since in this world, the magic that allows human to fly in the air doesn't exist, nor the knowledge to do so. Of course, if Ardis were to fly above ground despite that fact, it would become a huge incident. That's why he can only restrain his speed and faked the walking motion in case someone saw him. It's possible that he takes a high enough altitude that nothing other than the birds will be able to see him, but in the end, landing and lifting off is the risky part. It would be totally fine if it was somewhere remote, but now he's traveling along the highway near various towns, so he couldn't know when he could be spotted if he did that. Using such a method of traveling in this request would only take 2 hours, and 4 including the return trip. With the time of negotiating considered, Ardis expects returning to Thoria well before the evening comes. As he thought so, he continued his floating strides heading towards the destination. Fortunately, without encountering beasts or bandits, Ardis arrived at the mentioned place just a little past noon. I heard it was around here, but is it that? Ardis could see groups of people in the distance. Although it's along the highway, it's a rare scene in somewhere far away from human settlements. As he went closer, they were mostly mercenaries sitting on the ground. There were several peddlers in sight as well, probably taking a break from their journey while watching the interesting event. They were sitting on some suitable rock while holding a bottle of water. Looking around, there were also peddlers with their passionate businessman spirits selling items to the crowd. There wasn't any atmosphere of hostility, only laughter and cheers resounded as if a festival was happening. Who's my next opponent? It's fine even if all of you come at once. It was a female voice with a manly tone. The owner of that voice can be seen surveying the crowd. Long hair of a pale azure tint, and sky-colored eyes that were deep and clear. She looks a little expressionless, but her appearance is well defined. She looked more like a noble's date there. With a white hood and a long robe, she looks more like a magician or a healer, but her stance and action gave off a feeling of an experienced warrior. Alright, I'm next. A sturdy-looking warrior stood in front of the crowd. Do it, Gandalf. Don't you dare lose. Don't get taken out easily, you hear? Alright. 5 copper on Gandalf, 1 silver on the Little Miss. Voices that can't be considered cheers or jeers were raised all around. Their warrior with the name Gandalf had a chainmail over his body, and a halberd in his hands. It was an appearance that is considered rare even amongst mercenaries. He looks to be in his mid-30s. It's also the age when warriors are said to be in their prime. Little Miss is strong, but I have been swinging around weapon and fighting well before Little Miss is even born. I will show you what the difference in experience in age means. Before I was born, huh? You speak of some interesting things, while making a bewitching smile with her pretty face. The woman said so. She looks to be 17 or 18, but her smile was even more bewitching than the dancers in town. Accompanied by the cheering and whistling of the crowd, Gandalf faced against the woman. Then, let's go, Little Miss. With Gandalf's voice as the signal, the fight started. The first hit spinning above his head, Gandalf swung his halberd as if drawing an arc across the woman's legs horizontally. Without even trying to evade, the woman leaned her body forward and kicked against the ground lightly, closing the distance to Gandalf's abdomen while the pale azure-tinted hair shook. Tch. While smacking his lips, Gandalf forcefully changed the trajectory of the halberd, but the woman had already closed the distance. Probably judging that his halberd wouldn't make it in time, he anchored the halberd on the ground, and swung himself to the side using the centrifugal force. But at the time when Gandalf managed to fix his stance and gripped his halberd back after the revolution, A dagger is already at his neck. With this, it's my win. The woman who already circled behind Gandalf declared. Seriously, it's impossible even for Gandalf. She's really too strong. Shit, I'm broke now. The results came out just in a few seconds. It's not that the man named Gandalf is weak in any way. From what Ardis saw, at the very least, he definitely has the ability to win against a beast king with just himself, if not even a despair. But such a skillful mercenary was totally treated as a child. Even though he heard from Norris and the old man in the bar before, with the woman's ability, it's certainly possible that she hasn't lost once. If she has the ability to restrain herself to not kill the mercenaries, then that just means she has enough of a difference in ability to do that. Who's next? Without even taking a single breath, the woman directed her sky-colored eyes against the crowd again. Oi, what now? You go. Even that Gandalf was defeated in that short time, you know? It's impossible for me. The mercenaries were whispering to each other, and it doesn't seem that anyone was going to challenge her. No one? At the woman's call, Ardis took a step to the front. Hey, kid, give it up. Misunderstanding Ardis, who have stepped out as a challenger, the middle-aged mercenaries called out to him to convince him to retreat. They probably thought that against someone that even the veteran Gandalf couldn't do anything against, an insignificant-looking young man challenging her is just too reckless. Contrary to the mercenaries who seemed confused, the woman narrowed her eyes and started appraising Ardis. Who? Finally, someone who seems good enough is here. Towards the woman who was muttering something, Ardis stretched out his palm and said, "Wait, I came to negotiate with you. I don't have the intentions to fight you." Negotiate? Did you say negotiate? The woman asked with a voice devoid of emotions. Yeah, I just want to talk with you. It's not like I came here to fight. A single dagger was thrown aiming for the throat of Ardis, who was still talking. Against that, Ardis unconsciously put out his left hand and deployed his physical barrier to the front. The dagger thrown by the woman was deflected, before falling to the ground, leaving the harsh sound of metal colliding behind. Oi, listen first, Ardis said in a cold voice. Of course, that degree of a surprise attack wouldn't faze Ardis at all, but having his lines cut off made him upset. If this was a battlefield, then talking with the enemy is certainly a fool's move. But Ardis has come for the purpose of negotiating, and that should have been conveyed to the woman clearly from the start. It's not funny when someone came for negotiating but got a dagger thrown at his throat as an answer. You said you wanted to talk, right? I said that, but have you listened properly? For I have no reason to listen. But you want me to listen. With our views different, there's no choice but to have one side give up their intentions. And so, I have no intentions to listen. If you want me to despite that, then you must convince me. You speak difficult words. Why not say it simpler? In other words, if you want me to listen, then win against me first. The woman closed the distance in an instant. Dissel earth. Following Ardis's voice, sharp spears made from the earth appeared from the ground. The woman who was blocked off her advance changed direction immediately, before pointing her index finger towards Ardis. Let's start with a small one. Lumps of ice started forming around the woman, before shot out aiming for Ardis. Feel Manini magic barrier. The ice lumps that aimed for Ardis were completely blocked by the barrier that Ardis deployed. The next moment, another attack of a fireball came from above. As Ardis dodged that with a sidestep, the woman advanced while holding her dagger as if waiting for that. Avoiding the blade that came for him, Ardis tried to grab onto the woman's arm as she swiped the blade, but wind blades started forming as if to block that. At Ardis, who took his distance away from the assaults from the wind, the woman pointed her finger again. Then what about this? Countless light formed into a belt above the woman's head, before shooting towards Ardis. Ardis leapt sideways, blocking only the light that would hit him with his magic barrier. The light that hit the ground incinerated a part of the ground before leaving behind a burnt smell and disappearing. Then once again, countless light appeared on top of the woman's head. But this time it wasn't scattered but condensed into one before shot towards Ardis. Ardis judged that taking that attack face on would be dangerous, so he tilted the magic barrier so that it would be deflected. Quite skillful. Who are you? That's my question for you, Ardis said, while glaring at the woman who seemed composed. Offensive magic that didn't need a chant. Since Ardis came to this world, he had never seen someone other than him capable of that. Just looking at the strength of the magic, he He could tell that the woman is not an average person. The feedback that he got from the barrier, it was to an extent that even despair or whips would be killed in an instant. Oi, was that girl a magician? Is this real? Crap. Did we seriously get taken out by a magician with just a dagger? That might be the case, but that movement is definitely not a magician's. Even if you say that, that kid is the same. The way he moves. He doesn't look like a magician too. The mercenaries who were watching the fight between Ardis and the woman commented noisily. They watched the woman who have been dealing with themselves easily with just a dagger without ever using magic once, releasing magic one after another. Misunderstanding that the woman was a light warrior with a dagger, there were even mercenaries who were angry as they realized that they were not even treated seriously. In addition, they received the shock of seeing a young man that can't be described by anything but a newbie dodging and fending away the woman's ferocious attacks smoothly. Forgetting to bet on the side that will win, the mercenaries' gazes were stolen by the intense battle unfolding in front of their eyes. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Thank you to Michu for supporting the translations on Ko-fi. Facing magic spells that was fired continuously by the woman, Ardis had been putting up a barrier or avoiding them, while dodging the dagger attacks mixed between the offensive magic. Of course, Ardis had responded with magic spells of his own like fireballs, rocks, wind blades or ice blocks, but none of them seemed effective at all. In essence, it was something like a small exchange to appraise each other's ability. Since there were many pairs of eyes on them, Ardis hasn't shown his sword magic. Even his magic spells had been toned down a lot. It seems to be the same for the woman as well. It's as if she purposely used smaller-scale magic spells only to appraise Ardis's ability. Other than the condensed spear of light she used once, the other magic spells she had used are all basic spells. Why are you not being serious? So I see, the woman who paused her offense asked, before getting convinced by herself after looking around the crowds of mercenaries with her sky-colored eyes. Ardis thought that he shouldn't show off his sword magic that much. Although he didn't mind being referred as a strong person, he thought that troubles would come if he's known to be a unique holder. He would add chance before his magic spells if possible, and he would make sure people who have seen his sword magic like Gresh and Michelle and the others to not talk about it. Of course, it was just to the extent of a request. He had prepared for his abilities to be known by others one day. The woman probably came to a conclusion after sensing what Ardis had in mind. So, she spoke in a soft voice while her hand stretched above her head. Then, I shall chase them away for a little. A sphere of light formed on the palm of the woman. It slowly swelled in size. When it finally became about 50 centimeters in diameter, it was hurled towards Ardis. Ardis swiftly leapt away from the predicted landing area, and deployed his magic barrier at the same time. The light sphere that crashed into the ground exploded and sent dirt flying. Since it was to a scale many times grander than the magic spells before, it had taken quite a toll on the magic barrier that Ardis deployed. Clashing against Ardis's magic barrier, the blast of the sphere of light gradually turned pale bluish before dissipating. Despite my intentions. When the aftermath of the blast subsided, there was the figure of Ardis unscathed. It wasn't a degree of magic that will threaten Ardis, but it's definitely a different story for the surrounding crowds of mercenaries. The blast covered the surroundings in waves of heat, and its shockwave had dragged in the mercenaries on the sides which were watching the battle. Of course, it wasn't as if the sphere of light had caused direct damage to them. Still, the original destruction power of it is still felt. With the shockwave alone, people who have small figures were blown away few meters, and shook those who didn't get blown away. Wow, even the aftershock would come this far. This isn't a joke. At that time, the woman raised her hands above her head again. But this time, it was with her both hands. Now, what about this? While grinning fearlessly, a sphere of light started forming in front of the woman's palm once again. Isn't that bad news? How much bigger it's going to be. It was that much power with that size just now. The sphere of light became larger in several folds than before. Under the stares of many mercenaries, the sphere of light had already become more than 3 meters in diameter, yet it didn't show any signs of stopping. Isn't it better that we run now? The words of a certain mercenary became the trigger, and everyone who were watching turned their backs and started scattering in full speed. Even the peddlers who were taking it easy doing business when Ardis first came ran away. Amongst them, even some abandoned their goods and escaped. Then, as if predicting the disappearance of the surrounding crowds, The woman swung down her arm towards Ardis. At the oncoming giant sphere of light, Ardis deployed 3 layers of magic barrier to stop it. Feel Tramanina triple-fold magic barrier. The first layer of the magic barrier was shaped like a sharp blade, splitting the giant sphere of light into countless smaller ones. The second layer was like a layer of soft cotton, absorbing the momentum, and the third one was the tough barrier that completely blocked its advance. The annoying gazes is gone now. Now can you be serious? Having her magic spell that would even scare the veteran mercenaries away blocked. There wasn't even a sign of unrest on the woman's face. On the other hand, Ardis had his usual expression, since Ardis had understood that the sphere of light just now was only for the purpose of chasing away the spectators. For me to be serious, that depends on you. But before that, it might be late now. But will you take my offer to talk peacefully? Nonsense, asking for that even in this occasion. If you want to offer me that, how about getting into the mood first? At the same time the woman's arm moved. A strong gust of wind was created. Reminiscing of a storm in the ocean, it expanded like a living creature and assaulted Ardis. The earth is dug, and rocks that were dragged into the storm were crushed, burying the area around Ardis. However, Ardis created shockwaves in all directions and blew that away. Then, releasing both short sword from his waist, Ardis drew his broadsword with his right hand. Seeing the short sword suspended in the air, the woman's sky-colored eyes shone. I see. That's your combat style, huh? You want me to be serious, right? Then try to at least endure for a little while. Ardis grinned fearlessly and took a stance with the broadsword. Taking control of the short swords or the swords like daggers from what was left from the peddler's goods, Ardis deployed them around his own short swords. A total of 18 swords are now suspended in the air. Surrounding Ardis, who had a stance with his broadsword, the blades of the suspended swords were pointing at the woman. Here goes. Together with Ardis's words, the 18 blades were shot towards the woman. At the same time, 3 invisible shockwaves were released aiming for the woman's flank. In an instant, the woman formed 7 streaks of condensed light, before releasing them towards the assaulting blades. With the light penetrating the blades, the smell of molten metal was released into the air. At the same time, deploying a barrier to weaken the 3 shockwaves, the woman leapt backwards, readjusting its aim. The remaining 11 blades attacked the woman again. The woman took out 2 daggers from nowhere, and took down the 11 blades with 1 dagger in each hand, fending away the 11 blades that came with her 2 daggers the first time, then with a physical barrier the second time. After dodging the assaults of the blades, she knocked away 3 swords using ice blocks, before shifting into offense. Now then, how about this? A loud explosion manifested at a little distance away from the both of them. From the dust cloud created by the explosion, countless rocks rained down on the both of them like arrows. While countless rocks with various sizes hit away Ardis's 11 blades, Ardis pinpointedly deployed barrier only at the points where the rocks would hit him. Even when the rocks dug various sizes of holes in the ground, the woman never loosened her attacks. The 11 blades which were slashing at the woman were all hit down by the rocks. Some of them were warped in shapes or broken, some lost their sharpness. Of course, the caster of the magic was uninjured, as she already casted the next magic spell. And now, 7 spheres of light manifested around the woman. At the time when one could perceive that they compressed in size, the 7 condensed streaks of light already shot towards Ardis. They were even more intense than the light that melted the suspended swords before. Ardis as well manifested 7 spheres of light of his own, albeit late by a moment. The spheres of light were the same as the ones the woman manifested, but Ardis's one slightly won in size. From Ardis's spheres of light, 7 condensed streaks of light manifested, and clashed front with the ones the woman released. A reverberating roar like a thunder resounded, along with a vision-blinding pure white light and an explosion that can't be compared to any before occurred. The surrounding ground were dug up, and large volume of dirt were blown into the air. Even with his vision completely obstructed, Ardis rushed towards the woman with his broadsword in hand. The sword that was brought down was fended by the woman with her daggers, producing a loud echo of metal colliding. Then, the woman created a gust of wind and blew away the smoke. For Ardis, there isn't any inconvenience even with his vision obstructed, but it seems that it isn't the case for the woman. Following up with the second and third attack, Ardis continued slashing at the woman with certainty and never let the woman have a chance to counterattack. Every single one of the slashes were sharp and precise. You are a swordsman, correct? The speed of the sword and the heavy blows behind each strike were barely blocked by the woman with her 2 daggers in both hands. As expected, she couldn't cast any offensive magic at this close range. Even with unparalleled control, there's still a possibility that she will drag herself in. It would be fine if she took distance again, but Ardis would never allow that. At the fierce slashes that were dished out by Ardis without any gaps in interval, the woman's defense crumbled slowly. Before long, the dagger in the woman's left hand was blown away, and Ardis caught her right hand with his left hand. That instant, his victory is decided, as Ardis's broadsword was already at the woman's throat. Are you convinced with this? In response to the glaring Ardis, the woman answered while narrowing her sky-colored eyes. Indeed satisfied, my lord. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. While having the sword at her throat, the woman said her appreciation towards Ardis. Indeed satisfying, master. Ardis furrowed his brows. What are you saying? Don't make such a scary face. A proper gentleman must have gentler gaze towards a maiden. The woman even smiled elegantly as she made that joke. Ardis, who judged the woman had already lost the will to fight, released her hand and withdrew the broadsword at her throat. After he returned the broadsword back in its scabbard, he massaged between his brows with his fingers, before asking the woman once again. What is satisfying? Master's strength. I didn't think it was to this extent. It was worthwhile that I waited. Who's your master? Master is my master. No, I meant, who is that master you're referring to? Master speaks strange things. Isn't it decided that it's you? Why am I your master? I don't see where this is coming from. What I wish is humanity's potential, the limit, and the future of that potential. The woman looked at Ardis with a straight gaze and spoke some unfathomable words. Master had perfectly shown strength more than mine, meaning that you are a vessel worthy for me to serve. By the way, master. Ardis started to feel pain in his head. I'm not your master, but what is it? What is master's name? It's Ardis. Ardis didn't have the intention to interact more than intended in the first place. After a moment of silence, he recalled the request this time was to bring her to Sir Thoria originally. He was swept in the flow and it became a battle, but, if possible, he would like to convince her peacefully to accompany him. It isn't as if he gave up his intentions doing so after the battle. However, ruining the relationship now can't be said a good plan, and rejecting to name himself would just worsen the chances of building a friendly relationship. Thinking like that, Ardis gave his name belatedly. And you? For I have no name. But there's no problem if I'm known as Master Ardis's servant. Was there a reason for that? As Ardis thought about the possibility, but he didn't bother to dive deeper, so he swallowed his words back. Albeit so, he felt a little unpleasant. Leaving that aside for the time being, Ardis consider it's a progress that they can converse normally now, though it's still unclear whether she will listen or not. While convinced of this fact on his own, Ardis called out to the pale azure-haired woman. Can we start on the main topic now? Of course, master. I came here on the request of the Lord of Thoria. It seems that the Lord has some business with you, so he wants to invite you to his mansion. I want you to come with me as soon as possible, so can you accompany me to the Lord's mansion right now? Gladly, my master. Ardis couldn't wrap his head around what the woman is thinking, but since she's willing to accompany Ardis, he decided to not think too much about it. Sorry for the rush, but I want to return within today. You might have stayed here for some kind of reason, but since I've already met with master, there's no further reason for me to stay here. But, a request, master. Can I have some time? Although it's not my intention, this carnage here is my doing. I can't leave it be. As the woman turned around, her pale azure hair fluttered in the air. Tracing after the woman's sightline, the result of the battle between them was there. The cracked earth, and the scattered rocks and sand were everywhere. Certainly, it'll be bad to leave the highway in such a condition. Since I have responsibility too, let's split the work and fix it. No, I don't see the need to dirty master's hands. I alone is enough. The self-titled servant of Ardis refused his offer to help, before starting to mend the ground without chanting anything. As if pushed by an invisible hand, the large amount of rocks and sand were swept back into the cracks unnaturally. If he had to, Ardis could do the same thing. But it's the first time that Ardis seen someone other than him being able to do this, on top of the fact of without ever chanting. Ardis is his own league, but, from the standpoint of the society's average, it'll be better to consider the woman the same. Until then, people who can stand on equal foot with Ardis didn't exist in this world. But the world is wide as expected. Just that Ardis never had the chance to meet them. There is sure to be other opponents similar to the woman's level somewhere. He was able to overpower his opponent this time, but there's no guarantee there are no one else stronger than her. I should be careful not to be too conceited. No matter how strong, one will die when the time to die comes. Ardis recalled the battle just now, roughly gauging. Ardis has the advantage. He would probably win 99 out of 100 matches. But that's if he's going all out. If he were to continue restrain himself from using sword magic or chantless magic under the spectating mercenaries to not stand out. If he were to keep putting weights on himself like this, then the day he will trip over himself will come. It's finished, Master. While Ardis is pondering, the self-titled servant woman had finished her work before he had realized. And she's now standing in front of Ardis while lowering her head. It's possible to move now, how about it? After the woman stretched her posture a little, she looked straight into Ardis's eyes. He still had a lot to say, but, judging that the completion of the request has higher priority, Ardis returned to Thoria with the woman's accompaniment. On the way, the woman had followed behind Ardis while matching his pace. But seeing her expression, which spelled why bother walking like this painfully, Ardis thought that she probably can move while making her body float similarly to him. As a trial, Ardis started to move faster with his floating strides, but the woman had followed behind him without saying anything, as if it's a natural thing to do. As a result, they were able to return to Thoria just about the time when the sun is setting. Ardis immediately brought the woman to the Lord's mansion, and explained to the guards stationed at the entrance. Then, that woman was the one? The middle-aged soldier who looked like the responsible person came out of the guardhouse with a piece of paper. Phew. Sharp blue eyes and long bluish hair. Certainly, it matches. It seems that the woman's characteristics is written on the paper, the middle-aged soldier said, satisfied while stroking his beard. All right, we shall guide you inside. Please wait for a while. And for you, you're dismissed. As soon as the request is deemed complete, we will hand over your compensation to the intermediary. Hold on to this note, it'll be your proof of exchange for that, so don't lose it. It seems that they will guide the woman inside the mansion like this. On the other hand, Ardis is free from the job. One of the young soldiers gave him the note proving that he was the one who completed the request. What? Master can't come? The woman asked Ardis. My role is just to bring you here. I have no matters with the Lord, and in the first place, they won't allow a random mercenary to meet with him. It's the same for me. Why should I be going somewhere where Master has nothing to do? While conversing, it seems that a maid from the mansion had come to serve as a guide. I won't go, since I don't have any interest in the Lord or whatnot, and there's no reason for me to be somewhere where Master is not around. Oi, wait. Ardis panically held back the woman who refused. If it's Master's command, then I shall stay here despite unpleasantly. But if not so, I do not feel the need to stay. Or Master, do you mean this is fate? Although Ardis couldn't even fathom what the woman is spouting, he knew that if he left the woman and went back like this, his compensation probably wouldn't even be considered, and the request would most likely be marked as failed. Even said so, it isn't like Ardis can accompany her like what the woman said. It'll be another matter if the Lord is wishing so, but seeing the attitude of the soldiers, it doesn't seem so. Naturally, the soldiers would stop Ardis, who wasn't even welcomed, from simply entering on his own. Ardis sighed as he thought there's no choice. Although he didn't grasp the reason, it seems that the woman is acting as Ardis's servant. If he would make it an order, then she would probably follow it quietly. After that, it will be up to what the woman and the Lord decide between themselves. Above all, Ardis is already so sleepy that he couldn't care less, as he gave up thinking. That's right. It's an order. Go meet with the Lord. After Ardis said so, the woman expressionlessly bowed down respectfully, acknowledged, my master. And just like that, the woman disappeared into the mansion guided by the maid. After Ardis looked over that, he as well disappeared into the noisy streets. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. The woman who split up with Ardis was guided by the maid into a waiting room in the mansion. The audience is currently under preparation. Please wait for a little while. There will be tea served soon. The maid who guided her offered a seat in the room. Before leaving the room, the woman sat on the fluffy sofa and looked around the room lightly, The walls were decorated with paintings, and the top of the antique tables in the four corners of the room were filled with glittering glassworks. Anyone looking at it will be able to discern all of them are arts of highest grade. Of course, trading things like those would need a fortune unimaginable for any average citizens. The numerous crafts and ornaments were not just something as a decoration for the room. It is to symbolize wealth and to show power, or to overwhelm the guest with Sir Thoria's wealth the moment they stepped in the room. It was one of the foolish things like social standings, honor, and status that humans started to care for countless millennia ago. Although so, she had never thought herself to be pitiful or sad. She understood that she has her own roles, and others have theirs. She was bestowed strength along with the ability to detect enemies. That's right, with that, she could know how many gazes are monitoring herself right at this moment from the hidden rooms. Thinking they are hiding without much as if covering her soft mutter, she held the cup of tea she was served at her mouth. Before maids had come to bring more tea, and even after that, the gazes monitoring her every movement from the crevices of the painting or the crafts around the room have never stopped. Although the reason of Thoria's lord summoning the woman to his mansion is not known, at the very least, they are putting on a facade of good treatment. In the first place, even if she was under the eyes of surveillance, it's not like she can do anything about it. If it's not for her master's orders, she wouldn't stay in this unpleasant place for even a minute. But having told, "Go meet with the lord," as a servant, she cannot betray that, albeit feeling a little reluctantly. As she kept quiet while waiting, she was finally called about the time when she had the second serving of tea. "Apologies for the long wait. The preparation of the audience is finished. Please follow me." Another maid different than the first one came to guide her, and they progressed deeper into the mansion. After about a 2-minute walk, they arrived at a big double door with two tough-looking soldiers on both sides. "Please enter this way." Following the hand signal of the guide maid, the soldiers opened the door from both sides. Looking past the door that opened slowly, there was a hall about 50 meters in both dimensions. The room was heightened at the inner part, and a throne with sparkling jewelry decorating it right in the middle. However, it's currently empty. Red carpet was unfolded from the entrance until the inner part, with both sides lined up with a total of 20 fully armed soldiers, facing that atmosphere. The woman narrowed her eyes. The room was made befitting of an audience, albeit the second biggest capital of Nagara's kingdom. The mansion was big considering it belonged to a lord with only one territory. It was also littered with expensive-looking art crafts, though it's probably too much of that just for a single guest. There are soldiers lining up on both sides, with the empty seat at the front probably for the lord's use. Despite directly meeting the person in power, they haven't even requested her to disarm, or even search her. The woman didn't let the suspicion in her heart show, as she walked to the center of the room leisurely. "Stop there." A single man appeared from the furthest in the room. Wearing a loose robe, an old man with magnificent beard appeared and called out to the woman with a deep voice that doesn't show his age. The woman listened and stopped her steps, before looking towards the owner of the voice. The old man walked to the chair, and stood beside it. "I heard the Lord wants to meet me. Are you the one?" The woman who said so without a sliver of respect instantly chilled the surroundings. "Bastard! What insolence!" one of the men who was in line yelled out while brandishing his spear, but it was stopped by the white-bearded old man. "Control yourself, General. Asking etiquette from a mercenary doesn't help." "Yes, sir." The man who was called General obeyed, but his expression is clearly showing his reluctance. "Now then, regarding that question just now." "Of course, I'm not Sir Thoria. I'm the one handling internal affairs in Thoria, Costas." "Let's hear you out first." "Mercenary, what is your name?" The woman replied flatly to that question. "I have no name." "Bastard, stop messing around." Once again, the general scowled at the woman. "I'm not." "What doesn't exist doesn't." "Well, you can call me whatever." The woman thought it would more suitable for her to be saying stop messing around. She was the one who was summoned for some business, but the person himself who summoned her had not shown up, and even the representative that came out said roundabout things like "let's hear you out first." In the first place, the woman had no business here, so it was troubling for her as she didn't know what to reply. Her thoughts probably showed on her attitude. Adding on the fact that she didn't name herself, Costas's expression didn't seem very pleased. "I expected to tolerate some disrespect, but to think that you wouldn't even name yourself." "Well, fine. General, finish it early. Yes sir, leave it to me. It seems that the both had already arranged the development of the scenario. Once again, Costas spoke towards the woman. Now then, woman, the fact that you are repeatedly challenging other mercenaries in our territory had reached the ears of His Excellency, along with the fact that you have never lost. I have heard that first-handedly from the commander of our territorial army who had exchanged blades with you. Commander? Territorial army? The woman was confused. Come to think of it, the appearance of the people lining up on both sides seemed familiar. She couldn't quite recall it since it wasn't impactful. She certainly vaguely recalls a man who challenged herself few days ago was wearing something like that. But you see, something like our army commander getting defeated lightly by a wanderer mercenary without even breaking a sweat is unbelievable. Is something like that possible? No. Something like that mustn't exist. No way it will. Since there are truths and deceits in rumors, isn't it a job for a politician to make the fact clearer for all the citizens? He said this and that in a roundabout way, but, in short, Costas is saying that we need to erase the fact that our army commander had lost to a wandering mercenary, and to do that, summon the mercenary to our home territory and crush her. Saying that the Lord wishes to meet with her is most likely just a facade. Fume. Then shall we not quickly finish it as you wish? You don't look like a bragging fool, but do you think you can win against our elites? Costas is only saying what he thinks is correct, the woman replied while having her hands in her pocket. So, who's my opponent? Shall I take it as everyone here including you? The man called General replied for Costas. The proud warriors of our army would never do something cowardly like grouping up on you. Deccan. Go. A young man stepped out after being called out by the general, probably the strongest amongst them all. The woman thought that he looked to have some skill as well, but that is all if she's comparing with the other's average level. As a matter of fact, he is far below the level of Ardis and herself. Fret not, I won't take your life, but you will certainly wake up with some painful injuries. While drawing a thin sword from his scabbard, the man with the name of Deccan declared, "Is it fine if I use real blades as well?" Of course. That is exactly why we had not disarmed you. We're not shameless enough to be proud of hurting a helpless woman. That's why use whatever you deem necessary, Deccan said. Although she understood the reason as to why didn't they disarm her now, she couldn't grasp her opponent's thoughts at all. Summoning someone to their own territory, and surrounding one person with 20, while howling. Not shameless. This is probably what they call thick-faced. The woman took out a dagger from her pocket with her right hand. Against Deccan, who lowered his stance with the thin sword, the woman only lightly grasped her dagger and stood upright. Here goes. Deccan took a step out along with a shout and dealt the first attack. The woman gracefully sidestepped, barely avoiding the blade. Aren't you capable? While saying something, Deccan swung the sword for the second and the third time, but none of them even got close within a single step of the woman. The woman had repeatedly moved away from the trajectory of Deccan's attack with grace. It was as if she was a stalk of maiden silver grass dancing in the winds. Finally, Deccan, who continued to dish out attacks continuously, started to show signs of fatigue. Having missed all his attacks on the woman, Deccan started to show frustration as he yelled, "How much longer are you going to run for? You can't even counterattack, huh?" Taking his distance, he yelled towards the woman while adjusting his breath. Are you satisfied already?" The woman seemed to take his response as giving up. "Then I shall go to you myself." Having said that, the woman kicked against the floor. Where? Deccan lost the figure of the woman. The next moment, the thin sword in Deccan's hand was blown away. The sword drew an arc in the air, before letting out an unpleasant sound as it crashed into the ground. "Do you still want to fight?" The woman's dagger was just before Deccan's throat. No. He probably was unable to understand what had happened after all. The advances of the woman, her burst of speed, and the technique to dive into his blind spot in an instant. All of those were way out of league for Deccan's ability. "Impossible, Deccan," the general muttered with a stunned expression. "Now then, has this convinced you?" Without changing her insolent attitude, the woman said, "Or, could it be that you haven't acknowledged it yet? If so, it's fine even if all of you come at once." You just had to say it." The soldiers who lined up, every one of them had expressions that certainly couldn't be said convinced. Especially the general man, who had a red face, who seemed like he will rush to the woman at any time. As the woman prepared for the continuation of the fight, another new voice broke the silence. "Stop, General. Any more is unneeded." Starting from the general, Deccan, costas. Even every soldier excluding the woman stood unmovingly while facing towards the origin of the voice. Sir Frederick, racing after everyone else's sightlines. The woman saw the figure of a man coming out from the deepest of the room, probably around early 40s. His excess meat on his belly showed his unhealthy daily eating habits. Although light of intelligence welled in his eyes, the woman had felt darkness amongst that light. You had shown enough praiseworthy. While saying the words of praise that wasn't clear who it was directed to, Frederick lowered his back onto the empty chair. With that, it meant that Frederick was the owner of the mansion. In other words, he is the Sir Thoria in question. Leaning his heavy body on the chair, the Sir declared leisurely. The woman there, you're as cold as the Roma says. I'm interested. Work for me from today onwards. Without caring for the woman's opinion, he started giving out verdicts on his own. With that much strength, you would be the new commander very soon. No, now that I look closely, aren't you quite the looker? How about just becoming my bodyguard? That sounds good. You can't just be a concubine in a war, but with your ability, you can certainly be my attendant and my guard at the same time without problems. Frederick pushed the proposal one-sidedly, while showing a lustful smile. Of course, there wasn't anyone there to stop that. Costas or the general, Deccan or the soldiers. There weren't even one of them dared to interrupt his speech. But there was one single irregularity on sight. It was only the woman with an unpleasant expression who was different. What are you saying? I don't have the slightest interest to work for you. Saying her insolent words, it was the general who reacted first once again. Wah, you bastard. Speaking so insolently towards his excellency, inside the room which originally already had animosity all around, a new wave of dangerous atmosphere filled the room. As expected, Frederick seemed to be a little shaken as well. What did you say? Woman, you said you don't want to work for me? I already have my master who I pledge to. I will only work for my master, Ardis. If you are a strong man who exceeds my master, then it'll be different, but I can't see any of that. She said that, and tried to leave the site without sparing another eye. Wait, what do you mean? Haven't you come here for a position under me? Stopping her steps, while only turning her head round, she said while staring at Frederick with her sky-colored eyes. I have only come here to meet you on behalf of my master's order. Since we have already talked, this command is fulfilled. As such, I have no reasons to stay any longer. I shall leave now. At the unexpected answer, Frederick, who was about to stand up from his chair, looked at the back of the woman stunned as she left. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Many thanks to Magister 120 for supporting on Patreon. Ardis, who finished his work earlier than expected, stopped by the familiar weapon shop on the way back. It's to replenish the short swords that were lost in the battle with the woman. In any case, he bought 2 of the ready-made ones to fill his slots and ordered 2 more to made with heavy metal. Then, he showed up in various other shops such as the general store to purchase some daily necessities, before returning home. Ardis, welcome back. Ardis, late. As he entered the house, the twins with their platinum blonde hair hurried to him with quick steps. Although they didn't show their rare smiles, at the very least, they didn't have a scared expression with Ardis. I'm back. Philia, Rihanna, while greeting the twins that he still has troubles identifying them. He patted their heads lightly. Today, Philia made lunch with Rihanna, Rihanna made sandwiches with Philia. Is that so? Did you do it well? Not at all. It wasn't delicious. Failure. Fortunately unfortunate. Both of them had less words despite of their age. It's probably because they were trapped in an environment that suppressed their expression, but they looked much brighter recently. From Ardis's perspective, he thought them as baggage that he had to look after in the beginning, but now he's totally accustomed his life with the twins. Their existence had made him felt like there is a place he belongs to. But, whether that is good or not, Ardis couldn't tell at this point of time. Ardis, make dinner? Ardis, I'm hungry. It's still a little early for that, but, well, whatever. You both can help, right? A peaceful conversation with a normal exchange. At the time of peace that he attained by chance, there was a rascal who interrupted it uninvitedly. It was the person with ice blue hair. Why are you here? Just about the time he finished the preparation of their meals together with the twins, Ardis, who checked out the sounds of ringing at the entrance gate, said so without even trying to hide his unpleasant face. It was the woman who wore a white hooded robe at the entrance, the same woman who was brought to the Lord's mansion few hours ago. "I have come to report the completion of the order." "Order? Well, isn't it Master who ordered me to meet with the Lord?" Ardis, who tilted his head, asked. Was replied, with the woman tilting her head similarly. Certainly, Ardis thought that something like that might have happened, but that was only the excuse he used to tell her to meet with the Lord. Even if he's told that he's receiving a report on the completion of his order, he didn't know what he should do with that. "Ah, is that so? Good work." Well then, by bringing the woman to the Lord mansion, Ardis had completed the request. Any more interaction with the woman is unnecessary. As such, he felt troublesome at her appearance. Just as he was about to close the door, the woman spoke. "Could it be there's a next order? No. Then I shall concentrate ensuring Master's safety by his side." The door that was about to close was stopped by the woman's hand. Could it be that she's trying to stay overnight in his house, was what Ardis thought. Certainly, it's because Ardis that she had to come to Thoria so suddenly. Thinking from the woman's side, getting pulled along by himself like this, he can understand if she's requesting to stay a night over. But Ardis's role was only to complete the request from the Lord, that is to invite her. Wouldn't it be the norm for the Lord to treat her after she's brought there? There's no reason for Ardis, who was only an errand boy in this case, to take care of the woman. There were also the twins in the house. Even if she's not from this town, he couldn't let others know that there were twins in his house yet. "I will lend you some money if you don't have enough to stay in an inn. That's why, stand here and wait a little while." "I'm not troubled over money, but if we are not together, I can't make it in time if the worst happens." "It's a servant's natural responsibility to stay near her master, right? Either way, I don't have the intentions to let you in my house." "Acknowledged. Then I shall be guarding at the front." Unexpectedly, the woman backed off easily, and left Ardis' sight just like that. After that reply, after Ardis saw her off while being extremely confused, he put up a barrier encompassing the entire house until the morning just in case, and returned to the twins. The next morning, the first thing Ardis had felt was the presence of someone beside the house. Ardis, there's someone at the door." Ardis, there's a person with white hair there." As he prepared the breakfast, the twins that had kept monitoring the front continued to report to Ardis while shredding their bread. It seems that the woman had stood at the side of the entrance for the entire night as a gatekeeper. Of course, Ardis had realized her presence last night already, but since she didn't seem like going into the house or doing any harm, other than patrolling around the house, she had continued to stand outside. The person herself said that she would be ensuring safety, but he didn't think that she was being serious about guarding the house. Ardis recalled back to what the woman said yesterday. "My master, right?" With a suspicious someone lurking around the house. Well, actually, she's just standing at the entrance, but Ardis still felt unrest if he had to leave the house with the twins behind. But that was judged as unneeded just a little while later. "My master, are you going out? If so, I shall accompany." Whenever Ardis went out, the woman would always follow behind. With this, Ardis be a little relieved at the very least. If there's no need to worry about the twins back in the house, then the rest is just Ardis's own problems. Certainly, the woman's ability is to be feared, but even if she were to show hostility, Ardis wouldn't be in trouble as long as he's cautious. Just that, he felt a little unfortunate as he can't take a peaceful nap now. Ardis started his work again from the next day. As he left the town, naturally, the woman followed behind. There are not much requests that Ardis can take on his own. He's not suited for investigations or escorts requests that have many other mercenaries participating, and he's also avoiding message or mail delivery requests that will need him to be away for 10 or more days. So, it's natural for him to take subjugation requests, or just hunting without taking any. Of course, with that much strength, Ardis can make a living just by hunting the despairs or beast kings on the grasslands. If he doesn't have any extra baggage, then going to the Sorcerer's forest to hunt for whips or ukters would be a good choice too. "My master, will you be retrieving the raw materials?" "Suit yourself." As such, Ardis is now stepping deeper into the Sorcerer's forest, and setting twin swords and ukters as his targets. Although he had expected it to some degree, the woman holds enough strength to be hunting leisurely in the forest. Even now, she she's rupturing two Ruktors at once with her spells. The problem is the woman is hunting praise faster than himself. Ardis never had the intentions to form a party with the woman or borrow her strength in the first place. As such, Ardis haven't taken the materials of the praise that the woman had dealt with. What you hunted is yours. I have no right to be benefiting from them. Not the case. What a servant hunted is naturally his master's. It's needed if master says you need it. I don't need it if you say you don't need it. It's just that. But it seems that the woman is waiting for Ardis's judgment no matter what. Although, thanks to the woman, Ardis didn't really have to engage in battles himself so far. If it were to be an investigation or a search case, then it will be a delightful scenario. But Ardis's purpose now is to hunt and retrieve raw materials. It's not far from truth to say that her actions are contrarily disturbing Ardis. It seems that the woman is thinking that her own role is to remove any dangers that come close to Ardis. But Ardis didn't have any recollection of asking her to do this, especially now when he's trying to hunt. Ardis was feeling pain in his head because of the woman. In any case, if we continue to hunt like this, I can't get any praise. I need to earn to some extent before returning. Either let some come to me, or please hunt separately from me. This degree of small fries, there's no need to sully my master's hands. If master want to take the praise, then ordering me to do so is fine. And so, she offered what she hunted herself to Ardis as if it's natural to do so. From what the woman says, her role is to guard Ardis, and the hunted praise is Ardis's if he wants it. In the end, seeing the woman who didn't seem to have intentions of backing off, Ardis suggested while half given up. Alright, let's put aside the matter about your master or whatnot. We will work together temporarily for today. We will retrieve all the raw materials, and split the earnings up evenly when we get back to the town. Ardis had suggested to form a temporary party. Ardis had judged that if he left her alone, she would just continue to follow him and take whatever prey that comes. Thus, having the both of them working together will have more results. Acknowledged, my master. The woman agreed with a short reply, and after that, the hunting was smooth. Ardis and the woman, with the both of them holding immense strength, even the whips noted as the strongest of the courser's forest would turn into bones in just an instant. The two ran around with the momentum to harvest all the prey in the forest. In the end, they had earned an idiotic amount of 28 gold. Ardis split half of them, 14 gold for the woman before heading home. The woman was stubbornly refusing to accept the money at first, but with the excuse of helping him holding onto it, Ardis forced the woman to accept it. If Norris were to know this, he would probably say if she said that she didn't want it, why not take it? But rather than the money, Ardis was thinking that making some kind of data the woman who had that much ability would be dangerous in a way. As they finished splitting up the gold after selling the raw materials at the Merchant Association, Ardis returned home, along with the woman who followed behind him as if it was natural to do so. Well then, master, I will be standing here to be a lookout. Will it be fine? Fine or not, the fact that she doesn't have the intentions of staying in an inn, it was a clear fact that Ardis had understood from the woman's actions yesterday. Suit yourself. While leaving those words behind, Ardis entered his house. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. We has Felix Summer with us here too. Yay. After that occasion, Ardis had brought the woman out for hunting several more times. Although he wasn't really feeling great about it, hunting with the woman was super smooth and efficient. If it's just about fighting, then Ardis himself would be enough, but since it involves retrieving the materials, it's different. Even if the helping hands only increased by a pair, the efficiency would increase by several fold. Sometimes hunting despairs and beast kings on the grasslands, sometimes whips and Ruktors in the forest. Ardis had drawn a line between himself and the woman in his heart at first, but as the days continued like this, his caution had slowly lowered. At the very least, the woman hadn't shown any hostile behavior towards Ardis. Rather than that, she would support Ardis's work actively. In the first place, it's a dangerous job where mercenaries work together with death at their side at all times. After being together for 7 days, it's normal for a sense of trust to build between them. The time flow is different than for the people who are living peacefully in town. Around this time Ardis had started regarding the woman as a mercenary companion that can share the danger. A certain morning, the rain was falling as he woke up. Ardis, it's raining. Ardis, today work too? Ardis peeked out the window at the sky. It was covered in a layer of dark clouds. Instead of the morning sunshine, he only felt the humid air. Nope, It's rain for the first time in a while. Let's take the day off. The rain doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Ardis, who judged the rain will be continuing for quite a while, decided to cancel the hunting for today. Hooray! Ardis, play, read book. Book, sure. But after we finish everything, okay? While telling the twins, who were excited while smiling bitterly, Ardis swiftly finished the preparation of breakfast. Finishing the meal with the twins, who had higher tension than usual, Ardis was cleaning up the dishes in the sink when his pants were tugged from behind by the twins. As he faced around to see what's wrong, they both pointed outside the window and said, "Ardis, the woman person is totally wet." "Ardis, the white hair person is pitiful." The twins pulled Ardis by the hand to the window. The figure of the woman covered in the white hood getting drenched with rain came into sight. "Ardis, woman person has no house." "Ardis, white hair person no bed." Judging by the condition of her hood, the rain probably started around midnight. Even though it would be normal to get in if it's a rainy day, Ardis was half amazed that the woman hadn't budged. "Ardis, the woman person is still wet now." "Ardis, not bringing towel?" The twins brought out a big towel and offered it to Ardis, who was looking outside the window. They probably wanted him to bring it out to her. At the sight of the twins who can now care for others as opposed to the times that they would huddle in the corner of a room while scared, Ardis's cheeks unintentionally relaxed. But on the other hand, he is at a loss as when to take the twins to the outside world. It's not like Ardis can care of them forever. "Well, the woman comes first now, huh?" Ardis received the towel from the twins, and went outside to the entrance himself. The woman is standing perfectly still beside the gate. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, it probably looks like she is receiving some kind of punishment. "Oi, how long are you planning to stand the being wet?" "It's a good morning, my master." In response to Ardis's voice, the woman said with a blank face, "Isn't it fine if you stay at an inn if it's raining? It's not like I have any recollection of asking you to guard the house." "Don't mind it. This degree of rain is not a problem for me," said the woman, water dripping from her hair and hood. "It's exactly because that's not the case that I'm here." "Here, use this." As he offered the towel, the woman accepted it with both hands. "Thank you for your benevolence, my master." While saying so, the woman took the towel in her hood, and dried her ice blue hair. The figure of the woman wiping her wet hair with her eyes closed wouldn't lose to portraits of a beautiful girl by the best painters. Even Ardis was charmed for a moment despite his caution towards her. But the next sentence that the woman said was shocking enough to petrify him. "Convey my thanks to the young twins." That moment, Ardis's black eyes were filled with alarm. "Oi, woman, what is it, my master?" The woman received the pressure-filled gaze of Ardis head on. "Just now, you said the twins?" "I did said it. What about it?" Alarm bells were ringing in Ardis' head. He hadn't mentioned the twins around the woman. "Why do you think there are twins?" "That's strange." "Something like that. Sensing the presence is more than enough to tell." "I can't be calling myself a servant if I can't even tell how many people I am supposed to be guarding," the woman said matter-of-factly. "Then I must ask, how many people are living in this house, including me?" "Of course." "Isn't it 3 people, my master and the 2 twins?" "Why are you sure they are twins?" "The color, the size and the shape of their mana is completely matching." "Something like that. There's nothing possible other than twins normally." Ardis looked at the woman's eyes silently. The sky-colored pupils reflected Ardis, who had no expression on his face. Being together for these few days, Ardis had understood that the woman had no hostility towards him. Although the reason behind her proclaiming herself a servant and calling Ardis her master wasn't known, at the very least, she didn't have any intentions to antagonize Ardis. But whether that makes it okay to reveal the twins' existence, Ardis had not made up his mind yet. If the woman's words are true, then she had known about the twins from the beginning. Should he cut ties, or take her to his side? Ardis was hesitating between the 2 choices. After his hesitation, he decided to toss out the deciding question. You, the goddess, what do you think about her?" "What do I think? Quite an abstract question you have. And it's a sudden one. Fume. Even if I tell you what I think, what should I think about someone that doesn't exist?" "It's a pointless question. Doesn't exist." "The goddess, not just limited to the goddess." "They don't exist, what you all call gods, at the very least. They don't exist in this planet." "Planet? What is that?" "The earth, sea and the skies." "It means everything this world encompasses." "And there were no gods living in them." "There might have been here countless millennia ago, but in this age of humans, they're long gone. Ardis' eyes widened at the shocking revelation. There isn't anyone who doubts the existence of the goddess, and in this world where the goddess and her apostles directly interfere in events, there was someone who denied the existence of the goddess head-on. Ardis hadn't met anyone like that before other than himself. Even if there was someone else, they were probably all lunatics or villains. Ardis made up his mind and said, "Then what is the goddess that the people in the church believe in? Who knows? Like I know about someone I've never met before." Sacrilege flowed from the woman's mouth easily. "It seems that the self-titled goddess hates twins or something, but there will surely be at least one pair of twins per 100 births. Even if the goddess is there or not, it's the nature of life. It's too childish for anyone to be discriminating against just because they are twins. Don't be alarmed, as I won't say anything to anyone. If they are people that my master is protecting, then they are mine too. I will protect them at all cost." Those words, can you swear by them? The woman took off her white hood, and stared at Ardis with her sky-colored eyes. "I pledge, my master, on my parents and my raison d'etre." As she was still standing in the middle of a downpour, her face was soaked to the bone in a moment. "I understand that pledge. I will trust it." Ardis relaxed his expression. "Enter the house first." Now that we both are already drenched, Ardis and the woman, with the both of them drenched in water, stepped into the living room. Even though the twins would normally leap towards Ardis whenever he's back, their expression were different this time. Even though they have seen her for a few days, a stranger had come in. Both of them were hiding behind the sofa, and were peeking at the woman. "Philia, Rihanna, can I have a new towel?" "My master, that will not be needed." Having said that, the woman extracted the water from herself and Ardis' clothes, leaving them dry. The twins who saw that showed curiosity in their eyes. "Amazing, surprising. It's magic." "It's magic." It dried so fast. It was the winds. "That woman person is a magician then." "She's same as Ardis then." Putting aside the twins who were talking between themselves with whisperingly soft voices, the woman corrected her posture and said, "My master, will you not introduce the twins to me?" "Yeah, as you see they are girl twins. The right one is Philia, and the left is Rihanna." Although he became capable of discerning them apart lately, Ardis would still make mistakes if he doesn't pay enough attention. "Philia, Rihanna, she's dash." Saying that, Ardis stopped. "Come to think of it, I haven't heard your name." It didn't matter when he only brought her to the Lord's mansion, but he can't introduce her to the twins if he didn't even know her name. Rather than that, it's Ardis's blunder for just calling her you without even asking her name once for the past 7 days. "I said it before, but I have no name." "No, isn't that a joke?" "I won't do something foolish like hiding my name from my master." Then you're serious that you have no name?" "That's what I've been saying." "That's true, but then how can I call you?" "My master can just call me whatever he likes." "Calling me you like before is fine." "No, that would be strange, right?" "It would be possible if it's just them, but it's not like he can introduce her as this is you-san to someone else." Although Ardis's reasons were justified, the woman didn't seem to pay it any attention. That would be a problem. So now Ardis is brainstorming for a name for the woman. "What's that person's name?" "They say she has no name." "Nanashi-san?" "She's not nameless." "Nanashi because she doesn't have a name?" "That's why Nanashi-san." "A name of Nanashi-san?" "Could it be a name of Nanashi-san?" "If she's Nanashi-san then she has a name, right?" "Huh?" "That's true." "It's Naru-san then." Naru-san." The twins were whispering behind the sofa again. As expected, calling her Naru-san or Nanashi-san is just harassment. Nanashi, nameless. Ardis thought of the name Nia from the reverberance of Nanashi. Ardis opened his mouth, as he thought that it would be fine to give up. "All right, you will be called Nia from now on." "You don't mind?" "Acknowledged, my master." "Then I shall name myself as Nia." The woman, Nia, accepted without even a single complaint. Will it be fine if she accepted that easily? Ardis worries about it a bit, but in the end, his nature of avoiding troublesome things won. "I'm Ardis's servant, Nia." "Thank you for offering me that towel." "I appreciate that." She spoke the name, Nia, which was just given to her a few moments ago, to the twins who were still peeking half-faced behind the sofa. As for the twins, their curiosity won against their fear of strangers. They won't run away since Ardis is around, but they won't get close to her either. Phew. Well, it's fine. I will wait for them to get familiar with me. Nia didn't think of closing the gap forcibly. "Now that that's settled, why did you think that the towel was from the twins?" "The past 7 days, just like my master had monitored me, I have also been watching my master. Of course, I have realized that my master is on guard against me. There's no way that my master will be naive enough to treat someone that could be an enemy kindly." Nia showed a rare smile as she spoke confidently. Ardis couldn't deny that. Certainly, Ardis had judged Nia as someone trustworthy as a mercenary in the past few days. But that is only when it's about mercenary business. That is different from what kind of views she has against the forbidden children. Even if they recognize each other as a mercenary, she will become an enemy of Ardis if she shows bad intentions towards the twins. But the moment when Nia had denied the goddess' existence, Ardis had judged her closer to a friend than someone who might become an enemy. "Well, it'll be fine if I only offer something like a towel in the future. If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below." Once again, thank you Momo Clan.